ridiculous. Why don't you take this? Take it. Alright, fine. Fuck you then.
supposed to make sounds.
Hey, long time no see. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Was everything broken this morning? I realized. Well, of course, I thought about that the minute I got home. I was like, should I go back? No, screw that. I gotta go to sleep. Open fire this morning. Looks like somebody caught it at some point.
Yeah, it was off when I got in here. So.
Well, I just was yelled at by two leads like back to back. So I kind of want to just get the hell out of here, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got the radio if you need it.
Cool. Great.
You know. Well, you know, because the audio guy, the only person that's got their ears free to be on the radio. You know, that makes sense, right? You guys got a really easy job. I would have given the radio to the video switcher.
Yeah, I was gonna
Seeing as
say.
how I need my ears, you know.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. Oh, and put this headset in while you're doing audio.
No comment.
Here he is.
Howdy.
How are we feeling?
Feel pretty good.
That's good. I know I've done this job with you before, like when it was your first time doing video.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was like 5 years ago. So you had to have, you know, stepped it up since then, I'm sure.
Yeah, but then again, it's also our first time in about 3 years.
Well, from what I understand, Hunter is a very excellent video person as well. So I'm sure we can all help each other out if we need to.
Awesome.
I'm volunteering Hunter. He's not saying anything. So maybe I'm wrong about that.
Whatever you want.
I have the radio, so when things blow up, you say, "Hey, Greg, freak everybody out," and I'll call people on the radio and freak everybody out.
I love that.
I'm good at freaking people out. It's one of my things. All right. My concern is so high that it makes people uneasy, or they love me because I care about their show.
Right? What you care.
But we're all really tired, so I'm sure we're gonna make some stupid mistakes today.
And it's day one.
Yeah, man, what are you doing? What are you doing in my
I know, right?
pristine, beautiful, unencumbered audio area?
Keep my shit accessible.
It's okay, I left my tool bag in my other tool bag in my car that actually has the stuff I need in it.
No.
And my car, of course, is at the Hilton, so it's not exactly close.
Right? Literally at the other end of the fucking shop.
Yeah, you know, this should have everything in it, but I don't usually use the big one.
Alright. Switch to Zoom. Switch to Zoom. What's this?
Good day, sir.
Whoa. Which is this one?
For video super floaters.
Oh,
Ooh.
this is a picture in picture.
I'm
Lovely.
I'm in a room.
6 Edward.
6 Edward 6E.
That's it. We're just switching between three things.
Room 28B does not have internet. 28 Bravo, is it a connection issue or are you missing cables? Not sure, just relaying info and check. Okay, is there a floater available to go to 6 and also to 28?
That would be 6 Edward, and have them bring some 9-volt batteries, please.
The internet in 28 Bravo is a connection issue in the wall. Looks like the jack is broke.
That's how we want to have it.
Copy that. We are working with in-house internet to fix that.
That looks weird as hell. Is that a loop of all of the same video feed right there?
Yeah.
Is that normal? That looks,
Don't believe so.
that looks weird as hell.
I mean, as far as my end is, it's just the 70-30 split, but I think that's just because I don't have anything up on Zoom right now.
Oh, gotcha. But see, look at that. That looks super strange. There's some weird delay.
Was that for Jerry?
So I should just try to stay away from here and then switch to this one?
Is this one Zoom?
No, this is Zoom here. Right? What the hell is this, right?
Wait, hold on. This is weird.
It's
Because
fine.
it shouldn't be.
So this one's gonna give me the slideshows, which is that one looks normal. This is the picture-in-picture. That doesn't look right now. And this is the zoom operator. Let's see, it does that. That looks weird as hell. That's definitely not us, or not what we want to have it.
No, because it should be. It's supposed to be the 70-30 shot of the camera, and then the other one should be the zoom. So I don't know why it's shooting the entire feed in there again.
Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, once you shoot the feed, I think that'll fill the box that's in there.
I mean, because even if I'm supposed to be able to just do this if I wanted to take this over.
And if you fill out the space, fill out the page, then I think it'll be normal.
Hey, can we get some assistance, please?
Got it. I need to figure out if I can.
We're just gonna have to wait till we get someone trying to
Room
get in
1A
or what.
to Superfloater for assistance.
But in theory, I see how like that whole box is covered, that second box is all covered. So in theory, it looks like it'll probably that bullshit will be hiding behind the session.
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's literally just because I don't have the zoom up right now, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to get that login.
That does look funny, like one of those infinity mirrors or whatever.
Yeah.
And then okay, so then switch to the lectern. Switch into picture-in-picture. I think is that. This doesn't look right. If I push the button again, it's going to change the layout. So that's the Zoom meeting. That looks weird, but whatever. It looks normal on my end, but it's not popping up over there now. freaking this thing out. That sucks. Now getting a black screen.
Hold up. Go back to the Zoom itself. So here's the thing.
Because the
I'm
preview-
realizing now this is the meeting.
the whole thing is.
That's the meeting right now. So
Okay, so I think this will show this section right there, right?
hypothetically, yeah.
Okay. Which will be someone's video feed. So that it really is the Zoom.
Well, I was gonna say, do you want to try taking this one so we can see if it comes up on the projector like this? Because if it's not gonna come up like this, still, then we have a problem.
Yeah.
See, what the fuck?
That looks weird, right?
Well, it shouldn't be. We should still have, I think, the
That big box, right?
yeah. Because I mean, it should be whatever graphics are up there, but that might only be if there's a presentation going on.
I think maybe the lack of the iPad that they were talking about might.
The moderator iPad?
Yeah, because wouldn't they be having access? No, I guess not. That doesn't affect any of our feeds.
No.
That's right. Never mind. Yeah, this looks funny. I feel like we should ask somebody about it.
Yeah, we should probably call it Super Floater.
Yeah, Super Floater. I'll pretend to be a damsel in distress outside.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I think I understand. No, no. Like why it's doing that like forever angel sloop.
Yeah.
Like the camera is catching a shot of itself, shooting itself. But no, that's not it.
Well, yeah, that's where it's weird because hypothetically, I think the camera should still be only routed to that top corner,
Yeah,
the
just
30
the
section
one.
of it.
And then a blank screen or like yeah, that box.
Oh, it's weird. See, I know it's weird because on my end, the graphics is showing up as this, and that's just like fucking.
See, it's doing it. It's yeah, it's taking it up a notch.
It's all messed up.
See, that looks cool, all right. But then at the end, like, who the hell wants to see that here live? Because
Yeah, exactly. But this is where
dude's
it's weird.
5 feet
Is
away.
whatever is being sent to the graphics
Wait,
is.
so you're able to switch stuff around? Okay, that's because I'm on the. Where am I? I'm on the Zoom meeting, so you're able to manipulate the.
Yeah.
Once I'm not there.
Yes.
Picture in picture, you can do that also, or is that? I think that's my analog way of doing something, right?
Scaring me. Oh, you're looping back on itself. That's why.
Yeah.
Your Zoom is coming in and out. So if you see the video thing, that's you're looping the Zoom back to itself through the switcher.
Yeah, so we just have
don't
to
go
wait.
to that channel.
So we just have to wait until we have something, huh? There we go. So the picture in picture and the Zoom does this. There we go. All right, so let's see if it'll. Yeah. And I have to figure out how to circle back to the picture in picture situation. Now it's not. Doesn't want to do it. This should have the slideshow now.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-huh. So they're doing some audio record? This is you? Some audio record or what?
That's your Playback Pro.
What's
Kidding, right? Funny guy, you. What's that?
talking about? Addison, that's a dog's age. Well, that's weird. Well, it's not that nothing. So.
Can't do it.
Oh, it's fucking weird. Okay, so this one looks normal. Oh, what the hell? Okay, so
Not this room.
that's how you
Okay.
want it?
Yeah.
Oh, see, it still does that. It's no bueno.
Wait a minute.
Oh, the picture-in-picture is not the slideshow. It's going to be the feed.
It's the feed
And-
from
and the
whatever,
person,
from this
okay.
laptop.
I see. No, it's the feed from the laptop?
Yeah,
From
this is the laptop
this
right
laptop, This laptop, gotcha. So the picture-in-picture is always going to be just those two feeds, right? Nothing, no slideshow. This is never going to show up in that picture-in-picture, right?
now. Hypothetically, it can, because I can swap to the graphic, but I don't know why it's not coming in on my graphics.
Oh, okay, so,
Because that's the laptop there.
okay. I'll switch to the laptop. And then if I switch to Zoom, back and forth.
What was the other one you were on? Was it?
The picture-in-picture. See, Zoom is that one.
Yeah.
And then, or I don't know what this means. Pop? I thought that was an I for a while.
Try it again.
So yeah, so that is. I think that's supposed to be the live feed,
Where did it go? Why is it not coming up?
right? It's all black because it's only gonna grab this, not the.
Yeah, we need a floater.
Yeah, looks like, or at least someone to calm our nerves and be like, oh no, like until the person shows up and it'll fix itself. Because all I did was switch between these three buttons and hit take. Didn't fuck with anything else.
Yeah.
That shit's all fucked. Hey Greg,
What?
would you be down to call in a floater for us?
Can we get a super floater to 7A when possible?
Let us know whether or not something is fucky. I need someone to hold my hand at 8 a.m.
Taylor for Shannon. Jerry's arrived.
I swear,
Hey,
yesterday's
go
on.
ahead.
I am upstairs getting ready to start on the 20s and head across the 30s. I'm with John Barnett, and we may need to look at how we have the Zoom position from the feed coming from the pros. The Zoom, so right now it's causing the infinite loop. Just want to put that out there.
Everybody else has got the same problem then. Did you hear what just came on the radio? So there's an infinite loop going on, and it seems to be a common occurrence. I'm not sure what the if there is an issue or not, but when we go back and forth between Zoom, it does that.
I thought you just weren't going to that Zoom on the switcher.
No, I was
Okay,
going.
let me
Don't you
find
have
out who
two?
to get a hold of, because that is not me or
Okay.
us. You guys kind of had your own thing going on, so I'll find out.
So who do we call for that?
So check this out. Yeah, who's
Shannon,
having it?
who are they looking for on the loop thing here?
What's up?
Oh, we gotta wait because we're trying to figure out this problem. Are you getting the infinite feedback?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're waiting.
I also have a Zoom question about the logins.
Mm-hmm.
Is it this sticker? I don't know what the fuck.
You don't know what you're doing.
No, I don't know what the
Come on,
login
man.
is for
Let me
the
get
Zoom.
you out of here.
Okay.
I'm fucking with you.
Also, I didn't know we had a.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I stopped myself. Okay.
Hello, gentlemen.
Oh, here you go.
Nice
That's the
to
man
meet
you wanna
this morning,
talk to.
see how everyone's doing.
Good. How are you?
Everybody logged into Zoom, you
Got
can
it.
go. Looks rolling, sounds good.
I just have one small concern, so I switch over to Zoom, and it does, of course, the infinite loop. I heard about that, but then I switch over to the second one, which is picture-in-picture, I believe is what it's going for, and I switch over to that, and it gives me the blank screen. So it, in theory, is what it's going to show
No,
up
no,
is.
that's your Playback Pro.
Oh, okay. Oh, no one. That's what that is. I thought it was picture-in-picture. God
No,
damn.
playback
Okay.
pro. That makes more sense.
Hi, I have some
You,
news for
you
you
need
guys.
more batteries or?
This is your schedule for today. I'll bring you one
My
every
phone
day.
has 9 volts.
For pre-records,
That I don't
is there a folder on your desktop that has your room number on it?
Yes.
Perfect, then you have pre-records at some point. It tells you the day that they're played. All you have to do is once you get the schedule, look at the control ID column. If you have one that has the same numbers right here, then you're playing a pre-record. Simple as that.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
The other thing I have for you guys is the moderator iPad.
Do you mind if I sit down
Whoever
for
takes
one
it.
Oh, yeah,
second?
that's
Just because I'm old.
Do y'all know how to scan
I know I
QR
need to.
code?
I still
You're
need to
comfortable with that?
close these out and then
Cool.
log them in
You scan the
again.
QR code,
Yes.
it opens the
Is
moderator
this
software.
the login info?
You find your
This is the
room,
login.
click the
This
date,
indicates
scroll all the way
green
down to the
room. This
bottom.
indicates
The
live
moderator
stage, so you
should
know what you're
to
logging
do
in
once
and what.
you've scanned this
So the
code.
infinite loop, you're not even
Okay,
logged
I'll
into
have
Zoom
to-
right
They
now.
should know what to do.
No, I
If they
think it's still
don't,
in
they
the
didn't do
meeting
their
on the
training.
other
If
monitor.
it locks you out and says you need an access code, the access code is table
And
2.
waiting for all.
Nice.
And
Okay.
all.
That's the whole thing.
Awesome.
All
That's
right.
it. Thank you.
All right. So now we're here. We're updating. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and join a meeting. You can hit the drop down arrow. It's already programmed in here from yesterday. We put them in there. So once you're in here, this is called the green room. We can go ahead and join. Our meeting passcode, as you know, is 86552. Enter. And it's not 86552.
Oh, okay, never mind. Every room that's set up like this. These are all the same setups.
Okay, this is our green room, so this is our control room. So here we want to go ahead and claim host. We open up participants and then claim host. Claim host code is 875283. We hit enter. We are now in here as a.
And they were saying for bandwidth, you want to try and not run the video on this, right?
Yes, you said just turn on the camera, so we'll do that when we get there.
Yeah.
I can stop it now. All right. Now from here, the breakouts are now able to be created. Breakouts. You want to create your update, suite, join meeting. Drop down since it's already programmed in. Join. Meeting 865552. We're in. Join with computer audio. We'll figure that out in a minute. And now we're here, so we want to drag this over here. And then we want to open up chat, bring chat down here. Open up participants so we can see who's logged in here. Open all breakout rooms. Should ask us to join. Assign to. Stage, so join. I messed that up. Okay, we have an assign to, so we can assign to room 1. Oh, because I didn't rename it, but it's fine. All right, green room. And then over here, you'll see on the second one to confirm that you're actually doing it, it says inviting you to join room 1.
Yep.
You hit join. This is the fun part that you have to move it over and redo all that again once you change your breakout room. So once you're in there, hopefully you never have to leave. I'll make sure. And then you should have signal on the projector now, right? Is that? Can we get signal up on the projector? Just make sure that we're up. All right, perfect. Okay, and then go back for your preview for here. So this is your room, and then bring that to the screen.
Come on. No.
Did you hear that? There's a replacement Mac coming to 7A, is what he just said.
Really?
I don't know why.
No, I think it's
No.
What do you say?
I didn't catch 7A. I heard 27A and 28 something.
No one knows how to log in. We have no classes, we have nothing, so.
Log into what?
And into Zoom, in a computer. None of these guys know how to do it. There was never a class for the operators. So everybody's just sitting at their computers confused.
Okay. All right. That's what we just talked about this morning, on how to open Zoom, and then the code's right here and right here to log in.
But you guys are speaking because you knew exactly what you were talking about. I wanted to say that, but I didn't.
Okay. I don't.
I
Okay.
mean, to them, you were just it was pretty vague to them.
So they don't know about the where to look for it. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, because they're coming in and trying that shit in every. It's.
I didn't catch that it was going to be on the computer either.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It was pretty vague.
Okay.
So we just.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. No,
No, I thought they were all Zoom,
like
efficient texts that were here, so I didn't realize that they weren't. No.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all good. Nobody's blaming anybody. I'm just, letting you know where we are. Hey.
The other bird for this?
7728.
So what's the deal with the iPads?
She's dropping them off. They're right here.
Uh-huh.
Open it up. You should be able to see an app. There should be a QR code somewhere. She said right
I'm
here.
already logged into the moderator.
All right, so he's
situation.
already set. So.
What's that?
I didn't even know we were getting iPads. So what's the deal with
Emily is dropping them off.
Yeah, so once you log into here, you can scan this QR code, and then it'll list all your sessions. You find your session, you hit it, it'll take it to the very bottom, and then this list also will reflect the printout list that you have here.
Okay.
And then on this printout list, it'll have a control code to let you know when they're presenting, and then next to the column here.
I have 1 in 2 days.
Yeah, and then anything that's already pre-recorded should already be on there, but then it'll let you know if they're in person. If we don't know, it just says not available because they didn't hit it.
Nice.
And then in person, that means they'll be coming here with the thumb drive and you just plug it in and get that.
Gotcha. So it's just giving you information on presenters and times.
Let me figure out why.
When to actually expect someone in person, that's
I don't
cool.
know. Because they got them, they just didn't know what they're supposed
I
they're
dig
for.
that. I mean, I can read this one.
You know why? Because if there's a graphic up on here, we're not sending 7030 up there, so go to graphic. All right. Or take the podium. Yeah, take.
So,
see, we're never going to take the 7030 to the screen in here because they're already here. So we're only going to be taking that laptop feed up there when it's the screen.
and that can be changed through the Pulse, right?
Well, you have the bring podium up to the screen.
Okay, I do not have anything for that, but it must be this. Maybe it's this one. Or just straight up camera feed. Lectern. Oh yeah, lectern right here.
There you go.
But
So
that
when
one-
they're in here presenting, this is what you're going to show. And that's it. And then this,
So the camera would be right here, right? So I show
right, but because that will be going into here out to the stream, but you don't bring this to in here
okay.
because they're not going to, because you're never going to bring this
There's no
camera
point, 'cause they can
into
see
the
them.
room.
Yeah, because that makes sense. Because I mean, they can
Right.
see them like just
Right.
10 feet away.
So the only time that would be up is when they're graphic only, when they're in person.
Mm-hmm.
No camera in here. So you'll never get that loop
Right.
because it's not going to be presented in here.
I see.
Right?
Okay, so yeah, so okay, that's just something
And
that
then,
Yeah,
I could be hiding behind shit.
right.
Okay,
Fine.
that makes sense. And then
You figured out login.
Yes.
All right, So what's the deal with the login again?
It's not logging in as much as it's joining, it sounds like. So instead of logging in through the drop
Yeah,
down.
what's the deal? Because I gotta go by and show all these other guys now.
Yeah, I'm walking in that direction. So.
You gonna do it? Okay.
I'm trying to get there. Yes. Did I give you your sheet here?
Good. Okay. What's up, John?
All right. So yeah, just practice that. Bring.
So I'm only going to be switching between these two until I have someone using the Playback Pro. So
Right.
in theory, this will fix itself once we have.
Well, you're never going to bring that 7030 in here, so
Okay, give me.
we do need to bring.
But it wasn't set. I mean, I didn't set this room. So all I have are these options, I believe. I think the Playback Pro is the one that, or sorry, the Pro is the one that toggles that.
Did he talk to you about the infinite?
Yeah, just now.
You guys figured that out?
I'm not sure.
Well, we're
Theoretically.
Yeah. So we'll take this
Make it
one.
yours. Make it yours. He just called it too.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Backdoors visible from what they said last
What's
night,
that?
so as long as you
The
can
sound
see
loop
one
for
clear
Oh,
path
okay.
back to
Yeah, yeah. Sounds good.
but it was going, the screen was going black every time.
Rob, go ahead.
Are you in the forum?
I'm down in the low side, 7A.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay. What's up? Which had the extra Playback Pro? 20 Alpha had a spare Mac from when we said it last night.
I don't need this one anymore. But see, this is. Every time I take that out, this is going to black out. See, every time I take.
Playback, right?
All right, I'm here. Hello, welcome for coming. Blah blah blah. Let's go ahead. Grab me. Assign to room 1. I'm over here. I should be over here now.
Oh, I think the user has to then go in. But so when I'm actually getting logins, they're all coming here before I send them to
Right,
the breakout.
right. I'm just trying to make sure. See, now I have this.
Yes.
So there is no infinite loop because I'm joined as an attendee.
Yeah.
I'm in the room, and then I'm also going out to the stream. No.
So this room, make sure it is dark until noon.
Today?
Yeah.
That's news.
John?
Yeah.
Question. How do I get back to? Okay.
No, I want to be stressed out all day. What the hell? I don't want to have a ton doing for that.
So does that mean that we go to lunch early?
Go back to the 7030 on the website.
This is bad then.
Oh, crap.
No, I have one in my pocket for that.
Does that mean we go to lunch at a different time then?
Actually, your sign on the side says you have session.
Yeah, so that's why I was
But
confused.
this schedule says you have no session.
We're just going to have to wait till game time, though. Let's see if we get stood up.
Well, if I don't have you in a session this morning, I'm going to move you guys for the morning.
I gotcha.
Hey, Conrad, so the schedule has a purple spot in 7A, so they're dark. The sign up front in front of the
My paperwork says it's full of shit.
All right, so once you're logged in as an attendee, you'll be here. You'll be here on the stage. You can go in and hide non-video participants or hide self-view. Hide your self-view. And then bring it up to the screen.
Bringing it up.
And as they're presenting, they're there. There is no infinite loop.
I love it.
So that's my question. Is it supposed to be the 70-30 up there?
That will never be 70-30 from the Pearl up there. The 70-30 is like this within Zoom will give you the same 70-30. All right? And then only time you do 70-30 is the in-person.
Oh, okay, copy.
All right?
Because that's then they're
Because-
pulling the other one from the graphics
Right.
or whatever they're using.
Because Zoom does 70-30 for you.
Copy. Okay, that makes way more sense.
All right. Okay? And now you cleared it, and then, yeah, let's make sure we go back to that. So hopefully there won't be a lot of virtual presenters, but if there is,
This is the Playback Pro. Yep. Perfect. And then we go back to that. Okay.
Playback Pro coming
when
in.
you got a little bit of time, just go ahead and practice, and if you need anything.
I'll try. Sorry.
Playback Pro doesn't have any.
We have not seen Smart City
Shouldn't there be?
in 28 Bravo.
Say what? Playback Pro doesn't have any?
Shouldn't this be popping up right here? This little.
So I'm gonna log out of here, I'm leaving. Okay, breakout room. And then if you want, log in with your phone again or whatever, practice people logging in and out and stuff like that.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
I'm gonna try throwing myself in.
I'm running into another issue though.
Oh.
Okay. Fuck it. Let's see what's up. So that's the Zoom. Playback Pro is giving me nothing. It'll just give me audio. This is supposed to be.
So no one has any idea about anything. You guys are doing great.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling great.
I mean, you guys have an idea. I'm just saying, it sounds like you're in a better position than others are on this panel. so far.
Yeah. You know what? I feel like we're.
And I like all the things the Hunter said.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
Yeah.
This is strange though. So Playback Pro is supposed to be spitting this out to the screen, right?
It is. I still hear an audio from it.
Yeah.
Are you on the Playback Pro switch? Did our projector get turned off?
Oh, that's right. Wait, no. So this.
The Playback Pro.
Hold on.
The
Is that
projector.
projector even on still?
Yes.
Because I don't see anything on the screen right now. Okay, you got that.
So I'm going back to Playback Pro.
Okay, which is red. Why is it red?
I'm not sure, but that's what it looks like whenever we select something else.
That's your room, right?
So that means that's my active
Okay.
situation.
Yeah, that's whatever you have taken.
Yeah, so that's
Cool.
active.
So now you
This
go
is
back
what's
to your
pending.
Playback Pros. Should take it right back.
Back to Playback Pro. But I have nothing. But the audio's playing still,
I'm
right?
hearing it, yeah. It's coming to me.
Because I have my loop here.
But he just changed all this stuff, right?
Yeah, he just unplugged it all.
What?
And then ran away before he found out it worked.
But he said this is busted.
Well, then how are you supposed to?
Or no, I mean, sorry, not this one, but the one he switched it out for.
Yeah, the one that was working?
Well,
I'm a little confused.
we weren't getting anything.
Oh,
at
I
all.
thought you were seeing the video up there.
no, not from the
Oh,
Playback Pro.
Not this Playback Pro. I just got this info.
Check your output, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say just check the routing on
Make
the.
sure you're actually
table for
sending
the-
signal out through your computer.
Or
Check your physical connection first, then check your computer routing to see if the actual
Yeah.
you're sending a signal to another monitor.
Because it was never situated right.
No.
It was never working right.
First time I saw this room was at 9:45 yesterday, so.
yeah,
And I never got to set anything up actually, so
I was gonna say they didn't even get to send you over.
yeah, that was great. Yeah, HDMI 1. Or 2.
Some other sense or something for like 5 hours.
So why even bother with this?
I don't know, I say if your God is booked in our room, you leave us in our room because that's where we're supposed to be.
Well, where would he put us?
He was gonna use us to float or do something, I don't know, set of the rooms maybe? Or maybe put out of the fire.
Is this just on a black screen or you guys?
No, the Playback Pro's not working.
My Playback Pro. Yeah, we have another issue.
Oh, good job with the room, Ron. Thank you.
Good job on what?
On the mics.
What'd you say to me?
Good job on the mics. Thank you.
You want to can you
Sorry,
swap it
I
to Zoom again?
What's that?
Bro,
Can
you
you
did an
swap it?
awful
Yeah, I was just
job.
trying to see if I can get my
Cool, cool.
food and everything.
And we'll get our remote person.
God, this is exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, when you check your displays on here, are you seeing it? Displays on this computer, are you seeing it? We check on displays
On displays.
in your toolbar or whatever up on top. You might have to go to your actual system preferences and check it right here. You're there. Check your displays on there right here.
Sure.
See what it sees. Right now, it sees both displays. That's good.
Okay.
I don't want to change any of those.
Yeah, I wouldn't change anything. I just wanted to see if you're seeing a screen. It looks like you
Breakout
are.
room. Put it back there.
I was really hoping I wouldn't have to put this.
Let's see. I'm just gonna see what happens here. You'd be surprised how
Reseat
often.
it, see if it comes back up.
Dude, it's crazy
You
how.
might have to reacquire the input on that switcher too, if you changed it. You know what I mean? You know how to acquire inputs on there?
Yeah.
Go to your settings
Hold on.
on the switcher.
Let me try this again.
Okay, yeah, once that doesn't work, let me know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all the same.
Can we get a super floater back to 7A for the Playback Pro? It seems to be malfunctioning. I like when people step on you in the middle of talking. Okay.
So, inputs, configuration status, sync status, input 1, 2, 3, HDMI. So fuck with HDMI 2.
You want to just make sure that's set.
Yeah. So the HDMI setting, input status. Or what am I looking for after this? HDMI settings.
Input set.
Input status.
Input status.
HDMI 2 idle.
I'm not sure what to take away from that information.
Go back to your menu and go to some. What are you on right now?
Input status.
Auto set input.
Auto set.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to auto set all inputs, but that's what I would do if I'm not seeing the input. I just auto set it. He's more of a video guy than me, but he's looking like I don't know. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like I kind of learned my way around this motherfucker like 3 years ago, and then I didn't really.
Well, I know that
Then I got into Ringy for a whole year.
when I wasn't getting inputs working in the other rooms, I hit auto set and it seemed to grab all the inputs. I don't know if there's a one channel auto set though.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I just went to the specific channel, but then it's asking me if I want to do all of
Yeah, I
them.
saw that. Is
So
there
I
any
see
other
that.
options in that menu right there? Hit no for that, but is there any other options in that menu?
There's freeze and HDMI settings.
Didn't scroll down to more things.
Auto set plug.
There you go.
Maybe that'll let you do it by individuals.
That's got to be it. Auto set the selected plug. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to take a chance? Nothing happened. That was anticlimactic.
You're not on that switch right now, are you? You're on the stage right now.
No, I am. This is the red is the active situation.
Okay.
So audio input, that was working. Heated. Plug status. Let's look at the plug status. HDCP is idle. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. But 1080p sounds like a good thing. Type. What does that mean?
Can I get a floater to 7A, please, for the Playback Pro?
I have to ask. I didn't touch the fucking settings. No, I'm just kidding. It's cool.
Well, if we're not here till I don't know.
It's all good.
It's all confusing and silly. And This headphone, I don't know if this headset works or not, so
I don't know if they heard us at all, that last request.
I don't even know how to pull the stupid headset out now that I put it in.
We're off to a great start.
That's weird.
I just like how he said we might not have anything till noon, and then he didn't actually tell us if we do or don't have anything till
He
noon.
didn't know himself.
I
Because
know.
it's also, I think, also another thing is if we don't tell the correct people, if we keep the people above us in the dark, then they could possibly just leave us here if there is nothing, instead of cutting us or something like that. So I think they're trying to do us a solid either way.
I mean, they're not gonna cut us because we got.
That's true. They're not. They're just gonna have us on standby because fuck them.
Normally when you come into Hobby Room, you stay in that room. You don't bounce around, but I bet since we're paying so much, we'll do whatever.
Yeah, if it's what, rate 4?
I think we're on rate 5.
What?
But
36?
I don't know. We'll see.
No, 36 is rate 4, huh?
I think well, I don't know. I've also heard they just signed a new contract, so I have no idea what the rates are now. So.
No way, but then that goes into effect after a specified date after they sign it.
I don't know.
All right, well, I'm just going to go off of the old numbers because it can only be better.
The old numbers, I think it's 43 or something.
Because the new numbers can only be better. What would it be like? So rate 5. Is this a national situation? Like an Encore
I think
national?
it is, but these are all guesses.
I know, right? Yeah. What the hell is it? Okay, there we go. Rate 5, if you're wondering, Hunter,
It's weird because, last
4120.
night, I did see the Playback Pro on that screen last night.
4120.
We saw it on that
4244. For the national blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Because we're not in a hotel, SD Hotels.
No.
How am I at rate 5?
Yeah, but you're not.
I don't think
I thought V1 was rate 5 on there.
Nah, it's rate 4.
Let me see.
Yeah, this is the old one.
The one I looked at yesterday, we were on rate 5.
In that case, you may
Oh,
have...
A1's a rate 5. Sorry, bro.
Damn. This is
Well,
A1?
wait, hold on a second. Video engineer is rate 5.
I'm a video engineer?
Well, I don't see V1 on here at all.
It's on rate 4.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Steward, department.
Oh, I'm looking at the top one. Referring to the top one. I haven't looked.
So that's hotels. We're on national.
Yeah.
So you should be making 42, 44 or
now
more.
we're talking.
Because I don't see A2 on national at all. All I see is video engineer. Which is what a V1 is, I believe.
That would cover everything. What is that?
Video engineer, camera switcher, teleprompter, A1, system engineer, monitor engineer, wireless coordinator, projectionist, lighting director, project manager, moving light board programmer, high-end camera operators, head riggers, and certified technicians. I'm guessing that's it, but maybe I'm wrong, and if they sign a new one, that might be totally different now too, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's a crapshoot. But, yeah, fuck it. It's safe to say we're in the high 30s at least. That's fun. Better than shipyard rigging. I'd be covered I'd be covered in fiberglass and dirt right now. With loud-ass machines around me. Much less. Feeling pretty grateful.
Oh yeah, man.
Okay, 7:13. By 7:40, I'll try to reach out to somebody and see if, who was it? That was John Barnett. I have his number. I'll ask him if we are or are not having some sessions. And if we are, then I'll bitch about this.
Fair.
Like almost done with my coffee. Shit hasn't even popped off.
Man, we're not even close to 8 o'clock.
For real.
Okay, can you go back to 30? It's actually an audio question. Need your assistance. Thank you.
Mhm. This is weird though. The dude who dropped this off and set this up, he didn't bother to check if the fucking feed was visually going through.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
The fuck, yeah.
I don't know what that was.
I think he was one of our guys too, so. Trying to fuck with his shit. But goddamn. Fuck, bro. Thanks for half-assing the job for me.
Where was our schedule?
It is right.
See that one?
The fuck? Well, we have a digital version of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's supposed to be 8 a.m. to 11:40, and then another fat one from 2 to 4:20.
Oh, so we only have 2 sessions today?
Yeah. Possibly one. We don't start till 2.
Oh, fuck.
Get here at 6 a.m., bro, just to fucking start your job and start your work at fucking 8 hours in. That actually happened to me at the Hyatt the other day.
Well, guys, they're gonna throw us something else, so it's not gonna be an all great thing that we don't have meetings. It'd be better if we had meetings.
Yeah, no, I feel like that is true.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, the rate don't change. I don't mind walking around being.
I don't mind walking around either.
Yeah, you know what? The toughest part of this job is staying awake, so it'll be easier to stay awake today if that is the case. I'm trying to look at the glass half full, Greg. God damn it.
God damn it, Greg.
Hey, bro. I just want to know who drank the other half. Stay out of my water.
That's a good one.
Stay out of my water, bro.
Shut up, I'll drink that half.
Oh my god, these are gonna be so
Dry and boring.
It's all chemistry.
Yeah, it's not even something that we can really kind of grasp completely.
I mean, I'm reading it and it's like
My favorite
it sounds so exciting.
It's awful. My favorite session ever was a urology convention. You got to see fucking the gnarliest surgery videos. That was like one day was battlefield trauma.
Oh shit.
That was fucking nuts. Somebody stepped in an IED. It was blown all the way up to here. This shit was gone.
And then like of course
And they saved a testicle.
Oh fuck.
They pulled him out onto the stage and shit.
Oh, we only have one tomorrow.
And you know they're gonna schedule us the same. So first
Yeah.
session is at 6 a.m. You don't have, or they're gonna
Oh no,
have the same
first session tomorrow is like another 2 o'clock one.
Oh, I hope they fucking have us in late. I know.
Oh, okay, we got more the 22nd.
20 seconds our meeting day.
No, it's 2. An 8 to 12 and then a 2 to 5:55.
2 sessions, huh? Okay.
23rd.
2 sessions a day, give or take. 1.
23rd's 2 as well.
How long is this running to?
24th.
24. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. And then we're striking out the 24th. We have won the 24th, so we're actually done the 24th till at 11. 11 a.m.
11, and then we strike after that? Dude, we're gonna be here till fucking midnight.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, no, 11 a.m.
That sucks, though. That's gonna be a long fucking strike. It's the entire hotel, or the entire fucking thing.
Yeah, dude. It's gonna be,
Yeah.
It's gonna be really interesting.
It's gonna be a marathon. And it'll be day 6 for me, so that's cool.
Yep.
A lot of people day 7. Shit. Hell yeah.
I think it's 6 for me because I started yesterday.
Save 7th day for the old timers.
Yeah.
We'll get there. When did you start working with
2019.
us?
Yeah.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah, I know, right?
And then you were just starting to get excited about the money and shit, and the gigs starting to roll in a little
I was
more
like
and more.
just getting settled, and then it was like,
Yeah, and yeah, your career was
we don't have
taken away.
shit.
Snatched.
I had to go do other stuff.
Yeah, my plant A and B were taken away. I've been a busser and fucking barback and food runner since I was 16, and then I got into here.
Yeah.
You know, so I really had to figure it out.
Oh yeah,
I
man.
applied at a shipyard, and I was like, yeah, I know how to rig, because they trained me like 2019, the summer before the pandemic, they trained me, but I was just pulling for people, you know, and one or two ballroom rigging gigs.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was so full of shit. But yeah, luckily they were patient with me. They taught me how to rig, you know, their way,
Shit.
which is completely different. Like all the shit that they were doing was illegal here. Illegal, all of it. Or they use their shackles backwards because they got to swing and stuff. So the shackle has the bell on top because you got to put two hooks on it at some point. So there's like straps like pulling the shackle apart the way they wrap it. But I came to find out shackles have six times the breaking strength of what the working load limit is.
Oh, what?
Yeah, not a lot of people know that shit, but these riggers, they don't, I don't know if they know that, but they know they can push the shackles way beyond the fucking working load limit. They'll be like, you guys are gonna break that thing. They're like, I've never seen that shit happen. Watch this out. And they're like lifting fucking 10,000 pounds with a shackle on its side and shit off the edge of the fucking the thing. I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys, I'm gonna stand back.
Oh fuck.
They do some sketchy shit.
Where is the shipyard down here?
Yeah, right here.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I worked for a private contractor that sends you out to different spots. So there's Navy bases and there's
Oh wow.
NASCO, and then another one that's right next door to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just yank out little parts, but even a little part that's like the size of this thing weighs like fucking 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
So you still gotta hoist it through the stairways and shit like that.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah. It was a shitty job, but it was fun. It was fun playing geometry puzzles. Like, they'd be like, we gotta pull it this way. No, we gotta pull it like that from this angle, and then we'll find out who's the idiot when you destroy something in the ship.
Man.
It was fun.
Yeah, I just worked in a warehouse. I don't know.
It was much less stress than this to me, actually.
It's a time crunch.
Yeah. I'll start feeling the squeeze in about 20 minutes. I also feel like we should have had some random early birds just like plant at this point. People always show up early as fuck. Yeah. Especially old people. That's just probably gonna be a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Bravo, come back, please repeat. I need B9 batteries for 28 Bravo.
What are B9 batteries?
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
They need batteries in 28 Bravo.
B9.
Oh, 9-volt maybe?
Yeah, I don't know how.
B9,
V9, Volt 9 batteries.
You don't hear that every day. I didn't know we were using 9-volt batteries on this show.
That's what I was just trying to. Yeah, I was trying to think.
I don't even know what they're in for.
Like what? Yeah, what? What the fuck takes a brick battery? That we use?
Send them up to the new side.
Okay. Greg, how's everything on your end? How's everything on your
I
end?
can't get my iPad to talk to the stupid QSC, but everything else is fine.
Okay.
I've done it 1,000 times, but it's not working now all of a sudden. Maybe the firmware is not allowing me to do it. I
Have
don't
you
know.
tried turning it off and on again?
The mixer?
With
No.
your iPad.
Yeah, I don't want to do that yet.
It's crazy how that shit works more often than I than I thought it was possible. Hmm. Why are you doing this?
I'm not gonna lie, I really thought we were gonna have far more meetings per day.
Yeah, I did too, actually. Especially starting so early.
But I guess
They're
once
bulky.
they're just long fucking meetings.
Yeah.
So
Like,
it sounds like they're just talking for a while.
I don't understand why they would even want to try to have a meeting 3 hours long and shit. Like,
I think it's just more lectures, really.
yeah.
Because like on most of the more scientific shows, it seems like that's what they do.
Yeah.
Is they'll do like a topical lecture. Like the photonics stuff is always like that.
This is basically just like, or all these conventions are just like all these people updating each other up on, like they're just putting each other up on game. They're like, oh, this is what I fucking found out. You know?
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool though, where like the doctors and surgeons, like I remember this urologist, there's like, legs that don't grow equally.
Mm-hmm.
This dude actually deliberately broke a dude's leg and stuck some rebar, or the equivalent of some rebar in there.
Yeah.
And the bone fused together, met in the middle somewhere of that rebar. So he was like hella bragging about it. He's like, yo, so I found a new way to fucking correct this shit for this and that. And it's like this Japanese dude.
That's cool.
But yeah, it's like they're just like updating each other on what
the fuck they do.
what's possible and shit. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. I'll take something like this over one of those legal shows or some shit any day.
Yeah. I just did some like retirement trust bullshit one.
Oh yeah, you were over at the
Oh yeah, Hyatt?
yeah,
No. Yeah, that was it.
the one way over on the other side.
Yeah.
Dude, that show was so stupid.
It was such a shit show. They were bleeding out labor like crazy.
It was weird. I think I sat for like 3 hours that day.
With
waiting.
Where Greg was, right?
Yeah.
Outside that area.
Yeah.
That was nuts. That's where I felt I was doing something wrong. It was 8 hours until they asked me to do anything at all.
Oh shit.
Like,
See, I only had like a 3 hour gap before.
I thought they were gonna cut me. Like when they called me up, it was like 8 hours or like 8 hours and change. I'm like, all right, well they finally realized they're stupid enough. They realized that they've been stupid. So
that was the funny thing is for us it was a 5,
yeah.
but we got there, or by the time we got around, our like literal only room we had to do that day was ending at 5:05, and they were like, do you guys like, can we just take the meal pen, like we'll just do it so we can knock it out and leave. And I think Greg finally, like, it took a little bit, but I think he had to convince them to be like, it's stupid to have these people leave right now. Like,
yeah, leave for the.
What do you want to do, a 30 and then have them just immediately strike the room, or do you want to just strike the room?
Also, they can't feed you. They'd have to straight give you cash. That dude Tim would have to give
Exactly.
you cash
It
to
was like, no,
eat something.
that was dumb.
Yeah.
So I'm glad it ended up just being that, but then like, and then they had us hauling all that shit to that one ballroom.
And then all of it got rearranged somewhere else.
Exactly.
They're like, oh yeah, we have to hide all this stuff. We can't have it back here.
So weird.
Dude, and then next thing you know, shit's getting consolidated to one room and then consolidated to another. So there's like shit from 7, 8 different rooms getting pushed to two different spots.
It was the point where I was like, what are we doing with all this? And Chris is just like, I don't know, man. They're gonna sort it later. Like,
yeah, it was
an interesting one. Greg seemed very, yeah, dude. He had a lot to figure out. He was just walking around the whole time.
He was trying to put up the fires for Tim or with Tim and shit.
Yeah, man.
Just to help him out, but that dude was just not ready for the event. Or the company wasn't or something. They didn't give us anything. This dude, also Tim was just saying yes to everything, and then we'd come up, we'd realize we don't have enough of fucking, at some point, anything. We're over here making fucking 20-foot runs of, power with 100-foot cables. It's fucking nuts. Kind of like how right now, like I remember at the end of the day, I'm handing people 50-foot HDMIs to do these little short runs.
Because they didn't send enough. Even I was trying to find shorties, and I found like 3 or 4 of the like maybe 10s, and then everything else was a 15 or above, and I was just like, this is stupid, but okay.
Yeah.
I literally can't find any more cable.
And there really wasn't, like, Pete maintained a super clean and efficient boneyard area.
Shit. It was to the point where there were more empty caddies than I expected.
Yeah. Maybe there is a meeting.
I would think so.
Looks like, and now I believe there is. Also, John didn't come back, so.
Yeah, I have a feeling that means
there's probably a typo on his paperwork. Hey, good morning.
We're giving a presentation on the actual laptop there.
Mhm.
I have my presentation on a USB.
Okay.
So that's fine, just like plug in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can plug it right into the laptop, and then pull it up, and then we'll be able to see it on that screen. Yeah, feel free to go ahead and get started whenever you feel like it.
Yeah.
Alright, 'cause I was here for you.
No, I appreciate
You know
it.
what I mean? It's just a grade. You guys have batteries?
Yeah, we do have some double A's. I do have an issue though. So this Playback Pro, homeboy,
Keeps dying?
Hmm?
Does it just die on its own?
Nah,
It's not
so
working at all.
I'm not getting any video feed, but the audio feed went through, and whoever installed this, whoever threw this on, he took off before even confirming the video. This is supposed to be playing over here, right? Because this is my preview. So, but I'm getting nothing. I'm getting nothing.
Oh, that's just that.
That's, you need the DI?
You get tape, right?
Yeah, so it's on, so now we're back on the
That's the
lectern.
lectern.
Try closing out. Try closing out, restarting Playback Pro.
I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? Oops. Open with. Quick stop on. Where's the Playback Pro?
Oh,
That was it. It was
Just right here. Just
yeah.
open show. Open last show file.
Yeah.
Aspect ratio has changed. That's not good. So this is it right here, right? Loop.
Yeah, that's what you should have that on screen.
Right now, right? Yeah. Nothing's playing.
Right here.
So I hit tape. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's playing. But yeah, I'm not getting nothing. And then Greg, the audio is still running through the.
yeah, we confirmed that last night.
I confirm, and I tried to get the, there's no air gap here on HDMI. I just plugged into HDMI 2.
Are you seeing the Mac at all?
The Mac?
The Mac, yeah.
No, I have not at all. I did check check the inputs. Let's see, input, HDMI, fucking HDMI 2. Input status, no. Auto set the input. HDMI settings. I was trying to auto set plug. I eventually auto set the plug, but nothing happened. Nothing changed. I mean, I could try that again.
What was that? 2.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's a massive, it's that big coil. Had a 50-footer to do a 2-foot run.
I'm gonna,
So, I mean,
you haven't seen it online?
no, I have not at all. I was waiting around for someone to, do the thing, and then at some point I realized the video wasn't playing, and then John Barnett came in and he told us that maybe we don't even have a session till the afternoon. So I decided not to worry about it until about now. It looks like there is a meeting.
I'm gonna grab you another HDMI really quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's because everything seems to be all right. Hi, good morning.
Can you help us understand how this is going to work with the hybrid session? I'm supposed to be moderating this session, and I don't. I'm not sure how to.
Well, this is for you.
Okay, great.
So we have this meeting right here. This is for this morning's meeting. So I haven't clicked on it yet, but that little orange button, after that, it should give you some instruction that you'll be familiar with.
Okay. Yeah, I looked at that Dropbox.
Yeah. So maybe that'll shed some light on what to do with the
Okay.
processes.
Great.
All right, let's do a dirty run. Hey, at least you got it done. I did.
Oh, you got it?
All right, look at that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just been so long since I've done it.
stupid thing.
I bet since the.
Oh, dude,
four
I
times?
haven't. It's been so long. I deleted the QSC things from my iPad. That's how long it's been
Yeah,
used. So
I
I had to
bet.
re-download it last night.
Is this it right here?
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Is this the new one or the?
That's the new one that you just brought
Okay.
up.
Where's the old one? There you go.
The old one is this one. It's a big fat coil, I think. So it should be HDMI 2 that's on it.
Yeah, you should be good to go.
I still have nothing on mine. There's still nothing up on the thing.
That's unusual.
So it's not.
I thought maybe is the playback probe getting sent through the Zoom?
Yeah, I was gonna.
So
say.
maybe you have to be on the Zoom computer for it to work through the
But then I would have.
switcher.
I'd be on the picture-to-picture.
Yeah.
It would have the camera.
I'm
PvP.
I'm just shooting, spitballing ideas, bro. I'm audio.
Appreciate you.
Hey, don't get offended now. We're just saying, no, that's not Peter Street.
Yeah. I'm just giving you ideas. That's
All
all.
I do is audio, dog.
I'll give you help. Don't blame
What
me.
the hell just
What is
happened?
blaming you?
Now this thing
I'm
blocked
talking
off.
to this guy. You're going.
But I'm hearing.
Hold on, now my
Don't
computer just
blame,
blocked
nobody's
off.
blaming you.
I was told you would not be listening to me at all today.
Don't let nobody tell you that. I'm
Okay.
always listening. May not pay attention.
Not hearing you. Sorry. You're right. You're absolutely right, sir.
Okay, so. Still
What I meant to
nothing.
say is I have no idea.
So yeah, we got
Well,
the
hey.
screen.
I feel good with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you got a good crew.
Hopefully, we'll be the least tanky
It's
group
not,
that you
the
guys have.
problem is them.
Oh,
It's not
I saw that
us.
talk this morning.
We're just two guys in the rooms that didn't teach them how any of it worked.
But they understand how it works. That's what the
And then
whole
this morning,
mixed up
even
setup.
explaining, he was so vague.
I'm like, I
He
know how to.
explaining it like everybody else did what they did. Nobody knows what you're talking
I
about.
know how to talk to one person on Zoom, not moderate a whole fucking
Yeah,
conference.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like you don't.
Nobody said anything, so we have no
And the
idea.
way that they're explaining it, he's explaining it like you have some knowledge as to what's going on.
The login thing was, I was just expecting a username and a password, but we're directly joining the meetings. We're not actually fully logging in is my thing.
He didn't explain it. Like,
No,
that's what I
because
mean.
it made it sound like it was a full
That's
login.
what I kept saying. When he was saying it this morning, I'm like, that's so damn vague.
And also, reason
But
I
you
want
don't have to explain a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
You're explaining that like they know what you're talking about.
No, that's the thing is it was even easier than he was making it out to be because they preset what the join
Oh,
is.
the audio's no, it's still there.
It's just the password. That's all you have to
So it
enter.
seems like the hardware is working.
Exactly.
So Shannon,
It must
do
be
you
a
have
program.
any sort of workarounds for what he's going through here?
No,
Do you think it's a
like
computer?
literally.
Do you think maybe we have a bad dongle dangle?
He already swapped it out, and he
Which is weird because we saw, when I called you last night, we were watching the Playback Pro on there and on the screen.
So
So
something else going on. I don't know if it's an HTTP problem.
So,
should HTTP be turned off for the Mac?
should I try that? Input or output?
You want input for the whichever one the Mac is on.
Inputs. Input HDMI 2. I should do HDMI settings. HDCP enable? Oh shit, that might be it.
Well, now you got a blue screen.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let me switch back and forth.
It's weird. It's
So
doing
this
something weird.
should have this right here, full screen, right?
yeah.
It should be full screened on there.
I would think turning DHCP off would be what you need, but it was already off, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly.
But when you did it, it did change something on the screen, so I wonder if that's protected content or something? Which is weird because we saw it last night.
Edit? Edit don't do shit. I'll disable that.
Okay.
Here's the concern. You want to go home and this to work? The other rooms are real. Thanks, man. Those are the guys.
There are a handful of people
And it's not too bad.
they're just like theater cards.
Yeah, that's or they're arena guy, you know, and it's a great opportunity. They have no idea.
Yeah, they're like, it's
and
good
now
enough.
they're figuring it out.
They realize that, yeah, why
They're like,
it's,
oh yeah, that classroom. What class are you talking about?
Yeah, so
Well,
they're like,
you know, your login's like, what are you fucking talking about? We didn't usually they have a session with all of us in it where they take all the operations and run them piece by piece what they're supposed to So you
They,
can
they,
ask questions.
they
and take
tried to
notes.
do that.
Did you take the
Groups
class for
of
that
10.
though?
No, I was working.
So we
Dude,
had
that
a
sucks.
class set, but it wasn't specific to this show.
Well,
so
also,
really-
I won't even lie to you. This is easy. This part
Yeah.
is
No, it's the Zoom part that everyone's scared of.
apply. Like,
Dude, it's the Zoom part that scares everybody because nobody knows what's going on with Zoom. It's always different every single time.
Yeah. At least now I know how to patch the audio for Zoom. That was yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hey, John didn't come back, so it's
No, he
like just
backed way off.
yeah.
We'll see what happens.
I think there's probably a typo on their part.
Good morning.
But
it's gonna be tough, guys. So let's try, at least try to support each other as
like I
best we
thought they
can.
were. The chemists don't look like I thought they were.
no.
But if we can't get the Playback Pro to work,
I should
that's
have
the
got. I should
problem.
pay more attention to this.
Do you have any other dongles? Do you have a dongle personally? Because I
No.
have one, but it's in my car in my other bag I left in my car.
Nah,
And it doesn't have a USB on it, so you'd be screwed anyway. But
Yeah, I need to redo my like actual AV.
when you
tool
hit
bag.
that switch, you did get a flicker on the screen and went blue. So it's seeing something. It's
Yeah.
just not, I don't know if that's protected content or what.
Yeah, but the audio going through leads me to believe that like we did everything right on our end. If
Well,
there's anything to
we
do,
saw
it's
it last night
Yeah.
on the screen. You did. Yeah, we did when you were in the room, when you weren't here.
shit. That
So
sucks.
it was working.
That sucks. So yeah, it's the
I'm pretty sure we saw it, didn't we? I know we opened it up.
it's the AV gods fucking with us.
I think
So
yeah.
Yeah, we opened it up. So I mean, I saw
Because
it.
we
everything.
for sure confirmed audio for you.
Yeah, and we saw it on the thing because we switched between it. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I know not. Maybe it's these giant apps, these are HDMI cables that are the problem. You should make the cable like 500. Oh look, now it's playing here.
yeah, but that's because it's no longer.
So go to Zoom.
It's not.
Go to your Zoom. Your
I-
Zoom
I don't
input
know.
on there.
No, because this is the Zoom
Oh,
input.
so you're not seeing it over there. Well, why did it change on here by itself like that?
Because you think you unplugged something.
No.
You didn't touch on it?
No.
Well, it thinks you unplugged something.
Well, then it's the dongle that's your problem then, because the dongle, if you touch it and it changes,
Yeah.
it's a bad dongle.
All the dongles are.
Are there any other USB-C ports on that
I
side?
don't believe so.
No.
There is not.
Well, that's convenient.
Because you have to redo that, so that's what happens like whenever I unplug anything. So,
So you might have to check your monitors and still make sure you're shooting out a monitor.
oh right.
But go to your input on there
I
first.
still have it right here.
You know what I mean?
Still nothing. Giving me nothing. And that's my preview for Zoom. Zoom's there. Yeah.
My theory that I thought was that the Playback Pro was going through Zoom and you were taking Zoom to the screen and Playback Pro was going to be playing through Zoom. So you can see, Zoom's very confusing and the fact that no one has a standard way to do it is really what pisses me off.
And I think that's
Everyone
what.
does it 100% different. Everyone.
Yeah, and then that's what we're stumbling through because I mean this is gonna be the way of the world from here on out.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
think
I'm
this year's
hoping
the first-
from here on out, they can figure out one more way that works and that's uniform, so we can just do the same setup every time and have to stop having to relearn what we want to learn. It's just dumb.
It'll take a few months. Probably by this time next year, we'll probably have some sort of standardized like routine. But it is.
Can you go to display settings in the bottom corner?
That's
Hold on.
built-in retina display.
And what's the other one?
Midra series. I'm not sure what that is.
Click on that.
I think that's just a change.
Isn't the Midra series that monitor you're going into?
LG?
The LG one.
Because this is the built-in Retina display, and that is what your other display that you're going to, right?
Which would be this one.
Is
Yes.
that the dongle? Is that like
That's
the
what I'm
dongle?
thinking it is.
So what it?
You're at the right thing. I'm just checking it. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hit done.
Switch to this one.
You're already there. But they're
No,
different.
I was here.
No, I meant
Oh,
just
yeah.
hit done on the thing. If you were just
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it doesn't change anything.
no, because those are your two monitors, right? It's all.
Yeah, there's some sort of
Is there other display settings in Playback Pro?
in the Playback Pro. Windows. Move to Midra series.
Oh no,
Hit the
you
switch.
want to do that.
Uh-oh.
Switch.
I don't know where the fuck that is.
I fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Well, that sucks.
Here, okay.
Let's trash it.
No, go back to right click Playback Pro, and then go to options. Never mind, go show all windows. Try that. Because you need to get it back to the correct screen.
Show all windows. Oh shit, dude. That sucks. Whoa, I fucked that up.
Just close it and reopen it.
Yeah. Is this lady uploading slides right now? Probably. This is not good.
Well, at least we all had 3 hours of sleep.
I know, exactly.
Yeah, that's part about everything.
But when you right click on it and go to options, does it give you an open with?
Nope. Why won't it like close it?
Sure. So big no can do. Fuck man, why did I hit that shit?
Because we're freaking lost and no one's helping us.
They told me that.
So do we have any
If anybody is not able,
What's happening?
let us know so we can assist
Well, I
you
accidentally.
to get to that
I need
step.
Back off.
So.
We're on an other issue. Go ahead.
Issue.
Repeat that one more time.
So.
Push video loop to the screen if you are ready.
So
We go
the
live
video,
in about 5
the
minutes.
playback loop, we're not getting any video feedback, but or the audio is spitting out audio, not spitting out video. I'm trying to figure out how to get that to come out. Yeah.
So it's just this playback?
What I just figured right now is I hit switch to mid series, so now I have to do the switch to display series and see the window on that second.
We need a thumb drive delivered to 6C.
I did turn it. I believe I did.
Turn it back off.
Question about, is there anything in particular they need to do to make sure that in-person presentations are broadcast to people online?
No, I don't believe so.
Like if they just play it on there, they should, people online will be
It
able to
will
see
be
it?
filmed.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
So until it shows up on the program now, huh?
Oh,
So you're not even in the back room right now, the background.
if you play it out right, it works perfectly. It's that new deodorant.
Oh, you had it.
Do we have internet?
But we lost it.
Yeah, because
Oh,
So how did he get it back on the screen?
One cat sits. Oh yeah. I'll just know not to do that ever
Just
again.
wanted to last minute check. Are there any outstanding live stream issues or anybody not streaming right now?
Should this be going to volume right now?
No, we're not live yet.
They said to go live on the radio.
Can't do it if you don't have the loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Hartman was walking around.
I wasn't here though.
Yeah, Mark
You guys
Hartman.
crazy, so the
Like
audio,
that.
the audio's playing.
No, he already showed up.
Well, they finally got it. And the game was forward.
And then it gets higher.
You've been calling for a little while?
No. Called in around 7:30.
A while ago, but it sounded like there was a lot of calling.
It was, dude, this sucks.
Since I don't have a mic, should I just?
Do you have any
tap
extra
them
dongles,
mostly?
I think
John?
it's that dongle. is what I'm
Do you have
Or
another
it's the
dongle?
USB-C port on the actual Mac. Is going back.
Oh, that would suck.
We're not even getting the background.
Everything else is working really good though. That's the only issue I had.
Yeah. Right there.
Damn it. What happened? That was close.
It was. What?
Make it work.
Can't make it do something it doesn't want to do.
That's your job as the lead. to make it work.
There we
Like
go.
last night with
Just
your-
like that.
Just like with your boy last night.
Just like that.
Yeah, just shook last
Yeah,
night.
I
You were
do
like,
somewhere.
"Shit,
It's in my backpack.
he's gonna hit me.
Yeah,
No, you know why I called you? Because you wanted to see him.
I
That's
know,
all.
I know. Trust me. But
I got a sharp
I'm
Start
gonna
to
have
load
fun
on the
with it.
server.
I was in the.
You guys
You're
mind
good.
if I-
I was in the middle. Hey, I was in the middle of checking him when you got there.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome, thank you.
Right here in the front of this, let me shoot copy this right here. Where that is right there?
Yeah.
Right there, right there.
John Barnett.
Yeah, Jay Barnett.
Where's my
I'm
shirt?
gonna get that back from you.
Alright.
Andrew Stokes, you.
Like steal someone's shit.
No.
Oh
You
shit.
fucking tried to kill me yesterday.
What?
Yeah. Right here on site.
Why?
I told them where to go.
What the hell? He's such a weirdo. I like to think he's a nice kid, but then he like he stole like someone's iPhone charger, like it was Jenny's iPhone charger when she just walked away, and he was like striking the tag table like it's obviously someone's personal belongings.
No, like we were having a all day yesterday. Paul went to go help them, and he HDMI screw-in tops.
Uh-huh.
He was trying to screw one in, but he was trying to unscrew like screws out of the DA to put it in. So like to loosen all the internal components, he was just like, "Oh, I'm just gonna screw it in." We were like, "Don't do that." Paul was like, "Here, just hand it to me." And Paul grabs one end of it, and he won't like he pulls back on it like, "This is my room. What are you doing in here?" Paul's like, "I'm the video lead, like, for the building."
So
With
like
the cable.
I'm in charge
And he's
of you,
like,
kind of.
No, this is my cable.
What the hell?
And so
one of
Paul
our
took
guys?
his knife. He goes, "Get out of here." And then he goes, and as Paul was leaving, he goes like, "Yeah, you bring a knife in here at me?" I was like, "What?" So yeah, I picked on Paul. And then later in the day, I told everybody, like, what I told him. I was like, "I'm gonna go to all the rooms. If you're in your room, I'm gonna kick you out and make you go build in." I found him in his room, kicked him out. He went 2 doors down, like right in front of me. And I went into that room, like, I checked the next room, he was in there. I told you to go find my parents and build rooms. I told him where to go.
Yeah.
And I left that room, I told somebody to put a camera in. So Dale went down, got a camera, came up, put in the camera. He knows there was a camera, so he took his time to go downstairs, grabbed another camera, came upstairs, saw the camera that Dale installed, and checked and set, was approved, took out Dale's camera, and installed the one that he brought upstairs and set. Same model,
What the
same
hell?
everything, but he wanted to install his camera. So he installed that camera.
Because he's gonna be a camera operator or what?
No.
What the hell?
It was just weird.
So then I went, Andrew Stokes.
Oh, yeah.
Frosted tips.
So I went down, and I found him in there, and I was like, "Dude, I told you to go down there. This is it. Go down to that room." So I follow around, and I find him 28A because he was hanging out with Jimmy G, and he just wanted to hang out with Jimmy G. And I was like, "Dude, okay, fine." And I called Dave. So Dave sent down to you. And I was like, "Go see Dave Burnett." Like, no, that's it. Go see Dave Burnett.
Yeah.
He got out of the room.
You can roll the loop in here for the walk-in. Attendees are starting to log in, so we want to play that playback pro loop.
You want that in-house
So what
audio
do we
as
need?
well?
The playback pro loop.
Copy that, thank you.
You got to be careful because you're streaming her live to all the attendees yet, and we're not ready to stream her live. So we need to play the playback pro
On your
loop.
side.
It needs to be played.
Okay, so stop that video.
Pause the video.
There's a video loop that you have.
Okay, so that's not it.
No, we need to
Stop it. And end that video. End all right now.
And
There's a call from Bo.
so this is what someone dropped off just now.
All right, open it up. I don't know what's in it.
It is this. It
No,
is that.
no. Open up 7A.
Okay.
That's the
This is for the playback pro for 2 days from now.
Okay.
Oh, that is the same one.
All right. So
Is there another video on there anywhere?
This one here, yeah, this one that this person
No,
dropped
it should
off.
just be a little loop.
yeah, there's no.
So this one, I can drag in here, and then.
That is
oh,
it.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, cool.
Okay.
We did it.
And if you want to make sure they're working and everything, you can just put on preview for a laptop and stuff like that. So,
And then just to confirm, if it's just someone presenting from here, I'm not really doing anything with Zoom at that
no,
point, right?
well, you just got to make sure whatever you're displaying here
Yes.
is right now, because right now you're displaying a 70-30 of this.
Which, for, okay.
You want to make sure, look at this window at all times.
Yeah.
This is what everyone in the world's going to see.
Okay.
So if you're unclear, go to full screen graphic.
Okay.
if you're good and she's presenting in here and you feel comfortable now, this is your preview. You can either hit that, it'll take it, or whatever's here, or you can hit apply and it'll take it.
Okay, I just want to make sure because if it's a presenter in here to a Zoom audience, they just want to be able to see the 70/30 of it, right?
I'm sorry.
If it's a live presenter for a Zoom audience, they want the 70/30 more
Yeah,
often.
so it's not the Zoom audience, it's a streamed audience. So you're not doing anything with the Zoom computers.
Got it.
Yeah, think it is two different models.
Copy. Okay.
This is all the attendees, and then just leave it on full screen.
So that's why they
graphic for
just
now.
want the graphics
And then
and that.
what
Okay.
you want to stream, if they're, because like the 70/30 in Zoom will take care of itself. So it's
Yeah.
two different 70/30s.
Okay.
This 70/30 will never go to the screen. Zoom 70/30 will. Graphics, live, preview.
Yeah, so that'll literally just be if we have people watching the stream for that. Which yes,
So-
got it. Okay.
If you ever start getting nervous, just make sure that that is live, and then there should be a blinking blue light somewhere. Is that, yeah, so there you go, so you're streaming. Sometimes it's a lead one, so depending on the mod.
All right. Awesome.
But yeah, and you'll see this one is streaming, this one is not, so this is the one you need to concentrate
So they
on.
will need to record on both main and back, correct?
Don't worry about recording
Yeah, I think that because that's all remoted, right?
Digital, the other company that we're streaming to, is recording. We are not responsible for any recording.
Copy that.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Even better.
Oh, that's right.
You guys good?
Yeah, I believe so.
Think so?
Oh, yeah, I know so.
That's more positive.
We're gonna be great.
I know so.
But I wanted to hear the end of the Andrew
I
story.
wanna make it feel nice and warm and fuzzy
Did
inside.
he tell you the end of the story? Or did he get interrupted and stop?
No, he didn't get interrupted with sound, because he was just, that's when any stuff turned around after I dismissed him and Paul left.
Oh, okay, so
And said, what?
I didn't know.
And said,
Stokes, I thought it was some big crazy freaking guy. Stokes. You shouldn't be starting fights anyway.
Stokes is like Stokes is like, I don't know, I think he's like on, like, uppers. Yeah, I think he does feels like uppers, because he does get like, he's really chill, but high energy. But that sounds like a come down to me.
Is that someone we normally work with?
He acts like a dude that's coke, ran out of coke.
Yes, exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Or he did enough coke at one point that now he's permanently on the high ran out of coke attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you do coke for long enough, that attitude will stay with you even when you stop doing
Yeah,
coke.
Victor Salazar, he still seems like he's on coke, but he
Who
swears
the
he's
hell is
clean.
that guy?
He swears he's clean. I don't believe him.
I thought he was a heroin addict.
No, he's on uppers. I can tell he's always just,
But I'm thinking of a different Victor.
but yeah, it's freaking.
I'm trying to say some of our guys do drugs.
No way. You know how to do it.
I only do drugs if I'm
But yeah, he's-
a really, really, really challenging person. And you guys are fine, so I didn't need to do it. My only drug right now is lack of sleep and coffee.
No, yeah.
And they're both pretty powerful drugs.
Sleep deprivation is a hell of a drug, man. Let me
Oh,
tell you,
yeah.
when the delirium
Some of my
sets in,
hallucinations.
it gets nuts. Shit gets wild.
Dude, I had crazy dreams last. I woke up 3 times with just insane, not like bad dreams, just insane vivid dreams. I kept waking up and like part of one of my dreams was like in every dream, my alarm went off. Every single dream. That's how my dreams ended. My alarm didn't go off. It was just in my dream.
Yeah,
So I wake up and oh, I'm late for work and dude, it's 2 in the morning. My alarm isn't set to 3:45. What's going on? What's up?
I'm just waiting for them to get started, or look like they're trying to get
I don't
started.
even know when we are starting.
It's supposed to be 8
Oh, you have a
a.m.
schedule.
8 a.m., which is any minute now. So right here, it says that 3 people are not available,
Oh, let me tell her that. She doesn't know that.
and everyone else.
We're missed, so 3 people are recorded as not available?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, shit, she's supposed to know.
Let me take this. I'm not gonna give it to her. I'm gonna just make sure she has this.
Yeah, so the top 10 names, if you look far enough to the right, they say 8 a.m. I want to say it's 10. Yeah, there's the 10. The third row, it says not available. Is it just me? Is he talking loud as fuck? I wanted to tell him, like, yeah, man, library voices. The show's about to start, or whatever the fuck. Loud. Yeah, I think he. He's quite a character. Oh, man.
I don't fully know. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Oh, but yeah, but Stokes is a younger dude. He seems like he's like in his mid to late 20s. Like got frosted tips. Kind of looks like a surfer dude. Big toothy smile. Super high energy. Usually fucking steps on all the people's work. Does a little too much. Because like you kind of have to chill a little bit. On the load ins, people try to kind of go at an even pace to ensure the 8 hour day. And this dude.
They're starting, so she didn't have this, but one of the people that's listed as no-show is sitting right there.
Okay.
So
cool.
Obviously, that's not exactly accurate.
Alrighty then. So we can get going.
But she appreciated it.
Here's my thing. I don't know who's telling us to switch or take it or, like calling it
I'm just
essentially.
I think I'm just gonna have to wing it.
I think so.
What sucks, I would have loved to have this on the other side so I can actually see the people.
I think we're good to swap.
Hi everyone, welcome to ACS. My name is Diego Reina. The first speaker here will be Alejandro Gomez Torres.
Should I swap to the 30-60 or 70-30? Should I swap to the 70-30?
Good morning,
I thought
everyone.
we never would.
I'm happy to be here today and be able to share some of our more recent titanium-based synthesis, specifically using low-radium titanium synthesis. And so titanium is
I didn't do any of that. I also forgot to check. Just hit the arrow key. Right? Yeah. There's troubleshooting. There's a 3 ways to wants to say.
Alright, sorry for that. Titanium is a very precision metal, and as other elements of this group, it is an abundant non-toxic metal. Its chemistry has been traditionally characterized by the higher oxidation state of titanium, which is +4, and this has really shaped its use in functional synthesis. A good example of this is the use of Kevis reagent in the generation of methylates from carbonyl compounds. On the other side of the spectrum, then, we can find the lower oxidation states of titanium. This is +2 and below. And these discrete and low oxidation syntheses are highly reducing molecules that then this reducing power can be used or taken advantage of to promote a specific chemical transformation. This is challenging chemistry due to the lack of stability of the species, but if you want to learn more about it, we have just recently published a feature article that reviews this chemistry. So there's a gap in between the lower and higher oxidation states that requires a lot more research work. And this is the synthesis or the development of complexes or systems that could facilitate Linux society to reverse functional electron cycling in between the lower and higher oxidation. And so a very elegant example of a system that invokes this type of reactivity is this catalytic system synthesized by the laboratory of Professor Thomas and his research group. They use simple titanium core halides and amido halides to promote catalytic synthesis of substituted pyrroles from alkanes and diacetyl. And in this catalytic cycle, they propose low-valence titanium intermediates. However, this intermediates have in our own group, then we have taken advantage of the serine mass titanium complexes to perform reversible flow electron chemistry. And to do so, we have been using this deep mass species, which is formally titanium +4, but has been reduced by 2 electrons. It's synthesized from the original titanium 4B triflate complex. And we have used or taken advantage of the reducing power of this molecule to perform transfer olefin hydrogenation catalysis, as well as discrete 1 and 2 electron transfer processes onto different substrates to synthesize a new set of titanium 3 and titanium 4 products. Moreover, and I think the more interesting result with this platform so far has been its use to perform reversible oxidative addition elimination for the thiophene carbon sulfur bond and complete thiophene hydrogen sulfurization for these terminal titanium sulfide and butane. We then later synthesized a different molecule with a very simple ligand framework variation that can perform different types of chemistry, and then it facilitates the catalytic arene hydrogenation of different arene molecules, both mono and polycyclic. So really what's the key feature of our titanium platforms and why we have been able to see this very rich chemistry is the fact that we have this metal arene interaction that facilitates the storage of the reducing equivalents. So taking advantage of this and knowing that most of the synthesis and chemistry that has been done with low-valent titanium silicon complexes and discrete titanium complex, low-valent titanium complexes is related to the +2 oxidation state, then we were motivated to synthesize more reduced titanium platforms and use those extra reducing equivalents to perform some reactivity studies. In that regard, we then utilize another complex that we had in our laboratory, which is a titanium-3 dimeric species, as the starting material to try to access these low-valent titanium complexes. As you can see, this platform has 2 metal centers and it supports only imidazoline intradental ligand, while in our previous platforms we use 2 different types of ligands, one monodentate and one bidentate, both supported by end donor atoms. So the molecular structure of this molecule shows a titanium-titanium bond length of 2.61 angstroms, and so despite these metal centers being titanium-3, this molecule is diamagnetic. If we reduce this species by 4 electrons using 4 equivalents of potassium graphite, then we access the desired product, which is this bimetallic reduced species, which exhibits 2 metal arene interactions. If we take a close look at the electronic structure, then we can see, the molecular structure, we can see a titanium-titanium separation that's more elongated than in the case of the starting material. There's no titanium-titanium bond. This species is problematic in solution access.
So whatever we're sending in here is what we're going up on the stream. So if you feel comfortable, it's good to hit apply. Go ahead and hit apply. And you'll see now this is what we're sending to the stream.
Okay, so this is a situation where I want to use the 70-30.
Right, because this is what the attendees are seeing. Yeah. This is what you do. So yeah, so that's sort of, yeah, no worries. And then when you want to go back to graphics, just go here and then just sort of switch between the two. If they don't have graphics, you can go to camera too. There's an option.
Okay.
You know.
So if it's just a live lecture, just go to camera.
Right, or they don't have any slides or anything, then hit that.
Okay.
Relatively low yields. That makes sense. If you look at the core, it looks very similar when compared to that of our titanium-1 silicon species. However, we have ether supported potassium atoms that are interacting with the reduced phenol-substituent as well. The molecular structure of this species is a little bit more complicated. We see significant elongation of the carbon-carbon bonds within the reduced ring. And we also see that the conformation is different, with 5 atoms remaining in the plane and 1 of them coming out of the plane with a deviation of 23.2 degrees. So it is hard to determine the reduction, the level of reduction of these ligands. If we assume it is dianionic, just as we have observed for the other 3 titanium species, low-valent titanium species, then this would be a formal 8-electron reduced complex, so an 8-electron reservoir that could potentially perform the chemistry of a titanium 0 synthetic. So in that regard, we wanted to then try to explore the electronic structure a little bit more, learn from it, and figure out to the degree of the paramagnetic behavior of these molecules. So we performed discrete magnetometry measurements, and here you can see in gray a plot of the effective magnetic moment versus temperature. We are not magnetism people, so we can only extract very simple information from these plots. In this case, we know the effective magnetic moment value of 2.94 magneton at room temperature is slightly larger than what you would expect for 2 titanium-3 interactive metal centers. And so there's something else going on in this molecule. And we also know that at lower temperatures it acts as a secret ground state. When we take a look at the other titanium synthon, the more reduced form of our titanium platform, then we observe, as expected, a higher effective magnetic moment at room temperature, which is surprisingly lower than what you would expect for 2 discrete titanium-2 metal centers that are interacting. And we also observed that it doesn't reach a singlet ground state. So we know this is our magnet. And we are currently working or collaborating with people who are magnetism experts, APR experts, and DFT experts so that they can help us understand the electronic structure of these 2 complicated molecules. However, what we can do is synthesis work. And so we perform very simple synthetic experiments to be able to evaluate the reactivity of these species and their ability to transfer 6 and 8 electrons onto different substrates. And so to do so, we selected a very simple substrate that is well known for accepting 2 electrons, cyclooctatetraene, and we observed when reacting our titanium-1 synthon with 3 equivalents of cyclooctatetraene, we access this new COT bridging molecule, which is paramagnetic in solution, which will mean not all 6 electrons were transferred, otherwise it would be titanium-4, and this would be a diamagnetic molecule. Further supporting this, we observe our effective magnetic moment of 2.45 temperature. In addition, we observed that when this molecule is left in THF solutions overnight, it releases 1 COT unit accessing a formal titanium-3 complex, which is of course paramagnetic. So all of these results suggest that the metal centers in this complex are titanium-3 for a formal 4-electron transfer of the titanium synthon onto the substrate. So this is not what we are expecting, right? And so we decided to evaluate a different substrate and see if in this case we could, the system could transfer completely the electrons that it has stored in the metal-air interactions. So we use elemental ASECT, adding 4 equivalents of this substrate to toluene solutions of our titanium-1 synthon, that results in the synthesis of 2 products, the major of which is this bridging imido complex. We can see that then there's also formation of a terminal imido, which results in a 6-electron transfer, but there's an active coordination site at the other metal center that then is filled by a weakly coordinating ASEC equivalent. So this is an example of a 6-electron transfer, but this reactivity is not very clean. We performed this reaction at low temperature, so we said, let's try to do it at room temperature and see if it looks cleaner or if it actually turns out to make more products, and if we can identify the minor products of this reaction. So when performed at room temperature, we actually access a completely different product, in which when we again have the titanium bridging imido core, but instead of having a terminal imido, there's a CH activation of a toluene, which is the solvent in which we perform this chemistry. The CH activation of one of the toluene CH bonds, and this hydrogen atom is transferred to the terminal imido, then forming an amido substituent. And we can corroborate that if we analyze the titanium nitrogen bond, which is equals to 1.91, 0.2 angstroms longer than it would be in a terminal imido modulus. This species is diamagnetic in solution, and after characterizing it, we observe that it is the minor product that is formed in the synthesis at low temperature. So what this is telling us is that the terminal imido complex is the kinetic product of this reaction, right? While the CH activated toluene molecule is the thermodynamic product of this reaction. And we can easily demonstrate that if we heat benzene solutions, or for that matter toluene solutions as well, of the kinetic product, we can eventually thermally induce internal CH activation of a solvent equivalent to access the respective thermodynamic part of this reaction. And CH thermally induced intermolecular CH activation is known for other titanium platforms as well. And last but not least, we decided to then test the reactivity using a pure A site to see if we were able to continue to promote the formation of these bridging imidos. What we observed was that in this case, 2 titanium units with terminal imido ligands are formed, and they are bridged by an N2 unit. Now, at this point, we don't know if this N2 unit that was activated, because this is N2 2 minus based on bond matrix and the diamagnetism observed in this molecule. So we don't know if this is an N2 equivalent from the atmosphere, because we do this chemistry in nitrogen drop boxes, or it creates an equivalent release by the activation of the A site. What we know is that this is a very interesting molecule. However, it can only be accessed at very low yields. This reactivity right here is very complicated. It yields a mixture of products from which we can only, or we so far have only been able to isolate these species. But this is again another demonstration that our titanium-1 synthan is capable of performing 6-electron transfer chemistry. And we explored a similar reactivity using the titanium-0 synthan. So when reacted with cyclooctatetraene for equivalence, we access this very complicated molecule. We can see all rings have been reduced by 2 electrons, which results in a formal 8-electron transfer. And when we do the same an analogous reaction using adamantyl azide, we access a bridging imido with a terminal titanium imido ligand. We also get 1 potassium atom sticking around and interacting with the other metal center, which has had an empty coordination site. This molecule displays a titanium bond length of, which is a ligand, a discrete bond with a bond length of equals to 2.84 angstroms, and it's diamagnetic in solution for an overall 8-electron transfer as well. So based on these, our new titanium platforms are demonstrated to be capable of performing 4-6 for the titanium-1 synthan and 8-electron transfer for the titanium-0 synthan, making this, to the best of our knowledge, the first examples of titanium-1 and 0 synthan species. And with that, well, I would like to thank my PI, the members of my group, our collaborators, and all of you for being here this morning. I'll be happy to take any questions you all may have.
Great, thank you, Alejandra. Are there any questions?
Hi, amazing presentation. I was just curious about the nitrogen nitrogen activated species that you had found. I was wondering if you had done any labeling studies in them in order to elucidate.
Yeah, that is a great idea. So we could do this chemistry under argon atmospheres, right? Or we could do labeling studies. We haven't done so far because at this point we were just interested in demonstrating the ability of these systems to transfer 6 and 8 electrons, but it's definitely something we can do in the future. It would be easier for us to do it under argon atmospheres, right?
Yeah, I can.
But yeah, it's definitely something we can do to try to figure out what the source of N2 is.
Thanks. I can understand why that's how it works, having worked with compound systems. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience here?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, in the CH activation with toluene, if you had any rationalization for why specifically the meta position was being selected over the...
That's a great question. This is something I did not mention, but we observed both in the molecular structure and by NMR that we actually have a mixture of isomers. So we have both the meta and the para activated molecules. And you can see that here in the molecular structure where I have refined 2 different positions for that methyl carbon. So we do get a mixture of products that by NMR looks to be 50-50. So the ratio seems to be 50-50.
Okay, great. All right, so everyone can join me in thanking Alejandra.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rashid Abiyankar. He'll be talking about investigating hydrogen activation with manganese-1 complexes, a journey toward designing improved manganese-based hydrogenation catalysts.
Hi, good morning to everyone, and thank you for being here. I'd like to talk about the work we have done in the lab regarding with manganese-1 dinuclear complexes and using them for hydrogen activation and subsequent catalytic studies on the platform. So I'm from the LACY lab in UB, and our interest focuses on the first-order transition metals and replacing second and third-order transition metals with first-order transition metals. And our focus is manganese, especially because of its high abundance. It's the third most abundant transition metal. It is biologically relevant in the sense that it is not toxic. So if you end up using it for drug synthesis in pharmaceutical industries, you are far less worried about removing the remnants of your catalyst. It should mimic the activity of ruthenium because it bears a diagonal relationship with ruthenium, and indeed it has been shown in the field that it does do that, and you can replace ruthenium catalysts with equal or just as efficient manganese-1 catalysts to engender the same kind of transformations. So that's kind of what drives us as a lab. And if we look at hydrogenations in manganese, especially since the 2016 report by Dr. Beller and Dr. Montella, there have been a lot of reports which use manganese-1 complexes for hydrogenation catalysis studies, and most of them have the structure in which it's a manganese-1 center bound by a PNP or a PNN ligand, which undergoes activation in the presence of a base and then activates hydrogen across the metal and the ligand to give a manganese-1 hydride. And this sort of activation is non-radical based and is generally termed as metal ligand cooperativity because the ligand is non-innocent and is participating in the reaction. And a lot of transformations have been enabled on this platform. But if you look at the commonalities between all of them involve an active manganese-1 hydride, which is mononuclear. It has supporting ancillary ligands, most likely carbonyls, and it also has supporting non-innocent ligands, which help in tuning the activity of the catalyst. So that got interested that basically pushes us towards our chemistry, and we saw that although there's been a resurgence in manganese-1 hydrogenations recently, this is not recent chemistry. It has been known for a long while. If we look at this example, Saka reported all the way back in 1989 that they could produce diphenylalsphylene using a dimanganese bridged hydride catalyst, 1, and it's not really been cited a lot of times, and we can perhaps understand why. The reactivities and selectivities are not that great, but that does show us that we have an entry point into this chemistry, and we can further the field by using such dinuclear catalysts. If you look at it, they are not entirely unstudied either. There's a rich coordination chemistry to such dinuclear catalysts and complexes, and a lot of studies have been done. They are relevant to our study. They are known to react with alkynes to give inserted species, and I'd like to draw your attention that the R groups on the alkyne are cis over here. So although I write DPA, others are also possible. And that interests us a lot because if we compare the two things, we can envision that this is a perhaps catalytically active species in the transformation that is shown, but that the ultimate main product is trans, which is unlike the stereochemistry in the inserted product. So all of this got interested. We have also added to the field recently, and we show that bisphosphoridole complexes can activate hydrogen, so that further pushes us to examine these platforms as hydrogenation catalysts. And our main goal was to study enable alkynes and hydrogenation, which is perhaps more trans-selective than the known example, and we wanted to explore the involvement of inserted species, and that brings us to our main goals. We wanted to make this reaction possible. We wanted to explore that having a dinuclear center, does it really change the chemistry? How does it affect or how does it enable us to access chemistry that is not yet known in the field, or how can we basically get new reactivity into the platform. We also wanted to address kind of juicier questions as to why does this platform actually work, what makes it tick, what are the mechanistic considerations, what is the catalyst speciation, are inserted species such as these indeed involved in the hydrogenation reactions, and most interestingly, what is the origin of the E-selectivity. And also, because we are seeing trans products, we wanted to see if we could, if radicals were involved, or whether everything was operated by a non-radical paths. So we went ahead, and if we actually look at a lot of the manganese 1 catalyst reports, we see that a lot of those manganese 1 complexes work better as catalysts if we have dialkyl phosphine substituents. And if we look at SAPA's report, they had a diphenyl phosphate bridge over there. So we thought that if we change it and make it into a dialkyl phosphate bridge, it might give us better reactivity. And we chose diisopropyl phosphine for our purposes. And we went ahead and made the 2 complexes, the phenyl version to test SAPA's own report, and our own diisopropyl system. And these are very nice complexes to work with. They're solids. They're very stable at room temperature. You could store them outside the glove boxes, so that's a nice thing. They start from commercially available starting materials, so you don't have a complex synthesis to get to your catalyst, which is a big plus because a lot of the catalysts that are reported require multi-step air-sensitive syntheses for their ligands, and the complexes themselves are not well stable. So that further pushed us to examine the platform. And we tested these catalysts in E-selective semi-hydrogenations. We typically refer to that as ESASH because we kind of shorten everything and keep it simple. So we tested everything for ESASH chemistry. We saw that SAPA's own report, we could verify it. It does give trans product as the major product. We went ahead, tested the isopropyl systems and showed that they actually are fared better than the bridged diphenyl phosphato variants. We did a bunch of controlled reactions which proved the vitality of manganese and phosphato bridge to bring about the chemistry that we are observing. We shortly explored the role of the phosphine substituent, and we also tested a substrate scope which shows that it's not limited to diphenylacetylene. And although there's a huge scope of improvement, that was not the focus of our study. What we are really interested in is how does this system work. So if we look back at our goals, we see that we have already shown the isopropyl phosphato groups are much better as catalysts, and therefore we went ahead to see what the catalyst speciation was and whether dinuclearity played a vital role. So when we go ahead and explore the catalyst reactivity with the substrate that is diphenylacetylene, we see that it's not a clean reaction at all. And although we could isolate all of these complexes via column chromatography, it's a pretty nasty mixture, and it's not very straightforward either. But however, if we use all of these as catalysts themselves for the E-selective hydrogenation, we see that only the dinuclear catalysts, I'm sorry, the highlights are not showing up, but it's only the dinuclear systems that show selectivities and reactivities that is similar to the parent systems, and the mononuclear ones such as 4 and 6 are not really great catalysts, which was also evident from our control reactions in which hydrogen pentacarbonate manganese doesn't really work as a great catalyst. It doesn't show the same selectivity. So we do show that diastereotype selectivity is dependent on the dinuclearity of the system, but that leads us to the main questions that we were trying to address as to what the reactivity and what's the mechanism of the platform. And so because we wanted to see the origin of E-selectivity, and we also know that a lot of platforms that report E-selective semi-hydrogenation have the cis product form initially in the system because it's a kinetic product, and then it's in situ isomerized into the trans product. We want to see if such a mechanism was operative. And we followed the hydrogenation of diphenylacetylene with time, and we see no buildup of free cystylbene. That makes us think that cystylbene, even though it may form in the reaction as a primary product, it's not dissociating from the metal center. It stays bound to the metal center. We also did other isomerism studies using 2 and 3. 3 is the inserted species, which I'll come to in a few slides. but we see that we do not see any relevant isomerism based by using these two as catalysts. So probably not cis-trans isomerism that's giving us our E-selectivity. So further proof towards that, or further support to our theory. So we went ahead and synthesized 3 because we were really interested in looking at 3. We thought it would be the main product of the catalyst speciation, but we didn't observe it. So we are really curious as to what's happening because that would be the logical product. We went ahead, synthesized it, and it's a nice synthesis. Again, it's an air-stable compound, which is kind of surprising, noting that there's an empty coordination site on one of the manganese. So it's kind of nice. We can again isolate them using column chromatography on a fairly large scale. We got a crystal structure for it along with NMR-IR characterization. And when we actually went ahead and checked the thermal stability of 3, we see that it decomposes into the same mixture of products that we see in the catalyst speciation. So probably 3 is actually forming when the catalyst reacts with DPA, but it's not lingering around because that reaction happens at 120, and even at 70 degrees, 3 actually decomposes into other byproducts. But this is not under hydrogen, so we actually went ahead and tested it under hydrogen too, and we see that the same kind of speciation occurs. And most importantly and most interestingly to us, we see trans-toluene as the sole, not the sole, but it has a very high EC ratio, and that's the organic product that we get. So this further fueled our curiosity because if you look at 3, it's still cis there, but upon reacting with hydrogen, it gives you a trans product. So that's really curious, and we wanted to further explore it. But since we do see trans, we also thought that this further bolsters the idea that 3 is actually the active catalyst that is operative in the system. So that leads us to the question that is it radical based or is it not radical based? Because getting trans alkenes under radical pathways is known chemistry, so that's very plausible. But if we look at recent reports, all the manganese 1 systems report non-radical pathways with some experimental support for it. But if we look at old literature which uses hydrogen pentacarbonyl manganese with a variety of substrates, all of them are proven to be radical pathways through kidney studies and a lot of kinetic data. So we know that these are radical pathways. So our question was, what is it really? And can we go ahead and give some experimental proof as to what may be happening in our system? So we examined the DPA hydrogenation with TEMPO as an additive, which in theory should capture any radicals, and we didn't see a great reduction in reactivity. Now, this result needs to be interpreted with a bit of caution because TEMPO is a fairly stable radical, TEMPO H, but that also says that there is a lesser likelihood that radicals are indeed involved in the process. We know that 3 decomposes to trans-toluene under hydrogen, so we tried the same thing with H atom donors such as TEMPO H. And actually, we also tried it with dihydroanthracene, which is also another H atom donor, but in both cases, we do not see trans-toluene form, which further lends us to believe that radicals H dots are not actually involved in the process. We then turned our attention to this phenyl cyclopropyl alkyne, so because there's a cyclopropyl group, we thought that if there is a radical pathway involved, the cyclopropyl should open up and give ring opening products. So we went ahead and synthesized the inserted species with this alkene. This is the analog of 3. We got a crystal structure for it. It's not a great synthesis. The yields are low, but we could characterize it completely and use it for a few studies for reactivity. And we can already see that the cyclopropyl ring is preserved in 10, which makes us believe that radicals are not even involved in synthesis of 3 itself. So again, for the proof that it's probably a non-radical pathway. And we went ahead and tested it for its reactivity with hydrogen, and we are pleased to see that we have the trans product, and we do not actually see any skip dienes or ring opened products. So that was also good for us. And we collectively say that it's probably a non-radical pathway. So we went ahead and did a bit of kinetic studies, and we saw that in the lower concentration regime, it's the reaction for the decomposition of 3 is first order in 3 itself, and it's overall consistent with kinetic mechanism in which 3 reacts with H2 to form 12, and then 12 further goes on to react to give you a trans-toluene later down the stage. And this is probably, K1 is probably the rate limiting step over here, which we can observe kinetically, and the rest is kinetically invisible, so to speak. So based on all of these results, we proposed a catalytic cycle in which the diphenylacetylene binds to 2 or 2 minus CO, that is 2 without a CO ligand, which is dissociated, and the alkyne then inserts to bond 3, binds to a hydrogen, does a sigma cam or a sigma complex assisted sigma 1 metathesis to give the cis-bound alkene, which can again insert into the hydride to give geminal product 14, which goes to the thermodynamic downhill orientation of the phenyl rings oriented opposite to each other, goes back up to make the trans product, which is then removed because it's more thermally stable, and cycles back to the 2. Invoking such species is kind of a first in terms of manganese 1 hydrogenations. So we wanted to lend further proof to our proposed system, and we went ahead and computed DFT energies for all proposed intermediates, and we do indeed see that 13 cis is higher than 13 trans, and overall it's consistent with our mechanism proposed. Although I don't show here, we computed a whole set of other intermediates that are also possible on the pathway and show that this is the most likely pathway at 120 degrees Celsius at which we are operating. So with that, if we look back at our goals, we did show that when we did a bit of mechanistic investigation, that 3 is probably the catalytically active species. We do form trans-terpene as the main product, and that is probably via non-radical pathways. And the origin of E-selectivity is probably not through, most likely not through isomerism, in situ isomerism. And with that, to conclude, we did make benzstable manganese 1 hydrogenation catalysts, and we show that they're useful in bringing about E-selective alkyne semi-hydrogenation, although there's a lot of work and scope that still needs to be done and addressed to improve the reactivity in terms of a wider substrate scope. And we have submitted this manuscript, and it's available on ChemArchive. So if you guys have further questions or interest, please go ahead, take a look at it, and if you have any questions, feel free to mail me or even right now ask. And with that, I'd like to thank my advisor, Dr. Lacey, who has really inspired and supported me on this journey, the rest of the Lacey Lab members, and of course, Dr. Samantha Macmillan, who did, she's a staff crystallographer in Cornell University and a close collaborator, who solved all the crystal structures for all the complexes that we have isolated, and really without her help with crystallography, it would have been really difficult to push this project forward. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the audience here?
So I noticed that the ruthenium catalysts that you showed earlier in your presentation are using larger catalyst loads with higher hydrogen pressures as well. So I was wondering if you have used analogous conditions on your manganese 1 dimer to compare the performance of the catalyst, as to compare yours with ruthenium.
Right. It's a nice question, and if I okay, we actually did try higher pressures and higher catalytic loadings. We see a linear dependence with catalytic loading. So I do not present that today, but we see that as we reduce the catalytic loading, the conversion times take higher, you need higher conversion times. With higher pressures of hydrogen, we tried up to 10 bar, which fares better, and we have higher yields for even substrates that we couldn't easily access. But going higher in hydrogen pressures actually leads to over-reduction, and that's not something we wanted, because then that's a big problem with semi-hydrogenation. You don't really want an over-reduced product, because product separation then becomes a huge issue. So we are right now at the 10 bar as our most optimized condition. We are exploring trying to substitute it with different ligands if we can bring about better reactivity. That's where the future direction is headed for this project. Thank you for the question.
I have just one quick question about the bimetallic aspect of this. So what do you see as the most important function of the second manganese center?
We believe, especially with our studies, that the second manganese center does not let the cis alkene go away. It stabilizes, basically, it not only stabilizes the intermediates, it's 3, which ought to be very reactive but are not. So they're long lived enough that they can interact and therefore bring about this activity. We are sure that they impart stereochemical aspects to the reactive center and thereby make the trans alkene or anything that leads to the trans alkene more stable and therefore increase the selectivity. And we figured that because it's a dinuclear system, the cis stays bound, and therefore like it doesn't get out, and therefore we don't see the buildup, and we can bring it back and make the trans to be.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, if everyone can join me in thanking Speaker Lawrence. We're gonna have a 20-minute break. Yeah.
I think what the not available means, that's the registration. So I don't know if not available means they're viewing or they're just not able to speak at all. Because right now it seems like it's no. But for everything else, like this is what leads me to believe that on tomorrow or the 22nd, when we have that thing, it'll say online. So hypothetically, and we can get a feel for we plan that we're gonna have to actually do any playback. Right now, I don't even have because all of this is in person or not in person.
Yeah, 2 days
I
from
think
now.
so. And then as far as my shit goes, what I was saying was, I'm swapping between the graphic like right now, and then if they start speaking on the 7030, if they don't have anything, the camera. So it's like those are the only free transitions I'm making.
Yeah,
So
that makes perfect sense.
I think as far as that goes, that's all we have to do.
And I stay away from Zoom, so all I have to do is the playback pro.
Yeah,
and
you're only doing the Zoom if we have a Zoom call in, which
someone's
may
talking.
just be the
Yeah.
Later on in the convention. I think the Playback Pro is for sure just that one video.
Yeah, just for the one video.
Because it sounds like they've preloaded everything that's going to get played back if it's a playback.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Sounds like cake. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie.
the only issue, yeah, I mean, all we're here for is to put out a fire readily. Basically, the only thing you can fix is the air gap, really, but whatever, they don't know that. They're on the 20-minute.
What was what she said? Yes.
I couldn't hear what she said.
Love it. Because the people in my ear have not taken a break the whole time, so much they're just blowing up left and right. You know who I haven't heard? Us.
Doing great.
If you do, have fun doing it.
I know, right? You know, I fucked up bigger shows than this.
Yeah.
So good. There was one time where they
I'm
put
not
me
even
out of the
doing
room because
any
I did so bad that like someone requested a different tech, so I could tell that they shuffled me out of the room because I did drop the ball like 3 times. And another time, you know, there's like people that were like, hey, can you put, can you set my shit up and can you click? And he had me advance the slide forward, so it was like, okay, I'm like, well, yeah. He's like,
You see when people used to literally go next slide, even though I gave them the clicker and the computer was in front of them, I didn't have a way to advance it.
yeah,
Next slide, and then I'm on the bridge. I can't.
What do you want me to do?
Start flashing the lights in my hand.
I'm also supposed to, like, so people are coming in throughout the day to drop off their slides, and this dude's having me switch the slides on top of someone else.
I didn't leave my thumb drive in here somewhere, did I?
Oh,
I do not believe so.
You haven't heard anything about
No,
Rover?
sir.
No, what's going on?
Nothing.
You guys are all good?
We're golden.
Love it.
Lately, all the
Good job,
rooms
guys.
and stuff happen, but not this one. We'll keep an eye out. What does it look like? What does your
Alright.
thumb drive look like?
It's on a lanyard. It's a little wacky lanyard.
Definitely. We'll keep an eye out for it. I don't see it yet.
think so.
Maybe later in the day we'll find
I
it.
think he lost it before he got me.
I threw a little salt, so I threw a little realistic question back to him, so he could see the answer.
I feel like somewhere in the building where it's sitting like this, and there's some other room that just is like back-to-back Zooms.
That's how it always works.
I just like, I know some part of me, like 28 or something on the other side is just like fucking.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'm only hearing like 5 rooms calling, but they're repeatedly calling
Is
over
it?
and over. Like 25, 28, and 31, I think, on those rooms.
They're just,
I'm there. Okay, this is the problem. You can't get the login to Zoom. You don't have to log into Zoom, just hit enter. Yeah, but no, it says you need a login. Did you try to hit enter? No, because it says you need a login.
oh, wait, are you serious? This is what I mean when I was telling Jason. The guy said, he made it sound like you have to use your name and password, fully log in. You're just joining. You don't have to log in. I know, but that's what I think. So everyone's confused.
Yeah. And then he said something unclear. Yeah.
But and I mean, my thing about that was, I almost wonder why he didn't just grab the live stream operators. You know, he wouldn't have had to say it to all 70 of us.
You did hear the one person who said, you know, but you guys, when we learned in that class, I heard someone go, class?
Yeah,
oh, that was, yeah, it's next. I don't know.
But I mean, even offsite, every show that comes in and does this, will have a meeting with the techs who do that specific job, so they can tell you what
And they did before, but it was just kind of, it was more of like how we're doing all of this. And I was like, well, that's great, but I still, like, I left last night and I was like, I don't really feel like I know what the fuck I'm doing when I come in.
I would feel like it didn't matter because it seemed like you knew what you were doing, whether they told you or not.
I mean, more, because I knew, like, this, I know this is easy. And I mean, it is the mask, you're 100% right.
He also said he was, he also said he's video engineer, so, you know, if we have any issues, it's good knowing that, like, we're also a video engineer, so if we have to do some swapping.
I mean, look, when I say video engineer, I mostly like doing, like, not pixel mapping, but like wall work. Like, that's I like that.
Oh, wall work is it?
LED
yeah,
shit?
like LED walls. I enjoy that.
That's a really good paying job.
Yeah, that's
It's
easy
fun.
as hell. I love that.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people with more seniority that really enjoy that job.
Exactly.
Whether they're good at it, it's a whole different story. But they
It's the
enjoy
same
it.
with lighting.
Well,
That's why I don't get electrics calls.
100 dudes
Well,
are
that's
going to
what
retire in
I'm
the next
saying.
5 years.
Well bred, because there's going to be points where we're slow and you're going to.
You
Well,
can't be like, I'm a
that's
video
what I'm starting to do with the Balboa, because I'm doing, like, not rigging, but their fly rail and stuff like that.
That's beautiful, dude.
I'm just trying to.
Letting you do a fly rail is
That's
pretty
true.
impressive, dude.
That's true.
Well,
That's
that
really
one's
tough to.
nice.
It's tough to get trained on that.
Oh, I already had some experience from college.
That's why I mean, that's what it's so dinosaur and so high up that the fact that someone even let you touch it
Oh yeah.
is use it and take it and run with it.
I'm going with it. I mean, Peter asked me, and I was like, yeah, I can do that.
Oh, nice.
Just, if you were in any other theater and some old guy that's been fighting for that position his whole life saw you doing that, and you hear nothing but crap.
They get real
That's
territorial.
the funny thing, is I don't think Peter or Ron wanted to climb up all the way.
And that's fine.
And I'm like, yeah, I was like, I'll do it.
Oh wait, not fly rail. That's so on the top, like loading the
They're
bricks.
both, yeah.
Yeah, but that's still like, I mean, I love loading bricks. I actually love getting them.
Never done it once.
I
I
love
get
that shit.
vertigo.
I
I'm scared
like
I'm gonna
it.
drop things on people. So I
Well,
don't.
no wonder. It's probably good that you haven't done it then.
Yeah, no, I don't. I've been up there.
I absolutely
I've gone up
love
there. I've
that.
gone up the ladders. I'm like, oh, this is great. Not gonna be me. He's like, well, you help me, I'll help you, I'll hand you weights, but I'm not going over and, I can't do that because I'll get vertigo and I'll drop you.
It's still fine though, because you're an audio person. I had a grad student when I was in college who was full on like wanted to be a lighting designer. She couldn't do heights, so she couldn't focus in the air. And I had to
When I
focus
first
for
started
her.
this, I couldn't do heights at all. I didn't go with nothing. And
Yeah.
I started doing the floor lifts, started putting in man lifts, and like I'm okay with it, but I still get vertigo, so you don't know what's gonna come, and nothing worse than being.
No, because then you start shaking, and that's dangerous. You can't do that.
So I just don't do it.
And I felt bad because we only had like a genie and another single person lift, and I was like, if we had a scissor, I could take you up there and like maybe make you comfortable. I was like, I can't go up with you.
Most students don't have scissor lifts.
No.
This is like a special reason for it. They're all man lifts. And
No,
they'll do
yeah.
crazy shit. If you got you don't stay.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up. I always come back down. Even though
I don't like to, but it is. We had one single person mover, so it was like a full on like would roll around and everything, but it was a single, and that thing I liked it because I could move. I've never felt less stable in a lift. It's like if I just like.
The one man lives scared them.
No, it's sketchy.
Vertigo right to get off the ground. I get vertigo because I'm so tight in that thing, but I'm not that bad.
Because you got a whole little
Yeah,
hallway
and
in
I
the corridor.
learned the sway. I was learning that sway.
Oh, the sway with the rails. That's so fun.
I had an asshole stage. And I told him, the first thing I told him was like, look, I have a real issue with heights. I'll come here with me. I'm moving. Like, but it kind of helped me get over my fear a little bit, but at the same time, what a dick. That guy was Ron Henson. Our video guy.
I was for a second. I thought you were gonna say Ron Hogue.
That's why we just no, but he would do the same. No, that's different.
Ron Hogue probably
Ron
would do the same thing.
Ron Henson's a video guy. I don't think you would know him. So probably. He's always kind of a know-it-all guy.
I just keep thinking you're saying Jim Henson.
Say what?
I think you're saying Jim Henson.
No, he's there.
Yeah. Oh, that's
knew him.
cool.
That's cool. I heard he was a really nice guy.
You absolutely are. This whole time.
No. I don't know why they didn't give it to the V1.
I mean, you could give it to me. They did say, hey, because it's sound. There's sound coming out of the walkie-talkie. No video.
He's right.
It's an audio problem. They think I was gonna
audio is, obviously the person said it's just not the audio person. So
Listen. Great. I have 2 laptops. I'm very busy right now.
I have 2 screens I'm looking at.
you got 3.
Yeah. You've got 2 pearls. We got a handful.
I have 2 headsets. Like,
You need them both on.
that was so complicated. I don't actually think this is working. It's for the Pearl, but I'm not. I already confirmed that I was getting feed from it, so.
Right.
Just want you to check it every once in a while, make sure there's not like a new buzz or whatever.
No, yeah.
Once we get people logging in and out, like they'll probably have different audio levels.
No, yeah.
Are you able to adjust that at all on the Pearl?
Not that I know of. I think that'll be a mix thing, because it's all through the DI converter.
It's all gonna get sent out to one channel though. But at one point we're gonna have multiple people speaking, and they're gonna be speaking at different volumes.
From
So
Zoom?
Cool. Yeah.
No, it should be one presenter
Just one
every
presenter.
time.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
because
good.
the way my understanding is the Zooms are mostly like it's not discussions. That's why they were saying it's not panel-y. It's mostly someone coming in to present because they either can't be here or are in like a different country.
And it shouldn't be like that, is that you have a Q&A where you have to interact between the Zoom person and the audience, and that gets tricky.
That's, I think, going to come into play with their, like, why we have the single mic and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
but
Makes sense.
Mixed minus the Zoom, so it shouldn't matter what. Everything's
Oh,
going
then,
to Zoom but Zoom. So
I had massive problems with Zoom, and I think I see them because it was still on 4.2, and I think they're addressing it already on the fly because people on Zoom are complaining because there was like I had a horseshoe with a bunch of goosenecks, and then after at any point there's any crosstalk or people laughing or chatter while someone's talking, the Zoom
gets confused and mutes each other, trying to find the one dominant.
Because it's hearing signal.
And there's a group chat. There's a group chat on the Zoom, and they're like, "Hey, like we can't. Stuff is getting cut out and muted out," and they're not understanding why. You gotta put gates on your mics.
Well, I was gonna say that, but I think that's also. I think that's a setting in Zoom.
Sorry, what?
I think that's a setting in Zoom to auto mute, because that's just them. It does it when you don't. Yeah.
So Zoom is receiving only one signal, and because I'm sending all, like 9 mics through the aux send, and it's gonna figure out which one to give the Zoom audience.
Yeah.
And
Here's my question.
So I assume it'll work the same way if there's multiple people trying to talk.
Yeah.
Out of the speaker, Zoom will only try to give us one person. So that's something to address in the future because we will run into that. That did happen. My first fucking I came back from lunch. Like, can you author this? Have you done Zoom before? Oh, well, it's okay. Just sit down. And I'm like, all right. So where's my audio levels for that? I don't know. Check the Behringer. So I was actually playing with the clip signal to find a level that people weren't complaining about on the group chat or whatever. So they're like, I don't know. Just figure it out. So room or your phone, you need to walk out and actually have someone get on Zoom and test the way it sounds. That's the only way to really do it. And that's how we did it too. We had this lady talk to the person that's in Texas or whatever. And eventually, like, her phone was it? Yeah, the person was like Zooming. It was nuts. They were trying to help us out. But like, sometimes they're trying to help you out. They'll literally walk into the room while they're on the phone with you on Zoom. Yeah, and that did happen. It did. Endless loop. So you always have to have your audio right on the board because everybody's much better than no working. It's clever. Make that happen right in the
Well, here's my question. Greg, you've done this way longer than either of us.
Probably.
Okay. Before Zoom, we did telecommunication, right? What isn't there an easier way to do this shit?
We would have the problem with Zoom is that there's 5,000 ways to do it. No one has figured out.
That's what I mean. Is why isn't there still no like professional software?
Because we're just now. Because that's now getting back into in-person meetings or hybrid meetings.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
So this is something that everyone's figuring out, like literally right now.
Yeah.
Should have switched to the other one too.
You're okay.
Is it not an answer? Is it because is it the same issue? Probably is. You want to look at it? Yeah. So just close out all the other apps. Just click on the PowerPoint.
I think just the PowerPoint. Just make sure it's on his PowerPoint.
All right, we'll start again. So I just wanted to thank everyone for participating in this session. It's the organometallic chemistry, synthesis, and characterization late transition metals session. We're going to be staying on schedule, but if there's time remaining for questions, we're going to alternate between on-site questions and virtual questions. Please hold all questions to the end of the presentation. And just a reminder that in accordance with the ACS Code of Conduct, captured images, sound, stream, downloading, or rebroadcasting of the technical sessions, including oral sessions and poster sessions, speakers or presentations is strictly prohibited within the ACS meeting platform without written consent from the ACS. Presenters are not permitted to photograph or record their own presentations either. So our next speaker is going to be Grant Forsyth. He's going to be talking about high and mid-valent heptamethyl tantalum chemistry.
Thank you. So as I said, my name is Grant Forsyth. I'm a PhD candidate in Blue Meadows Research Group at the University of Iowa. I'm happy to talk to you about some early studies into the high and mid-valent chemistry of this heptamethyl indole system. I have to say, when I was told that I would be in a late transition metal section, I was a little bit surprised, but when I saw low valent titanium title, I was relieved, I guess you could say. So small molecule reactivity studies are generally important. That's for a variety of reasons, right? So I think first and foremost on most people's mind, of course, is that we can use these as a means for the eventual reduction of global CO2 levels, right? So we can do this in one of two ways, either as a point source of pollution or a non-point source. That is to say, we can come up with carbon capture devices, right? As well as figure out ways around other processes that might produce a lot of this carbon, right? So in particular, one focus would be alternatives to the Haber-Bosch process, right? So probably many of you have seen this before, this graph, this correlation between ammonia production and the world population. So obviously, as you start implementing the Haber-Bosch process as a means of producing ammonia for fertilizer, the world population goes up. So it's clearly a very beneficial thing to do this. However, oft-cited is the fact that 1% or so of the global energy consumption goes into this process. So it's clearly energy intensive. Apart from that, you're using a huge amount of methane to do the water gas shift reaction to produce the hydrogen needed for the process. Right? Temperatures often exceed 400 degrees Celsius and 150 atmospheres, right? That's where the energy cost is going. And then from a more academic perspective, of course, the study of these molecules gives us an idea of how functional groups behave generally, right? Excuse me. And in our case, we're interested in metal-metal bonds as a functional group. Metal-metal bonds, of course, can activate small molecules, and this has been shown before, in particular with tantalum-tantalum double bonds, tantalum-3, has been investigated previously. So one early study, right, conducted by Saddleberger, was to synthesize this ditantalum phosphine species here and react it with hydrogen. At 1 atmosphere, they see oxidative addition of that hydrogen across the double bond, giving us a singly bonded ditantalum species. Very simple chemistry. And then later on that decade, the Messerly group showed that a different CP star bearing ditantalum species can activate a variety of molecules, right? So first, of course, we have H2 at 60 psi, does very similar chemistry, right? Splits across that double bond, leaving us with a tantalum-tantalum singly bonded species. At higher pressures with dinitrogen at 100 psi, you actually see a 4-electron reduction of dinitrogen, giving us the diamido bridge species at the bottom there. Very interesting chemistry. Apart from that, though, we can see similar splitting with chlorine, reactivity with ethylene, with alene, and lithium borohydride. And I'll illustrate these on a slide in just a moment. So these are clearly potent reactants and very good for the study of small molecule activation chemistry. Right. So another aspect that we can think was that these solution phase molecules might be analogous, right, in their chemistries to heterogeneous catalysts. Right. So some prior research, just to get this out of the way, in the Messerly group, we start by synthesizing this molecule, which I showed on the previous slide, and this is very readily done by the reduction of the 4-legged piano stool compound here, bearing a CP star ligand. 1 electron or 2 electron reduction gives us the essential compound, right? I've already shown you the hydrogen and nitrogen reactivity, the chemistry I mentioned as well, the reactivity with ethylene and alene, right? It gives us a CH activation product bearing a tantalum vinyl bond, as well as the bridging vinyl group. With the alene, we get a bridging propylidine, which upon reduction gives us a carbon that is 4-coordinate and planar. Right? So a little bit out of the ordinary. The lithium borohydride reactivity, first we see just simple ligand substitution, followed by a further reduction, giving us a boron-boron bond. So briefly, we wanted to extend or maybe enhance this reactivity. So we turn to the indonyl group as an analog to the CP star ligand. So indonyl transition metal chemistry is marked by this very facile A-to-5 to A-to-3 slip, right, we call it. And this can really dramatically change the reactivity we see. So here we see that A-to-5 to A-to-3 hapticity change, right, with our heptamethyl indene here. That ready hapticity change can often enhance or change the means by which reactivity can occur, right? So it can change the mechanism. For example, this dicarbonyl rhodium indene, when treated with triphenylphosphine, goes through an A-to-3 intermediate, right? So that ring slip preserves the 18 electron count on that rhodium, and then loss of the carbonyl ligand gives us the final product. Now, if this were a CP ligand, right, it would have to go through some sort of dissociative pathway, right? Otherwise, you would have a 20 electron compound. Okay. So our thought is that can a permethylindene ligand enhance our tantalum-tantalum reactivity? That's sort of a big question here, and particularly the reactivity with hydrocarbons. So first you have to synthesize the transfer reagents. This is all known chemistry, but simply you first form the acyl chloride and treat it with aluminum trichloride and your nucleophile, in this case benzene, at which point you get the Friedel product followed by Nasaroff cyclization to give the hexamethylindinone, which is very easily methylated with either Grignard or the lithium agent after the quenching of the alcohol. At this point, we sort of veered a little bit off. We dehydrated with BCSA refluxing toluene. At this point, we found that it was pretty easy to crystallize from methanol instead of running a column, so it's very easy to just get back your unreacted starting materials and cycle that. So that was very, very nice to find. From here, right, we can make lithium species, but generally it's better to use one of these transfer reagents. So the Siler reagent was known by went ahead and synthesized the thallium and the tin reagent. Right? And in our hands, we found that the tin reagent performed best. So making the four-legged piano stool then, after some trial and error, right, we found that at 70 degrees, tantalum chloride reacts in 53% yield to form the four-legged piano stool compound. Okay. It looks vaguely similar and reminiscent to what we would expect, but visually it's quite different. Right? Normally we would expect to see some sort of canary yellow compound with a CP star ligand, but already we're seeing a marked difference with this blue-green compound shown here. Apart from that, this doesn't fall out of solution readily. This is very highly soluble, which makes isolation a little bit more difficult. However, isolated and crystallized what we did. So we see this blue-green product gives us 4 peaks in NMR consistent with a symmetric molecule in that classic 2:2 to 1:2 ratio that we expect with methyl groups. Right? We see this similarly in NMR. It's nice and symmetric. We were able to crystallize it. Here's our crystal structure. We see that it bonds just as we would expect. Here's the packing. If anybody is particularly interested, I can throw it up later. But just to give you a sense of some of the parameters, right? Just looking at the tantalum-tantalum bond lengths, they're all about 2.44 or near that length. And if we calculate the slip parameter, it comes out to be like 0.01. So this is a pretty flat ring. Very interestingly was that color to us. So we investigated that further and did some UV-Vis studies. And here's our spectrum. We see our lambda max indivisible at about 593 nanometers. This is the solution I use. This is 0.3 millimole. So you can see this is very highly colored, even at this concentration. And calculating out the molar extinction coefficient, we get about a value of 2,000. So that's corresponding to some sort of ligand to metal charge transfer. Earlier studies have been done, particularly by Eisenberg, that show that this is probably arising from a transition from the chloride to the tantalum. But just to do a simple comparison to see if these are consistent with trends in early transition metals, here are the two compared values. We see a big redshift from 433 to 593 nanometers from the CP star compound to its indonyl star analog. And if we just go through briefly and look at the group 4 analogs, right? We see the colors of these compounds are typically red, yellow. This is a green, yellow in the titanium, zirconium, and hafnium compounds, right? Looking at the indonyl compounds, the colors are green, orange, and a yellow, orange, right? So we can sort of extrapolate qualitatively the absorbances to a green and a violet So very illustratively, the green, right, goes very simply to a red. So we have a red shift, right, relative to one another. Right, going down, we see that trend holding. So we're not really seeing anything out of the ordinary. Right? This greater donation generally gives us a red shift. This greater donation exhibited by the indonyl group. All right. So some observations then relevant to the reduction chemistry, right? So if we take this and reacted with 2 equivalents of sodium amalgam in either benzene, toluene, or ether, we see a distinct color change, right? This goes from that beautiful blue color to a nice purple. There's clearly something going on here, and it remains symmetric by NMR. And probably more interesting from a diagnostic perspective is that it retains its diamagnetic behavior, right? So if we go through 2-electron reduction, we're not seeing any sort of paramagnetism. So we assume, right, or propose that these are our possible structures, possible products. That being said, I haven't been able to crystallize this compound as yet. So we're going to sort of continue on and just assume that we have some sort of reduced species, maybe not what is drawn here. Right? Additionally, in a sort of easy reactivity study, if I take some of this purple solution and I react it with a chlorinated solvent, it immediately turns back to blue. Right? Presumably chlorinated, whatever has been reduced. And so a simple proton NMR comparison, if we look at our starting material here, we have our 3 shifts and that 2 to 2 to 1 to 2 ratio, which we saw before. Excuse the bit of solvent here, please, but we have, again, the 2 to 2 to 1 to 2 ratio of peaks, again, symmetric, looking like a diamagnetic molecule, but shifted downfield slightly. So some reactions we did with this, I took that NMR tube and then reacted that product with some ethylene just to see what would happen. And interestingly, here's our ethylene peak. At 0 hours, we can see our product with, again, some toluene left over. But as we go to 1438 and 72 hours, you can see those peaks drop out and a new product grow in slowly. Particularly interesting is this peak here, which could be indicative of a bridging hydride. Previous work on this chemistry, of course, gave us this compound featuring that bridging hydride and a bridging vinyl group. Of course, what we don't see here in this spectrum is that bridging vinyl group. Okay? So we're still looking for that. We suspect that there might be some interference with the other peaks, possibly, and we just need to move to a higher field instrument to get better resolution here, right? But what we do see is maybe some similarity to that bridging hydride, though I can't make any big claims just yet. All right, finally, to finish up, I did a reaction of this reduction instead of under nitrogen, under hydrogen, to see if we would see any formation of hydrides in that reaction mixture. And 60 psi under our normal reducing conditions in ether. We do see the ingrowth of some peaks further downfield at just under 6 and just around 10.5. Again, I haven't been able to isolate any good crystals out of this reaction yet, but we have ongoing studies in both IR and hopefully we'll get the crystal structure soon. And this sort of ends the reactivity studies that I have to share with you today. I would like to thank, of course, my crystallographer, Dale Swenson, and my boss, Lou Meserly, my lab mate, James Earl, and the University of Iowa for giving me some summer fellowships, and the Department of Chemistry. And of course, thank you all for coming to my talk, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
I was interested about the compound that you made on nitrogen species, and you were curious to see the peak at 4.5-ish, 3.5-ish. I was wondering if you had gone further lower, further upfield.
Further upfield?
Yeah,
as
low as
about minus 10.
Negative 30,
yeah. Minus 10 is about as far as I go. I didn't go as minus 30.
Maybe this might help you. When I make similar compounds on the dimanganese platform, the vinylic proton comes out of there, and the bridging hydride generally ends up in the negative 15 to negative 20 region. So
sure.
Just something.
Well, thank you. I'll be happy to
get
right back on the
spectrometer with this. Yeah.
The window over. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So with your dimeric species, obviously there's the double bond there. Do you see any like equilibrium between the dimer and monomer at like super high temperatures, or I don't know if anyone's really.
I'm a little hesitant to go above room temperature just because of the possible reactivity of these species. In earlier chemistry, there's been some CH activation of toluene, right?
Okay.
So we don't necessarily want to push it too far that direction. If there would be an equilibrium, I would assume that it would be in some sort of probably an ethereal solvent, maybe breaking that apart to give you two distinct tantalum 3 mononuclear species, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, you're not going back to some. The only way I think you could get to some sort of tantalum 5-like species.
Yeah.
There is some of that chemistry known in other molecules, particularly. There's no analog of just the regular indonyl, right? That forms like a bis-indonyl and hexachlorotanylate salt. But other than that, I wouldn't think there would be much in terms of, Thanks.
So the reduction chemistry of early transition metals is very sensitive to the seducing agent that you use.
Yes.
I notice in both cases you're using sodium mercury amalgam, which is not the strongest. So have you attempted to use any potassium complexes, any potassium metal, and observe whether you get different reactivity, at least just by any more?
I haven't used potassium metal just in spheres or anything like that. I have used KC8. It seems like it's a little bit too strong, right? So that was found previously in the CP star chemistry, right? Now clearly things are different now. There's the difference there, but what I find is that it immediately turns brown instead of giving me this nice purple, and I haven't been able to get anything clean out of it. And there's a whole bunch of a field of peaks in the alkane region. But yes, that is a very good idea.
Can you comment on your depiction of your metal-metal bonding when you're drawing a double bond, single bond?
Right.
What makes you decide to make it a double bond in this depiction?
In this particular depiction, well, the 2-electron reduction, right, first of all, I would say, I can't prove this, but, if I have, a delocalized electron on the tantalum, for example, and it's not participating in bonding, I would expect to see more paramagnetic behavior, right? This is just a conjecture. This is just a drawing, right? I'm not claiming that it's there. I need the crystal structures to show this bond, right? To show that distance. I wish I had it for you. Yeah. I'm not trying to make claims that we have these in particular.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry if I let anybody down the wrong.
No, you shouldn't. Just curious about your thought process.
Right.
Any other questions? All right. So please join me in thanking the speaker one more time. And we're going to take a 20-minute break and resume at 11:40 or 9:40.
They didn't swap back to the other power. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, the loop is, I think, what they want whenever we're not doing anything. So whoever's next. Okay.
We'll take another little break.
Yeah.
My sister likes, so
What was our moderator's name? What was our moderator's name? Okay. That's fair.
That's her name.
Okay.
Just waiting for her. I'm awful with names, by the way, Jimmy. I mean Hudson.
Oh, I don't even try. Not gonna lie, I really don't.
I try, but dude, the harder I try, the more that's
No,
something my
I can't do
does
it.
not focus on names. I can remember a story someone told me 44 years ago or whatever, but I can't remember it.
I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of one of the hardest parts for me working in this industry is because if I'm always working at new venues with new people, I'm just like, I don't know who the fuck you are. I'm sorry.
I'm 10 plus years. There's some people that I know them, but I just don't know them.
It's so hard.
It's like I'm here.
Exactly. But then there's also so many people in the local who go, oh, it's this guy. And I'm just like, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Okay, cool.
It's a normal thing.
Just not directly in front right there. I never got that, but I guess it for people who don't do this, like not perform things like that, they just don't get it.
Then, they're nervous about other stuff, so you tell them, if you do this button, you explode, they're gonna forget that because you're thinking about everything else. So that's why I like doing audio. Audio is a good way to give people instant feedback if they don't listen.
You know what I realized halfway through? We have a lighting tree.
Yeah, it's not turned on.
No.
Maybe we should turn that on.
I don't know. Because it looks perfect right now. Like the light levels look fine on the stream.
Apparently, if you turn it on, you don't have to reset everything, I'm sure. So as long as the camera looks good.
I mean, the camera's autofocusing, so I mean, it should.
As long as the image from the camera looks good.
Oh no, yeah, it's
fine. That's probably why they didn't turn the lights on.
We're golden right now. I don't know why they.
Or maybe there's a more important move that happens 20 minutes show that needs the lights on. Oh, here's your instructions right here, dude. Did you see these?
No. Of course.
This is like all the Zoom instructions. I think they would have given it to you since you're the Zoom guy, but no, they gave it to the video guy. It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I haven't known.
Remind her about the speakers real nicely. If you'd like, you can take over the radio for a while. But I know that would excite you.
No, I'm okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Fair enough. You got that?
Hell no, dude. That's all you.
Dude, I just did my job. I went to talk to the lady about not sending her the speaker again. Should I stand closer? I'm like, no. No way. I think it's like it's like social. I'll stay right here. I'll just okay, hold on. They're all looking at me like, oh, that causes feedback. So your voice is not louder than the mic coming through the speaker, which causes feedback. Okay, so where should I stay? Just
Cause of feedback.
but she hasn't caused feedback yet.
That's true.
I'd rather get that because I know she's. Well, it says that's true. But I would definitely blame you 100%. But apparently our audio is working good because they're calling every other week, especially since I know like 2 times.
Hi.
I'm chairing the session in the afternoon.
Okay.
Are you gonna be here all the time?
Yes.
We're
Okay.
full-time hosts in this room. Yes.
Okay. So, never chaired a hybrid session. What does that mean for me as an organizer of a session?
What do you mean? What was the question? He's the moderator.
Yeah.
She's never chaired or
Hybrid.
moderated a hybrid meeting before.
Oh, okay. Well, so we have an operator here who will be manning the Zoom call, and then I will be in charge of switching over to whenever that person needs to present or needs to talk.
Oh,
to someone.
I'm not aware.
You do.
Are they all here, or are there Zoom talks in the afternoon?
We have today. I don't think we show any so far.
Here is our schedule.
Uh-huh.
So our
I
2
started 2. That's me.
Our 2 p.m.s,
At
yes.
2:20, right?
So these are the following names. Yeah, after the
Yes.
view,
Uh-huh.
is all the people scheduled, and right here it tells us if well, right here it says you're not available, but you are.
No, I mean the first talk is missing. The 2 o'clock is cancelled.
I see.
That's why it says not
So
available.
everyone else is in person
Okay.
for today.
And the last one is cancelled too.
Yeah, it's the same person, huh? Yeah, Thomas.
Yeah, they just put me as an organizer. That is. So I chair my own session.
Yes.
So I'll give the first talk and be the chair of the session.
Okay, I see.
But okay, so no Zooms. So all in person.
In this room, yeah. Today's going to be all in person,
Okay.
and yeah.
Okay.
I suggest, sir, if when you have a chance, the lady sitting at the head table up there,
Yeah.
she is the moderator right now, and I
Yeah.
think she has an iPad or something that is gonna have questions coming in. I'm not sure how that works.
That's true.
But she might have a better idea of how that works.
Your iPad
Okay.
I
has
want to talk with her about it.
Oh, because
'Cause they're gonna
outside
be-
questions
They're
might.
gonna be typing questions in, and you'll get to
Oh,
ask them.
okay, that might cause a problem. Okay,
will
and then connection-wise, what's provided up there?
We have a
in-
laptop up there with that, they'll put their thumb drive in and upload it, and that comes back to us, and we send it to the screen, and that.
Oh, so I don't go with my own machine.
correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Serious?
You should have a thumb drive, or yeah, you should have a thumb drive, and you can put that right into the laptop up there. And
And I store it from the thumb drive, or
Yeah,
do
you
I
just- you
copy it to
You
the?
just take, you put it on the, you put your presentation on a thumb drive, then we copy it over to that computer.
copying is a
That
better
is not
idea.
the idea.
What?
That is not the idea that I copy it on a different machine.
Yeah, well, maybe the association can make an arrangement for you, but we were told not to let anyone plug in laptops
Yeah,
at this
and
point. But that doesn't mean that can't change. We can
Yeah.
talk to somebody about it and see if that can
Okay.
change.
we could speak to
But
Speaker
because they're
Ready.
doing all the involved Zoom stuff, swapping out that laptop causes some problems for the Zoom.
Okay.
Is there a speaker ready room we can send him to?
That's what I was thinking. If there is any
If there
speaker, if there's a speaker ready room that you know of, maybe they can make arrangements to remote, to drop off your slide ahead of time. And then you can just open up the computer and it'll already be ready for you to queue up. That is another possibility if we have a speaker ready room.
Okay, that's new. I usually always plugged in my own machine.
I see. I think just because of the Zoom, it's no one wants to.
And then can I start from the thumb drive without copying to the machine? Yes,
If
that
in
should
theory,
be
if
possible.
you just plug the thumb drive in, you can run it off of the thumb drive
Right.
itself.
Yeah, no,
you don't have to
If
actually
you have no
store it on
multimedia,
the
you should be
laptop.
totally fine.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. That's how it was at the other meeting I was at. It was like everyone had their own computers. Like,
Well, that's
Because that would cause a break in the system. We don't want to try and
Even so, I'm asking you right now if there actually is a speaker.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure. There's a technical help desk over in the sale.
I don't know if
My thought is they might have flash drives there.
that might not pertain to SBS. That's probably it.
Because if it's for speakers, my thing is like,
Someone else just, I literally texted Mike Harris right now and then Shannon came, don't you know where the speaker is?
Nice. So yeah, dude, it's funny. Like we're all running into the same problem at the same time. Remember the feedback loop? They like.
I can't even believe we talked about that and then they immediately called it over the
Hey
radio.
guys,
I was
we're done.
surprised.
And then boom, we're talking about this, and then fair enough. So that makes me feel so much better about our entire situation. It's not just this guy can't do this guy can't do that. This shit is a uniform problem.
I think that guy, this
His
guy.
name is Thomas Strassman.
Yeah, he's this dude.
Yeah, he's first and last. He's the chair, I guess.
Oh, he's the chair?
Yeah.
Oh.
And the moderator.
Oh, interesting.
Not the speaker, yeah. But he'll be.
I believe our video guy does.
I might add the thumb drive.
It happens, you know.
I'm gonna flip my backpack upside down. See what I got.
Do we want to check if they have any support for that?
For what?
Like if they have thumb drives or anything at an Encore level?
Beautiful.
I don't know.
I got a freebie at the last session. Beautiful. That one was
Yeah,
great.
of course.
No one's used that before, so that's perfect.
Nothing on it?
Nothing.
Yeah, let's go.
Tons of porn.
I have 10?
Yeah, a bunch of home videos.
I'm still trying to find out what the speaker ready room is, just to let you know.
Okay. But that would be where they'd have that kind of stuff.
Yeah, where they would be able to help them.
Two birds, one stone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what that is, right?
Speaker radio room? No, I haven't.
It's essentially it's the computer lab for the people making still need to work on their slideshows.
Okay.
Some shows that's where they send.
If they have these kinds of
Yeah,
projects.
the presenter ready room is probably the better verbiage.
I see what you mean. Okay.
But yes. Damn, I have so much bullshit here. Let's put that on. But yeah, I got these free shades and that at the Hyatt. You know that one right in front of the Pacific rooms or whatever.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Seaport rooms.
Yeah.
So yeah, major come up. I actually grabbed 3. One's in my car. I'm gonna keep this for my freaking hiking bag. And keep this in this bag.
Oh, yeah, man. The best I've ever gotten was a USB dongle, a USB-C dongle. Someone had just we were tearing down an expo convention, and it was just there. And he just threw it to me and was like, here you go. And I was like, oh, thanks.
Nice.
Cool. I'm going to need this eventually.
Yeah. And he's right.
Yeah, 100%.
I've seen the carabiners.
Oh.
I just slowly collected more and more.
Oh, man.
This was the most useful one. He also was going to steal that shit. Now I know why they're in there. Shorts. Two Sharpies, 2 pens. I don't even smoke without a fucking lighter.
I mean, shit, I found one in my pack bag, or my little tool bag. I was looking through it at the very bottom. I just saw a lighter and I was like, why did I even put that in there? What do I need that for? But
I know, I just feel like it's a random useful tool, like a knife,
yeah, I just went with it. I was like, I'll just have a lighter maybe.
Burn off some stray freaking strings or melt the tips of something. Caveman solder something.
Yeah. Although it's funny because everyone always, anytime someone has asked me for it, I don't have my bag with me.
Oh God.
So I don't know.
I can't believe I have the thunder. Yeah, I can't believe I was Johnny on the spot.
Good though. Yeah, man.
No, and that was only because I just did that.
Came through with it.
It might be, but I haven't been told about it yet. I was an accident, so anything's possible.
That's why I make the medium books right there.
The medium.
medium bucks.
So I'm still good. I'm gonna get paid for the show, right?
Hell no, dude.
Okay, good.
Players, you just walk away. Fun, whatever the answer is.
Hey man, if you're not on contract, you're not on contract.
Okay.
I'd walk away too.
All right,
Like,
thanks,
damn,
man.
I just wasted my last 3 hours.
And yesterday?
Sorry, guys, that was Taylor. What's going on?
Oh, we were joking.
Oh, no, it's not.
What's Taylor up to?
Watch him say no, you just get up and go.
Well, he just said, he's like, well, are you still here? I was like, yeah, I'm in 7A. He's like, oh, someone removed you from the list. And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Why are you calling me for, like, you put me on this job, dude.
Just to make sure you
So I'm
didn't
like, am I
actually-
still getting paid? Or like, am I gonna be here tomorrow? Or, well, someone just removed you from the list because they wanted to check. Like, why does anyone have the right to remove me from a list? Like,
Yeah, is there some kind of accountability?
and he's like, is your significant other Jamie Ellis? I'm like, what are you talking about? Who the hell is that? Well, we have someone named Jamie Ellis. I swore that was like your wife or like somebody that you knew or, you're related to. Like, it's a lot of Ellis.
Yeah, it's a pretty common name.
So as it turns out, if you had a weird, crazy last name and you arrived here to New York in whatever, the 30s, 40s, Ellis is one of the names they go to because you're on Ellis Island, and that was just kind of one of the go-to. So there's a lot. There's Ellis's from the north, the south, everywhere.
Yeah.
You got nothing?
Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
I know as you guys were trying to talk to me, and I had the radio going in one ear, and I had Taylor talking to the other.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, no, we just heard you go, I'm still getting paid for this, right? We were like, I hope so.
Listen, I've never had someone call me. Someone on the show called me to ask if I was still on the show. Like,
I don't know.
we're on the second date.
I know, right?
Oh, what's going on here?
Am I getting fired?
Oh, the flash
He's trying to turn flash drive. Is she okay up there? What's going on?
I think so.
You know what's going on with her?
This is what they're doing, so. Oh yeah, no, you're
There you
good.
go. Right?
Yes, I believe so.
Looking good.
I mean,
I don't know. So what confusion would be that? Did she switch the computers or no?
No.
That's her own.
I see. Oh, that's right. That's what this was for. That's what she's following with.
Oh, they might just be waiting, so.
Yeah, that's not good. Usually they look at it self-trained with like a really like kind of
Yeah.
bewildered look.
Exactly.
It's very, yeah. When it's easy to tell when it's our fault.
It's very meta.
Encore.us.com.
Oh yeah, stole that from the Encore. Don't tell them that.
I took it from a freebie stand.
I was gonna say.
You took it from a freebie stand that was a showbox somewhere, I'm guessing. I'm guessing not necessarily a freebie. That's okay. You used it for
Okay, I used it for a show.
Here, wait. Do you want a box knife?
Yeah, that might be better. Oh yeah, thank you.
Go for
All right, we're going to get started again. So our next speaker will be Rex Hanford. He's going to be talking about Anderson multiple bonding and aliphatic speech activation from the Talos down.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rex Hanford. I'm Fisher Studio, which is part of the from Don Philly's group at UC Berkeley. Today I'll be talking about iron-tin bonded system, or the Talos scaling, and how we can access multiple bonds and intramolecular aliphatic speech activation in that system. So just a broad overview first. This compound that we'll be talking about falls into a broad category of species known as tetralenes, and these are di-substituted divalent group 14 elements. So that ranges from carbon all the way down to lead. These species have a unique orbital structure which incorporates a filled HOMO and an empty LUMO, which can interact with various small molecule substrates in a manner kind of analogous to transition metals. In our group, we're interested in replacing one of the substituents of these tetralenes with a transition metal complex. These then we call metallolenes.
And these are of interest for two different reasons, of which we're interested to see whether it's possible to convert these metalloboletes, which have a stereochemically active lone pair, to multiple bonded species in this manner, or whether or not we can induce these to undergo various types of reactions with small molecules. And that might involve activation at the element alone, or activation across the element bond. This type of reactivity has been demonstrated before in several systems from our group and others. In our group, we prefer to use group 8 fragments, but CP star is a pretty common theme across all of these. So this rufino metallostanolene reacts with diazofluorine to make this stannine complex shown here. This interesting halodermaline from Tabita's group reacts with the element hydrogen bonds with dihydrogen and other substrates to make these 4 coordinated germyl complexes. And they were able to show that this chemistry is inaccessible for germylines that require the presence of a transition metal substituent. There are also instances of the activation occurring across metal-tin double bond, such as in this case shown here. Moving to first row transition metal substituted compounds, we see that there are not too many documented instances of them. This is not an exhaustive list, but it very nearly is, and most of these species are just limited to synthesis and structure, but there are very few reactivity studies of these compounds. And we're interested to see how the first row transition will change the properties of the coordinated tetramelene fragment. So within our group, we've developed a starting material that gets us an access point to these sorts of group 14 bonded complexes. And that's this iron mesotyl compound with an iron 2 center. What we've explored in the past is just taking DIMP tetranes, DIMP being 2,6-dimethylphenyl, and what you get is an addition elimination to extrude the acetylene, and you end up with tetralenes of this manner shown here. So my work was extending this to DIMP stannate, and when you do this reaction pretty trivially, it gives you access to the metallostanolene by activation of all of the tin hydrogen bonds in DIMP stannate. We also developed a second route to access this compound. So previously, another student in the group had reported this iron N2 hydride, which is a pretty versatile starting material. You can displace VN2 with half an equivalent of DIMP tin chloride dimer to access this chlorostanolene complex. Finally, metathesis with a hydride source gets you also to metallostanolene, albeit in lower yield and over more steps. We were able to obtain the solid state structures of both of these molecules. So we see one key feature, which is that going from the metallostanolene to a formally double bonded species, we see a contraction in iron-tin distance of nearly 0.2 angstroms. And in both of these cases, we're able to observe the tin-119 chemical shift, which is a very broad range, and even in solution, we observe anisotropic effects in the case of metallostanolene and that line broadening. With these two complexes in hand, we were interested to explore whether these metallostanolines or chlorostanolines could be entry points to multiple bonding or otherwise unsaturated species of this manner shown here. This is of interest because these species overall are rare, and there's an anticipation that because of their unsaturation, they might be highly reactive. Treating the metallostanolene with a 1-electron oxidant sort of surprised us. It results in loss of dihydrogen from the starting material and also formation of a spin 1/2 singly unpaired electron molecules shown here. And we were able to also obtain a solid state structure of this, which has a couple remarkable features, which is the extremely short iron-tin contact of about a further shortening of 0.1 angstroms from even the double bonded species. And iron-tin carbon angle here is essentially linear. In accord with what we would expect for a radical species, we see a nice rhombic signal in the parallel mode EPR spectrum. Sorry, that's perpendicular. With small hypertight couplings to both tin and phosphorus, which indicates, along with the G value, that this is largely the transition metal centered radical. Moving on to some DFT calculations of the species, just to further delineate the electronic structure, we see that the spin density of the molecule is largely localized on iron. It resembles the BZ squared orbital. The model agrees pretty well with the experimental crystal structure. And also, we see that from the calculated natural population analysis and spin densities, that the positive charge is very localized on tin, and the spin is localized on iron. And this is kind of what would, in line with what you would expect based on the low electronegativity of the tin center. Looking at the canonical MOs of a molecule, we see that there are two major iron-tin bonding interactions, a sigma and a pi bond, and then the HOMO is comprised of that half-filled orbital resembling the DZ squared orbital that we expect, and then the lumen is largely tin-based. So an interesting feature of this is that the molecule overall has two iron-tin bonding interactions. And this is not unlike the coordination of linearly bound NO in nitrosyl complexes, which is also represented as NO cation and overall domains 3 electrons. In electron counting terms, this cation is overall 17 electrons. Looking at some Mossbauer spectroscopy of these species, we see that overall they have very negative isomer shifts compared to what you would expect for, I'm calling this an iron 2 species. Some people would say that all iron species are iron 2 species, and they're probably correct. And the ligand sphere in this is very covalently bound to the iron center. But the negative isomer shifts are probably just a consequence of the strongly donating and covalently bound ligands. But we see what we would expect, which is upon oxidation of the iron center, we move to an even more negative isomer shift, and the quadruple splitting across these species is largely similar. So that's consistent with an oxidation of the transition metal center. So we were interested next in trying to reduce this cation. We wanted to actually access a neutral metallostenylene, but that's not what we observed. So treatment with one equivalent of cobaltocene furnishes these two stereoisomers, which have undergone formally a CH activation of the parent phosphine ligand of the species. And these species differ only in relative orientations of hydride ligands across the phosphorus iron tin phase. We see if we track the NMR spectrum of a product mixture that this species is a major product early on in the reaction, and this species dominates towards the end. We can also observe both of them in tin 119 NMR spectrum. And the solid state structure of the major species, which we assign on the basis of NOSI in solution, shows that the iron-tin bond distance is pretty similar to that chlorostannylene that we found earlier. So that corroborates the existence of an iron-tin double bond in this species. We're also able to develop another access point to these CH-activated species. So it turns out if you just take this metallostannylene or this deuterated isotopy and really beat it in toluene, then it loses H2 or D2 and gives you these species in the same ratio. And in our minds, the fact that both of these routes give the same product is perhaps a hint that they involve a common intermediate. And we speculate at this point that a likely intermediate is this species A, which has just an unsaturated iron-tin linkage. We performed some variable temperature investigations of the CH activation starting from the metallostannylene, and we find the key point is an inverse kinetic isotope effect, which suggests that elimination of H2 or D2 from the dideuterated version of this is the rate limiting step. And the inverse KIE can be conceivably explained by two possibilities, which is either a pre-equilibrium with a sigma complex, such as this one, or a very late transition state for reductive elimination. And this is something that's been documented previously. So coming up with an overall mechanistic scheme for how the CH activation might occur, we know that through either of these starting materials, we can potentially access this hypothetical intermediate. And from here, there are two possibilities for how it can then go on to affect the CH activation, which includes our CH activation across the iron-tin double bond to furnish the species directly. Or you might have sort of a stepwise transformation. So you can have CH activation at the tin alone, which we would expect to give a stanyl of this sort, and then pretty facile alpha H migration from the tin to the iron would eventually also give this kinetic product shown here. So we interrogated this with some DFT calculations. So ground state optimization of a modestly truncated model for A that we're calling A star. The DIMP has been truncated to a triphenyl, and we've removed a couple of extra methyl groups from the phosphine just to speed things up. The ground state geometry of this molecule shows that there is also still significant iron-tin multiple bonding if we compare the bond distance and the bond index with the multiply bonded cation. But we also observe that there's significant accumulation of electron density at the iron and tin centers in these molecules. Completing the rest of this sort of concerted CH activation mechanism, we were able to find this transition state using a freezing string method search, and the energies were corrected using couple cluster calculations. And we find a transition state about 24 kcal per mole above the starting material. And this involves just a CH bond being cleaved between the iron and tin centers. If we look at the orbital interactions involved in this species, we see that the HOMO of the species involves donation of a filled iron-tin orbital to the CH antibond, and this is what facilitates the CH cleavage. There's a few interesting features of this transition state, which is that you have significant lengthening of the iron-tin bond and a significant decrease at the same time of the iron-tin bond index down to what we observe for the simply bonded metallostanoline. So this indicates that the iron-tin bond is sort of a reservoir of electron density that can be surrendered to activate the CH bond. We're also able to find a surface for the stepwise CH activation that goes exclusively at tin and is followed by an alpha H migration to give the eventual product. We find that there's a significant energetic barrier of nearly 8 kcal per mole when there is no assistance from the iron center. We also wanted to explore whether there were alternative mechanisms that were possible, perhaps mediated by radicals or adventitious sources of proton. And in the presence of various additives, including BHT, Lewis base, proton sponge, to sponge protons, and dihydroanthracene, there's very little change in the overall chaos, except for perhaps a modest acceleration in the case of DHA, but still overall quite small. And this points to a likely mechanism, which is one we have proposed, that involves a concerted 2-electron oxidative addition of the CH bond across iron and tin. Another interesting feature is that we previously reported the ruthenium analog of this, and we're interested in comparing how the properties differ between the first and second row transition metal analogs. We find that if you thermalize this just in a tube filled with boiling benzene, that nothing happens at all, and you don't even observe any dihydrogen formed in closed NMR tube. And I think what this is a sign of is just that with 3D transition metal, you have weaker metal ligand bonding to the ancillary ligands, and the hydrogen is more readily eliminated in that species. So to conclude, this work was sort of an interesting look into the way that iron and tin, or an aryl tin ligand can bond to a transition metal center and how it can be interconverted from a single to multiply bonded species, and that there's an analogy to be made with metal nitrosyl complexes, which are similarly represented as cations when they're linearly coordinated, and they can alternate between 1 and 3 electron donor modes. We've developed what I think is perhaps a guiding principle, which is not obvious, but if you have coordinated electronic unsaturation at the iron and tin and strongly donating ligands, that is a key to generating a highly reactive system. And going into the future, I think the key goal of this project will be to develop internal CH activation of these systems. And that might be made possible just through judicious choices of various supporting ligands and groups on the tin. And with that, I'd like to thank my group members, and funding agencies, and I'd be happy to take any questions from you guys. Thanks for listening.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, nice talk. I'm wondering if you see different results from the chlorostanoline if you just abstract the chloride instead of using ferrocenium.
So We did actually explore that. So if you extract the chloride, you end up with a closely related species to this, which is the hydrogen atom adduct, because the chloride has a H atom pair. If you reduce this, and this was something that we didn't report, if you reduce that 18 electron cation, you get half an equivalent of the starting metallostanine and also half an equivalent of the CH activated products. So what I think there is, you generate a radical upon reduction, and it sort of acts as an internal base to generate half an equivalent of A as well. So it is also a route that works, but just a little bit more intricate.
Cool, thank you. And also, like, if you use triphenylphosphine or something for a different CH periphery, how does that affect the reaction products?
That's an interesting question. I'm not entirely sure. This system was developed with this phosphine in mind. We find that it strikes a good balance of staying on very nicely and usually not doing anything. That wasn't the case here, but I think switching up the phosphine is a very strong direction for where to go from this. Thank you.
Great talk. So my question is, from your dihydride product, have you ever treated that with unsaturated hydrocarbons to see can do hydrogen atom transfer and generate species?
Yeah, that's a good point. So treating this starting material with unsaturated things to see if those can pull out the hydrides. Yeah. No, that's an interesting suggestion, though, and it might be something that would work. We see other hydride systems of this family that are reacting to substrates like that. So
yeah, because I assume like pretty much general like functional hydride bonds are really weak. You can't.
Yeah, it could be a good avenue to access that species. Thank you.
I have a quick question about your future path forward. How synthetically straightforward is it to change the weighting on these species?
So I think the phosphine can probably be changed relatively simply. All of these complexes are made just from dimethyl iron, and you add a phosphine first, and then you add CP*H. So there should be some modularity there. And in terms of changing what's going on in tin, those other tin trihydrides are also known and reported. So I think it should be possible to just go and chuck those at the mesotyl complex.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Very great. Well, you can join me in thanking the speaker. Great. Our next speaker is Anna Narrow, and she'll be talking about the synthesis and reactivity of iron boron ester complexes.
Hello, my name is Anna Narrow. I'm a fifth-year PhD student from Dr. Tomsitich's group at the University of Texas in San Antonio. And today I'm going to be talking to you about the synthesis and reactivity of iron boron ester complexes. So why do we care about iron boreals or metal boreals for that matter? Well, they can be relevant intermediates for hydroboration reactions. And as you may already know, the hydroboration reaction is where you add an HB bond across an unsaturated bond. And when it's an uncatalyzed reaction, it adds in an anti-Markovnikov fashion. But when employing catalysts, you can selectively generate the the Markovnikov product. This transformation provides new opportunities in organic synthesis for regioselective hydrofunctionalizations of alkenes and alkynes, and the functional group acts as a handle for subsequent reactions. So it's really relevant for industry processes. And with transition metal catalysts, you can enable chemo, regio, and enantioselectivity selectivity. So it's pretty cool. Transition metal boreal complexes are one of many types of metal boron containing complexes. Here I'm mainly going to focus on borine, boreal, bridging borylene, and terminal borylene, which are the complexes where the metal mainly binds to the boron directly. Transition metal complexes of boron were first recorded in 1963 and all the way up to 1970, but they were very hard to characterize and isolate, and they were only confirmed up to 30 years later. So this just highlights like how difficult these complexes are to study. Their transition metal boreal complexes again are relevant for the functionalization of organic compounds, as they can be key intermediates in hydroboration reactions. There's limited examples of iron boreals in the pincer chemistry, which is what we mostly focus on, and ligand design is very important in being able to impart stability into complex to be able to isolate and study. So in our lab, we use an anionic pearl-based pincer complex, or pincer ligand, sorry. It is tridentate and meridional in binding, and so it imparts high stability. It has electronic and structural versatility. You can change our substituents in the phosphine arms, so you can make it more bulky or less bulky. You can add electron withdrawing or electron donating groups, and it also facilitates control over oxidation. And this pincer is very easy to synthesize, and we can do so in high yield. So in this talk, I'm mostly going to focus on iron. We've been able to isolate with all this, or study with all these metals, but I'm going to focus with iron and with t-butyl and cyclohexyl substituents in the arms. So some relevant iron pincer complexes that have been reported in the past are these reported by Thomas, Webster, Kirshner, and Nishibayashi, and these have been successful for hydroboration reactions. However, it has not been very clear if it is the iron hydride or an iron boreal species that is the actual active catalyst for the reaction. And in the Nishibayashi work, they use the same pincer we do with the t-butyl substituents, and they reported hydroboration of terminal alkyne. And they were able to use both the iron boreal and the iron hydride to successfully complete the reaction in very good yields and at 1 mol%, catalyst loading. And they were also able to do internal alkynes. However, they only did one substrate, diphenyl ethylene. And then they were also able to lower the catalyst loading all the way up to 0.1 mol%. They have to heat and yield dropped a little bit. And also with internal alkynes, their yield was not as good as with terminal alkynes. So again, what about mechanisms? Is it the iron boreal or the iron boreal or the iron hydride? So for our work, we mostly wanted to focus using internal alkynes, because with terminal alkynes, you still have that acidic proton at the end. So we didn't want to have to worry about that when we study the mechanism. So initially, to start out our project, we decided to find an alternative route to synthesize the iron boreal complex. So we took our iron chloride, we hit it with 2 equivalents of sodium phenoxide, and we were able to isolate this iron bisphenoxide. And as you can see, one of the phosphine arms pops off. We were able to get a crystal structure of the compound, which is the first example of a high-spin iron complex with a t-butyl system in our group. And when you expand the unit cell, the sodium atom actually coordinates to the pi system of the pyrrolic unit of another pincer. So it just forms this like polymeric looking structure. So after getting this product and isolating it by reacting it with diborane, we're able to get our iron B pin, and 73% yield, and we were able to isolate also the catacolate complex. So comparing this to what had been reported in literature, like our yield is significantly better. So the 15% is with pinnacle boring, and 38% was with die boring. So next, we took the iron boron we synthesized, we reacted with 2-butene and 4-octane, and we were able to isolate the insertion into the iron boron bond. And so in our case, we're very lucky because these complexes are very, very pretty by paramagnetic NMR, so it's very easy to have like the diagnostic NMR of like, oh yeah, we made the compound we think we did. So here these are the two T-butyl peaks. Since it's top-down asymmetric, we get two distinct signals for the T-butyl groups in the phosphine arms. And then this large peak here, right, this peak right here is the methyls from the E-pin. And we were also able to get the crystal structure for that compound. And afterwards, we reacted it with pinnacle boron, and instead of getting the boreal back, which is what you would expect if the boreal was the active species in catalysis, we got the hydride instead, and we got diboration. So we were a little confused by that, and then we tried the similar reaction, starting with the hydride. We reacted it with 2-butene, but we weren't able to isolate the insertion. We were only able to observe it by NMR. So when we generate that in situ, and then we react it with pinnacle boron, we do get hydride back, and we get our hydroborated product, which is what we hope to get. And then in the case that we have excess 2-butene present, we get insertion of another equivalent of 2-butene into the previously inserted compound. And then if we try to react this with pinnacle boron, it doesn't do anything. They just start each other. So we ran some catalytic trials with both the boreal and the hydride. So if we compare entry 1 and 3, the top is the boreal, 3 is the hydride, and when we run it 5 mol% loading at room temperature, the boreal takes significantly longer compared to the hydride to reach completion at room temperature, and we were able to go as low as 0.25 mol% if we heat it, and we got excellent yields. So here on the right, we have a comparison of the reactions when at room temperature with 5 mol% loading, and as you can see, the boreal goes through an induction period, and then it makes productive, then it's productive for hydroboration, and the hydride just right off the bat starts making product. So what we assume is happening to the boreal is if you start from the boreal, it just finds a way to get to hydride. So as we saw in the previous stoichiometric reactivity, you do a turnover of diboration, and then once it reaches hydride, then it just goes through the cycle. And if you start with hydride, it just starts hydroborating right off the bat. So seeing this type of reactivity, we were curious how this would compare in the cyclohexyl system, because cyclohexyl groups are less sterically hindering. So in what we've seen in our lab with other types of transformations, the cyclohexyl groups can yield to some crazy reactivity. So we started again trying to synthesize the iron boreal. So we did so starting from this pyridine phenoxide complex. We need to have a Lewis base present because otherwise the compound decomped. So we needed to stabilize it. So if we react this with diboron, either BPIN or BCAT, we get our boreal, which we observe in NMR, but it is very reactive, so it decompes quickly. And this is one of our byproducts, like what happens to the other unit of the boreal, or of the boron. It takes the pyridine away, and it also binds the phenoxide unit. And so this is an example of an NMR of what the iron BCAT looks like. So as you can see, it looks like garbage, honestly, and it decomposes very quickly. And we were also able to confirm that this is our byproduct because we got the crystal structure of it by accident. We were actually trying to get the crystal structure of the boreal, but we got some information out of it. And so we tried hitting it with different types of ligands to see if we could isolate a low spin boreal complex. So we hit it with strong ligand like CO, chelating ligand, the FIPI, and we tried phosphine as well. So here's the NMR of the reaction with CO, and as you can see, it forms a very nice diamagnetic complex. However, it starts decomping in under an hour, so we were not able to isolate it or further study it. So what we decided to do was start throwing zinc added in situ to see if we could get some insertion compounds. So we first hit it with phenylacetylene, and we were able to get the crystal structure of that. And as you can see, compared to the butyl system, here we actually form a bond between the iron and the oxygen. And it does so as well with 2-butyne and 1-phenyl 1-propyne. And something to note is, as you can see here, the phenyl group positions itself alpha to the metal instead of the less bulky side, which we found interesting. And then that happens as well in the 1-phenyl 1-propyne case. So next, we try to do the analogous reaction of, okay, we take the assertion, we react it with HB pin to see if we can get a turnover, but they pretty much stared at each other initially, and then after a while, we got this bridging hydride complex, and we got dihydration again. So what we assume is happening is this new bond that forms with between the oxygen and the iron is like slowing down the reactivity because it's such a stable compound. So also something to compare, the complex on the left is the insertion with the T-butyl system and B-pin, and the one on the right is cyclohexyl system with B-cap. They're both 2-butyne, and as you can see, there's a whole angstrom difference in the distance between the iron and the oxygen. So it is substantial. So moving on, we tried to try some different types of substrates to see what else would happen. So we reacted it with acetonitrile and benzonitrile, and we believe we got this type of insertion, which is comparable to some iron work or some rhodium work reported by the Esteruela group in 2015. So they were able to isolate this and get the crystal structure of it, and it was an instantaneous reaction in this stable intermediate. Like it was very happy. In our case, it happened really fast. We are not able to observe this by NMR. We just see the final product. And in their case, once they take the isolated complex, they have to reach elevated temperatures to get the subsequent reaction. And in our case, we do the chemistry in the glove box, and before I could take the NMR tube out of the glove box, it already went to position. So we're pretty excited about this to see what other substrates we can react with. And this is just, again, to compare, this group is isolable to what a decarbonylation reaction would look like. So it's not too it's not too so to conclude, with the T-butyl system, we studied the mechanism for catalytic hydroboration with internal alkynes with both iron hydride and iron boreal pre-catalysts. And using 2-butyne as a model substrate, we found that the iron hydride is actually the active species. We were able to isolate key intermediates for this transformation and fully characterize them. In the cyclohexyl system, the iron B-pin remains elusive for isolation. However, stoichiometric reactions did confirm that what we're seeing is iron boreal. And this system was found to be unproductive for catalytic hydroboration of internal alkynes because of that new formation of the iron-oxygen bond. However, it did display some interesting reactivity towards cyanation reactions. So with that, I'd like to thank my boss, Dr. Constantich, my current and former lab members, and Dr. Hadi Arman for all the crystal structures. And I'd like to thank all the funding agencies for allowing me to do this research and also to be here in person.
Beautiful talk. I was curious about the paramagnetic proton NMR spectra you showed, the ugly one.
Okay.
It looks paramagnetic, so do you think it's going, like, what do you really think that species is?
So we think it's four-coordinate arboreal complex. It's like the monoxide unit gets sequestered by the other, like BPIN or BCAT, and the pyridine also just gets taken up by that. So there's nothing else in solution to coordinate. And since there's not a lot of steric hindrance about, like, I wouldn't imagine that one of the phosphine arms is popping on or off. So this is our best guess as of now.
It's a really beautiful paramagnetic spectrum, so I think we'll be able to tease out what that is eventually, but it's cool. Anyway.
So it starts decoupling really fast. Like this spectra is the initial spectra, and after 30 minutes, you start getting like a forest of mini tiny peaks starting to pop up all around. So, and it's very similar to what the BPIN alternative looks like as well. So it's just broad. Yeah. Cool. Doesn't integrate nicely.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Hi, yeah, really great talk. I'm interested also in boron NMR spectrum. So during not just the hydrogen but these operations, do you see any additional boron NMRs that you wouldn't expect, just like these byproduct from formation, but any weird ternary looking boron species?
Like a byproduct?
Yeah, or are you able to assign basically the whole boron spectrum to what you're seeing?
No, so but we've run some boron NMRs, but we're not able to pick anything out because we just get like the broad hump in the middle, and nothing else is too significant to be able to use it as a diagnostic. So what we've mainly used as our like handles for this is all the subsequent reactions that we do after generating this in situ, and everything's very colorful. So we just go like, okay, it's turned purple, cool. Okay, now it's turned green. Okay, cool, it's working. But no, we haven't been able to assign any other byproducts. But yeah, just that one.
I just want to add something I catch it. So all the reactions are done CHF and the information when you transform the IMRS, which is what the tricyclic.
Yeah, so we can do them in THF, in toluene, or in benzene, and deuterated benzene.
Great. Well, I think if everyone can join me in thanking the speaker. All right, our next speaker is Daniel Nahara, and he's going to talk to us today about the synthesis, characterization, and reactivity of CCC iron mesotelial complexes.
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here today sharing with you some of the recent work I've been doing in the POUT group at the University of Illinois regarding the synthesis, the characterization, and the reactivity of CCC iron mesotelial complexes. Our inspiration for this arises from the fact that historically, the second and third order transition metals occupy a privileged position in catalysis, mainly due to their well-defined two-electron reactivity that sees broad application in several synthetic methodologies and industrial applications. However, their low natural abundance makes them more expensive and makes their mining and refining less sustainable, as shown in this life cycle assessment. You can see that the global warming potential of the precious metals is orders of magnitude
higher than that of their first row congeners, making the move towards first row transition metals and catalysis a desirable goal. And towards this goal, the foundry group has used this BIS NHC monoanionic insert ligand platform originally developed by KNSA that offers several advantages, such as anionic coordination and the possibility of electronic modification from the phenylene linker. The use of benzimidazole moieties prevents abnormal carbene formation, and the use of these flanking aryl groups allows for enhanced solubility, steric control, and provides a spectroscopic handle that allows us to characterize our complexes even before the structure is obtained, crystal structure is obtained. These ligands are obtained from the base benzimidazolium salts, where the challenge of installing metal comes from the need to cleave 3 CH bonds. In our group, this ligand platform has been quite successful with cobalt, where these cobalt-1 catalysts have shown quite competent in a wide range of transformations, prompting us to question whether analogous iron complexes could lead us to new and interesting reactivity. But in order to do so, we must first install iron into the CCC platform, which is not a trivial matter. Indeed, this is probably the most challenging part of this process. But there's a few ways to go about this. One of the most common for CCC ligands for further transition metals uses this transmetallation from a zirconium species originally reported by Hollis. We have also developed another method in our first foray into iron chemistry, where we reported these, CCC iron chemistry specifically, where we reported these iron 2 octahedral hydride dinitrogen complexes that can be obtained from the pseudoionic intermediate or a pseudoionic precursor. But we're interested in a more direct metallation method, something where in one pot we can throw in our ligand salt and obtain our complexes. And there's 3 potential pathways for that, with different degrees of success in the literature. The main one, to start, you can use 3 equivalents of base in a metal halide under usually more taxing, more harsh conditions. You can also use a metal zero source that can activate this aryl CH bond by oxidative addition. And lastly, you can use the metal starting material that includes equivalents of internal base that can help deprotonate proximal sites on the ligand upon coordination of the NHC. Having met limited success with the first 2 methods, we decided to explore the internal base approach, as we had previously used with cobalt. Fortunately, we found that tetramesyl diiron is a great precursor for this. In the presence of 2 equivalents of base and purity, we're able to synthesize these benzcoordinate complex CCC iron mesotylpyridine, which I will from here on out refer to as iron mes pyridine. This proton NMR spectrum reveals a dimagnetic complex of CS symmetry that retains a mesotyl ligand that remains bound to iron and it cannot freely rotate about the iron mesotyl bond. So you can see from the 3 distinct resonances, and the presence of this upfield shifted resonance suggests to us that there is one of these methyl groups is in relatively close proximity to the iron center. This methodology can be expanded to other pyridine derivatives, such as 3,5-lutidine, where the same general pattern in the proton NMR spectrum is observed, now showing that the 2 methyl groups on 3,5-lutidine are able to rotate freely, showing that it is the 2,6 position of mesotyl that prevents that rotation due to steric clash with the ligand. You can also use more electron-deficient pyridine, such as 4-trifluoromethylpyridine, and it shows very similar spectroscopic features with no significant shift of this upfield resonance. Besides direct metallation, these complexes can also undergo a relatively simple ligand exchange with phosphines and nitriles, readily, where the same pattern is again observed, as is shown in this case for the derivative, where the tetrethanophosphate derivative. Looking at the solid state structures of these complexes, we can confirm that these are pentacoordinate, relatively unusual compared to our previous iron work, where all our complexes were octahedral. And we find that they can best be described as square pyramidal complexes around iron based on their geometric indices with different degrees of distortion. Besides this, their crystallographic parameters, bond distances and bond angles, actually remain fairly similar to each other, with the main difference arising from the nature of the L-type ligand that is bonded trans to the mesothelial group. Taking a closer look to these structures, we can see why it is that we don't observe the expected octahedral coordination. We see that one of the methyl groups on the bound mesothelin blocks the binding site on iron, and although these iron to hydrogen distances are too long, perhaps, to be considered agostic interactions, they do track very well with the shift that we observe in the proton NMR spectrum of that outfield resonance that I referenced before. So we have developed a strategy that allows us to obtain these iron mass complexes directly in high yields and purity, and we can use this. We can track the interaction or the proximity of the mesothelial methyl bond iron based on the shift that we observe of what its outfield resonance. Having synthesized these complexes or developed this method or this route, we wanted to explore the reactivity. And to do so, since we have a mesothelium that is bound, we wanted to first explore the reactivity with H donors, where we can think of this process as a protonation of acetylene to give the corresponding iron heteroatom complexes that could be catalytically competent. And for this, we focused on silanes and dihydrogen as this catalysis as well as good precedent in the literature and provides us with a way to benchmark our catalysts where if they are indeed catalytically competent. Starting with silanes, treatment of the iron mesotylpyridine complex with diphenylsilane actually results in the formation of an octahedral dinitrogen complex, silyl dinitrogen complex in high yield. This was confirmed by the crystal structure revealed. Bond crystallographic parameters again remain the same with no significant activation of the silicon hydrogen bond or the dinitrogen ligand. This methodology can be expanded to other secondary and tertiary silanes, although the tertiary silanes do react a bit more slowly. Moving on to a more challenging substrate, we decided to investigate the reactivity with dihydrogen. And indeed, we find that over the course of an hour, we get an octahedral iron 2 hydride dinitrogen complex, analogous to what we have previously reported with our DIP CCC variant. We can see when L is pyridine, the appearance of a sharp iron hydride resonance at about -18 ppm, and we confirm that this arises from dihydrogen as running the reaction deuterium, and furnishes the corresponding iron deuteride complex seen in the deuterium NMR spectrum. Likewise, when L is triphenylphosphine, we see the corresponding doublet, and based on this information, we're able to draw analogies to our previous complex and provide evidence that the hydride sits trans to the L-type ligand, as we have shown before, and was also observed for the silyl complex. Interestingly, these hydride complexes actually can perform HD scrambling when this reaction is run in a one-to-one mixture of T2 and H2, showing that indeed the H2 bond can continue to be broken and exchanged from this hydride, which could be relevant for catalysis. Towards this goal of catalysis, then having established that our complexes do react with these H donors, we decided to start with some preliminary catalytic activity
focusing on terminal alkenes, 5% of our mass purity complex, and either 1 equivalent or 4 atmospheres of the corresponding silane or dihydrogen to perhaps see this hydrofunctionalization product. Well, to make a long story short, our complexes are actually not catalytically competent. We can detect trace amounts of the products under taxing conditions, which is not what we would prefer. The reason appears to be that there is no binding of the alkene to the complex. It seems incapable of displacing pyridine, as running stoichiometric reactions over the course of 24 hours. We see no binding, no signs of binding of the alkene, and also doing so from the silyl complex. We also do not observe any binding either at room temperature or at 60 degrees monitoring over the course of 24 hours, or an insertion product either. Given that pyridine seems to be the problem or the limiting factor in these reactions, we wanted to explore the possibility of removing pyridine. So what happens when there is no L-type ligand, essentially? This does not work in our metallation. So we have to start from our iron mess complex, iron mess pyridine complex, and a reaction specifically with triphenylborane, where we are able to remove the precipitated pyridine triphenylborane adduct. We find that we make quite an interesting species that does indeed pick up the one L-type ligand that is still present in the glove box, which is dinitrogen. This is probably hard to visualize, so the best way to explain it is we have native dimeric species that has 2 CCC iron acetyl units that are bridged through dinitrogen. By protein and Mars spectroscopy, we see that the ligand resonances for the flanking acetyl groups are completely symmetrized, which can only occur when the dimer is not strictly linear. So it's actually, we find from the crystal structure that the back unit, or the back monomeric unit, is actually located about 78 degrees relative to what we would consider the front position. These complexes still retain very similar crystallographic parameters. And indeed, they also retain the square pyramidal configuration around iron, as seen with these tau 5 parameters of 0.05 and 0.7 for each of the units. With this in mind, we wanted to test if dinitrogen would make for a better ligand during catalysis. These are some very preliminary results where we are pleased to find that indeed, when you take a dimer species and expose it to hydrogen, the same conditions, 1 atmosphere of hydrogen, we form a paramagnetic complex that we are currently in the process of characterizing. But adding pyridine to this complex, you generate our pyridine hydride complex that we have previously made, with the note that this takes, I say immediately, since the color change happens right away, but 10 minutes since it takes me to get to our spectroscopy lab. And then similarly for silanes, we find an immediate color change, also challenging paramagnetic species that upon exposure to pyridine gives, again, the silyl pyridine complex we have previously seen. So our current efforts lie in exploring isolating and characterizing these paramagnetic intermediates that seem to be more reactive than their parent compounds. So some conclusions here is that we are able to develop this efficient direct metallation for the CCC ligand platform with iron. We see the activation of EH bonds as shown with silanes and hydrogen making the corresponding silyl and hydride complex. And currently we have this more reactive dimeric complex that could be more beneficial in studying reactivity moving forward. And with this, I would like to thank my group, Professor Alison Powell, the organometallic subgroup, who have taught me so much, and as well as the bioinorganic subgroup,
the X-ray lab and the funding sources, especially the Paul Mason Soros Fellowship and the Sloan Foundation. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Nice talk, thank you. I was wondering if like you ever just added the olefin instead of pyridine as your Lewis base to stabilize and then potentially lead to an active catalyst?
Yeah, that's the next experiment. It's starting from the dimer. That would not work from the methylation or from ligand displacement by having a lot of it. So yeah, having that reactive dinitrogen bridge the species, I presume adding the olefin would bind in that position, and that would be actually what we're looking for. That is the next step, the next experiment on the list.
And for the hydride dinitrogen complex, I wonder if like you could add a borane or like something BCF is stronger than triphenylborane to sort of like a syncheck, like the push-pull nitrogen complex to activate N2 further. Maybe you could get hydride insertion into the N2 ligand.
That would be interesting. Yeah, we have we've tried quite a bit of reactivity with similar complexes using a DIP variant. That was before my time, but as far as I remember, that has not been tried, so it's something definitely worth a look.
Great talk. Just continues with the previous question. So, I mean, the whole goal of the building that nitrogen complex is trying to achieve the catalyst behavior of your compound, right? I know you trying to treat your compound with these two of the like aromatic species, but you just like go ahead and toss in some olefins and try to see if you can in presence of nitrogen gas.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. It seems to not bind or it's very non-catalytically competent as far as I've seen, unfortunately.
Oh, great talk. Now I wanted to ask, in order to try to make the iron complex kind of catalytically competent, you add triphenylborane to try to remove the triphenylborane pyridine adduct as a byproduct. But you noticed that it did activate dinitrogen, which gave you quite an interesting compound, I will say. But have you tried that reaction under argon to try to still remove that pyridine?
No, I haven't. But the moment I saw it for species, that was indeed something I was considering. Yeah. I mean, overall, looking at the dinitrogen distances, or the nitrogen distance in that dimer, it's actually not very activated. I think it needed something to bind to it. And I think it just picked up the one thing it had around. But yeah, it's definitely something I have to consider, and I do plan on learning.
Hi, nice talk. I was wondering if you looked into the electrochemistry of your iron system and perhaps looked into reducing it and see if that would increase the reactivity. So, be analogous to the cobalt system.
Right. We are in the process of conducting electrochemical studies to find the redox potentials. We find that we can oxidize it, but we have not gone the opposite direction. And I think we can oxidize to the iron-3 complex, but we have not tried at this point to reduce it. But it is something as well that we have considered.
Thank you.
Time for one more quick question.
Thank you. Nice talk. Have you thought about any photoactivity of your dinitrogen complexes to remove the dinitrogen?
No, we haven't, but it's worth a try. We're not in the photo business.
Great. So that's all we have time for today, but join me in thanking the speaker.
We're scheduled to take
Yeah, I would say so too. I don't know.
We're just gonna have to try to lay low, maybe plant.
So our next speaker is Sam Budo. He's going to talk to us about making anti-electrostatic hydrocarbonyl migration to a doubly acylated hydroxido ligand at iron 4.
All right. Hi, thanks all for being here. My name is Sam. I'm a fifth year in the Hall Lab at Yale, and today I'm going to be talking to you all a little bit about some of the chemistry that I've been doing in my research, talking about making some carbon-nitrogen bonds to dinitrogen at iron 4. And we'll see if maybe time, I'll mainly be talking about aryl migration, but we'll see if I get to some preliminary alkyl migrations. So to start, I just want to talk about the similarities and differences of N2 and CO. So N2 and CO are isoelectronic. They're both diatomic molecules, triple bond, lone pair on each side. And they both bind to metals in terminal fashion in similar ways through a combination of sigma bonding and pi back bonding. And however, the actual chemistry of metal carbonyl versus metal N2 complexes is very different. And I think this is best exemplified when looking at the migratory insertion reactions of metal carbonyl complexes. So the migratory insertion is a very common reaction. It's something that's taught to us in intro organometallic chemistry courses. It's also extremely useful in industry where it's used in the process of making acetic acid through the Monsanto or Cativa process, as well as the hydroformylation of alkenes. However, if we look at similar chemistry with N2, where we could potentially be making some new carbon-nitrogen bonds directly to N2 through this migration, we see that this is basically unknown and unheard of. And this is likely because of how not electrophilic N2 is compared to CO. And so basically what we want to do is, in order to be able to get this chemistry, we thought, all right, is there a way that we can make N2 more electrophilic? And one way that this has been done with at least the CO migratory insertion chemistry is through the use of the Lewis acid. So the Lewis acid coordinates between the oxygen and CO, which then makes that carbon atom more electrophilic and enhances the rate of that migratory insertion reaction. So we thought, all right, maybe with the right Lewis acid, we can do this as well with N2. And there's been plenty of studies with Lewis acid bindings to N2 complexes. However, none of them have shown any type of migratory insertion reactions. And so this brings me to some work that we published a couple of years ago, where we were able to actually couple unactivated arenes such as benzene with N2 using this iron catalyst to form new carbon-nitrogen bonds directly to get out anilines. And so the actual process of this reaction, there's a lot of steps to it. But the main one that I want to be talking about today is the actual step in which the carbon-nitrogen bond is formed, where we start with this iron 1 N2 complex, and upon the addition of an electron and two equivalents of silyl-electrophiles, we actually are able to observe at the end this phenyl hydroxido complex, where we see that the aryl group is actually migrated from the iron center to the alpha atom of N2. And so to us, that was really exciting and kind of the first step in going, oh, hey, I think this migratory insertion reaction might be able to work. And so to kind of help guide our thinking as to how this reaction might actually proceed mechanistically, we decided to look back at some of the literature and to some of the migratory insertion reactions of iron. And so one of the examples that we found was this example from the Lasansky group, where they were able to actually observe alkyl migration into the nitrogen atom of an amido group at iron 4. And then very similar to the work that I'll be talking about today, a year later, Jonas Peters was able to see similar reactivity where upon silylation of this N2 hydride complex to form this formerly iron 4 hydride hydroxido species, upon warming to room temperature, what they observe at the end is this hydride migrated species. And so what this told us basically is that migratory insertion at iron into some type of N ligand is pretty precedented at iron 4. And so this helped guide our initial hypothesis that we first transform this iron N2 complex into a formerly iron 4 phenyl hydroxydo complex, which then undergoes spontaneous migratory insertion to give us the observed product at the end. So when we run these reactions, we typically let them run all the way up to room temperature, and the only complex that we're able to observe at the end is this migrated species shown here. However, there's a pretty distinct color change that happens when you run this reaction. So as soon as you add silanes to this, you get a nice brown solution, which over time turns red, indicative of the migrated species. And so if we run this reaction cold and make sure to keep everything cold when we're working it up, what we're actually able to isolate at the end is this desired iron 4 species, which was really exciting for us. And so if we just kind of look at some of the bond parameters shown here, the main ones that I want to highlight are the short iron-nitrogen bond distance, which is indicative of some iron-nitrogen multiple bond character, as well as the nitrogen-nitrogen bond distance of about 1.34 angstroms, which is similar to other terminal dicyl hydroxyl complexes reported. We were able to characterize this complex using Mossbauer spectroscopy to try to get a little bit of information on the electronic structure. And so we get a nice doublet with an isomer shift of about 0.17 and quadruple splitting of 1.49. And in order to figure out what this told us about the spin state of this complex, we computed the predicted Mossbauer parameters using EFT in both intermediate spin and high spin states. And as you can see, there's no real smoking gun here to tell us, oh, this is best described as iron 4 or as high spin or intermediate spin. But based off of some couple of cluster calculations that I'll talk about a little bit later, it seems most likely that it's best to describe this complex as a high spin quintet ground state complex. And so with that iron 4 species characterized, we were actually able to monitor the overall migration of the phenyl group into that hydroxydo ligand by NMR. And we were able to get this pretty lovely looking kinetic trace. And so a couple things to note is that the fits of the rate of disappearance of the iron 4 and the rate of appearance of migrated species fits really well to an exponential, which is indicative of this reaction being first order in iron, which is consistent with intramolecular reactions such as these migration reactions. We also wanted to look at a different substrate, a sterically bulkier aryl group, to see whether or not that would slow down this reaction, slow down the migration due to some steric repulsion, as has been observed with some previous work from the Zansky group. But what we see is that if we use the xylo group, where we now have these orthomethyl groups on the phenyl group, we actually see a rate constant that's almost an order of magnitude larger. And so we actually see a steric acceleration of this reaction. And we think that this is likely due to not the desired steric clash of the methyl groups with the silyl complexes, but actually with the methyl groups on the xylyl ligand with the actual NAC-NAC backbone. And so as you can see, we run these reactions in deuterated ether. And so these reactions, to get to a nice kind of 5 half-lives limit for a kinetic trace, we weren't really able to go much higher in temperature for the phenyl complex. But at least for the xylyl one, we were able to monitor this reaction at even lower temperatures to get a nice I-ring analysis to pull out some activation parameters. And from that, we were able to get the parameters shown here, which give an overall barrier of migration of about 21 kcals per mole. The other thing to note here is this kind of slightly negative entropy term, which suggests that there's some type of organization in the transition state, maybe through some restricted rotation of the xylyl group or partial bond character as well. And so with these kind of experimental kinetic data that we have, we also wanted to look at this reaction computationally to see whether that would help support our working mechanism. And so we did this through the use of coupled cluster calculations, just for better, more accurate spin state energies. And so these were done in collaboration with a fellow graduate student in the lab, Reagan Hooper. And so starting from the N2 complex, what we first saw is that using relaxed surface scan calculations to try to find a transition state in these first silylation steps, we really saw that these silylations were basically barrierless, which is consistent with what we see or what we observed in the reaction where we can isolate this iron 4 at pretty low temperatures. For the actual next step of migration, we were able to find a transition state for this that was about 21 kcals per mole uphill from the ground state of the iron 4. And so this is really consistent with our kinetic data, which was a really good thing for us to help us say, yes, these calculations are correct and help to validate our working hypothesis. So the next thing I wanted to do also computationally was to look at why migration only happens at this disilylated species and not at this monosilylated species that I've been able to isolate analogs of that I'm not going to talk about today. And so to do that, I basically just looked at the molecular orbital diagrams that I was able to get from quasi-restricted orbital calculations. And the main thing that I want to point out here is that when you go from the monosilylated to the disilylated, the energy of your DYZ pi star orbital decreases in energy significantly, which allows that orbital to become singly occupied now, which then weakens that iron-nitrogen bond and makes it much easier to cleave that pi bond, which is necessary for the migration to happen. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to talk about some alkyl migration stuff. I'm great on that. So with all this migratory insertion chemistry that we have on the aryl complexes, we wanted to see, all right, could we do this with other hydrocarbon ligands, such as alkyls, vinyls, alkynyls? And so what I want to talk about first is the alkyl migrations. And so a previous grad student in the lab, Sean Williams, was actually able to first identify that the methyl ligand actually migrates in a similar fashion when you add trimethyl silyl iodide to the methyl N2 complex. So I wanted to look at other alkyl ligands as well, just to kind of build up the scope and get some idea on trends. And so in order to do that, we looked at alkyl groups that didn't have any beta hydrogens on the alkyl ligand, because it's known in these complexes that the iron 2 alkyls are able to undergo these beta hydride eliminations to form the olefin hydride species, which we weren't sure if that might react with the iron 4s before the migration happens and really mess up the kinetic work. So we wanted to avoid that at all possible. And so the substrates that we first focused on instead were this bulky trimethylsilyl methyl complex, as well as the benzyl species, where you have a much weaker iron-carbon bond. And so just some preliminary data that we have. So when we add silyl triflate to the benzyl N2 complex, we expected this benzyl migrated species. But what we actually observe at the very end of this reaction is this iron 3 hydrozygo species, which was previously characterized in our group. And the way that this happens, we propose, is that we are actually making this iron 4 species, but because of that extremely weak iron-carbon bond, hemolysis is able to happen pretty easily to lose a benzyl radical and give the observed iron 3 species. And we actually are able to observe some bibenzyl in the reaction solution at the end of the reaction as well, to help kind of validate that this could be a possible mechanism. Now, when you end up bulking up the alkyl group, interestingly, what you get is, instead of the faster migration happening as we saw with the aryl system, we actually see that when we silylate the bulky alkyl complex, what we believe is happening is that we're forming the iron 4, and this iron 4 is actually pretty stable in solution at room temperature for days. And it's only upon heating these reactions that we're able to observe some type of migration chemistry in which that we expect that we're making the migrated species. And these proposed structures are based on NMRs that are kind of similar to previously observed characterized structures that we have that I will not be talking about. And so let's go back to our conclusion slide. So to conclude this, we were able to isolate this formerly iron 4 species here and partially characterize it, as well as measure the kinetics of the aryl migration, which saw that we had a steric acceleration effect upon increasing the sterics of the aryl ligand. We ran some couple cluster calculations to help support our mechanism, which is really consistent with what we observed experimentally. And we also saw that IDFT, one of the reasons why we think that the migration happens is because of this lowering of the DYZ pi star orbital upon formation of this iron 4. And so future work is basically to continue the investigation into other hydrocarbyl groups and measure the kinetics of those and compare them to the aryl group migration and see if we can kind of pull out any trends. And so with that, I would just like to thank the Holland Lab, especially Reagan, for helping me out with all these calculations, as well as some previous graduate students, or not graduate students, but previous students, Dr. Sean McWilliams and Dr. Daniel Bruder, who really helped set the foundation of this project. And then lastly, Dr. Brandon Mercado for giving me a lot of pretty little structures and some funding opportunities. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your comment. So you were talking about the spin state of the aryl hydroxyl and it being sort of ambiguous.
Yeah.
Have you looked into like any magnetometry of that?
Yeah, so we definitely are interested in that. One of the problems is because the migration does happen, these iron 4 species aren't exactly stable in solution. However, we think that they're definitely more stable in the solid state. So we're definitely hoping to be able to get some squid magnetometry on these complexes soon to be able to really get some better experimental data to support this high spin designation.
Thank you.
A lot of really neat compounds. I was wondering, like, have you had much time to explore the reactivity of that iron 3 byproduct?
So the iron 3, yeah, so that species we initially reported a few years ago through just silylation of an iron 0 N2 complex. And we didn't really do a whole lot of experimental reactivity studies on that beyond showing that this can move forward and fully silylate N2 to tricyl ammonia, or yeah, tricylamine. But yeah, beyond that, we've looked at trying to reduce this species, and it doesn't give a very stable complex, unfortunately, so we weren't able to really get much out of that. But
You squint your eyes, it's like kind of like a nitrine or nitrinoid, and I wonder if you could do like nitrine chemistry derived from that too.
yeah, it's definitely possible, like kind of similar to what Ted Bentley's been doing, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting route that I think would be really good to look into. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, can everyone help join me in thanking the speaker? All right, our next speaker will be Shui Wang. He'll be talking about kinetically stabilized terminally side-on coordinated E2.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here. I'm going to share some of my research work. Clearly we've learned a lot about like N2 chemistry in the previous talk, thank you. And now what we're gonna do is move on to the second row and learn some chemistry about P2. So we know elemental phosphorus plays a huge role in organometallic chemistry fields. So, but among all the elemental phosphorus coordinated mononucleus transition metal complexes, from P1 to cyclic P5, P2 has been the only missing piece. But actually, in organic metallic chemistry, that P2 fragment is not an unknown fragment. Right? Back into 1979, Dow reported the first example of this side-on coordinated diphosphorus coordinated di-cobalt complexes. And back into like 1988, which is also one of the most common way to access P2 fragments, is to use organometallic compound to reduce white phosphorus, which is also like we all know like as P4. So later in 2016, Gussmacher and co-workers reported the first example of transition metal terminally coordinated diphosphorus fragments. And in the same year, Professor Guy Bertrand also reported the first example of volchyamidal bidentate volchyamidal ligand supported phosphorinolphosphinidate compound. Not only in organometallic chemistry, the structural studies, but the phosphorus coordinated mononuclear transition metal has been proposed multiple times in the chemical reactions previously. For example, back into 1994, Doug Stephan was able to propose the first time the existence of the diphosphorus side-on coordinated zirconium dianion during the isolation of this bisphosphorus dizirconium complex. And later in 2006 and 2012, Commons and co-workers also proposed the highly reactive side-on coordinated diphosphorus tungsten and niobium intermediate during their chemical reaction. But along so many years, after so many years of studies, this highly active species still remain elusive. So that can actually be rationalized from the very fundamental of an animal theory perspective, right? If we considering like the frontier orbital pattern of P2, by comparing that to the nitrogens, we can see that dinitrogen, which exists as the second most stable diatomic molecule, possess a huge energy gap between its HOMO and LUMO. In contrast, that the diphosphorus has such a small energy gap between the HOMO and LUMO that causes its bond dissociation energy is only half of that of dinitrogen, which really limited its ability to serve as like stable ligand, serve as an atomic terminal ligand for organometallic chemistry compounds. But if we look at the frontier orbital pattern of the P2, it's actually very different from N2, but it's really similar to acetylene. This is due to the diatomic relationship between, diagonal relationship from the periodic trends between phosphorus and carbon atoms. So as we can see that the HOMO of the acetylene is usually featuring the pi bond interactions. So this accounts perfectly for the fact that all the organometallic compounds that are featuring acetylene as a ligand only coordinated in the side-on fashion, which is exactly what we anticipate for the coordination mode for the P2 fragments. So since we're talking about the bonding interactions, I'm just going to quickly go over like use Chadwick-Duncan's model as the reference to just to mention the difference between the and-on coordination and side-on coordination mode. So for and-on coordination mode is majorly featuring two interactions, dominated by the sigma donation from the lone pair of the diatomic molecule to the empty d orbitals on the metal, and emphasized by the pi back bonding donation from the occupied d orbitals back into the anti-bonding orbitals of the diatomic molecules. However, the side-on coordination is a little bit more complicated. It's majorly featuring two ligand to metal interactions and highly emphasized by the two metal to ligand interactions. So including the in-plane pi donation sigma bonding toward the empty d orbital square on the transition metal center, and also this out-of-plane bonding forming a pi bonding interactions to the empty d orbitals
and then emphasized by the pi back bonding from the occupied d orbitals to the in-plane anti-bonding orbitals of the diatomic molecule. And lastly, this really weak interaction, delta interactions, from the outer plane d orbitals, occupied orbitals, to the outer plane anti-bonding orbitals. So back into 2003, Franklin also performed a calculation on the diatomic group 15 molecule serving as a ligand, terminal ligand on mononucleus transition metal complex using tungsten carbonyl as the model. So we can see that from Rydberg bond index calculation that the N2 does not have a significant bond order changes whether it coordinated in the end-on or side-on fashion. In contrast, the diphosphorus have a significant bond reduction when they coordinated in the side-on mode compared to that in the end-on fashion. And from energy decomposition analysis, as we expected, N2 preferred to coordinate it in the end-on mode, and the energy is mostly dominated by the covalent reactions. In comparison, P2 along with other congeners prefer to coordinate it to the mononuclear metal complex through a side-on fashion, and the energy is pretty much dominated by the electrostatic interactions. So upon entering the Figueroa group, the fifth-year graduate student Miles Grant, who currently is the Heckman Fellow postdoc at Alex Rudolphich's lab at MIT, was able to isolate the first example of the fluoroboreal terminal coordinated zero-valent iron complexes by treating two equivalents of the Bf3E3 to the iron bisisocyanide dicarbonyl dianion. So in the same work, he also reported the isolation of the corresponding CO and N2 coordination complexes. So I was highly inspired by this project and think, oh, so apparently this zero-valent iron force brackets is really good at stabilized diatomic main group molecules. So maybe we can utilize that to stabilize the P2. But that is of a different question, right? So now we have this highly nucleophilic iron dianion. So we need to figure out the phosphorus center the nucleophile to perform the electrostatic attack reaction. So it took us a while to narrow it down to this molecule right here, which is this anthracene coordinated chlorophosphine, which was first reported by Kim Cummins back in 2014. So this is good. This is good substrate because it's known for readily undergo phosphorus carbon homolysis to leave the anthracene molecule and generate the chlorophosphorus fragment in situ. So by treating one equivalence of the substrate to our iron dianion, I was able to isolate this phosphine coordinated iron monoanion species. And by treating that with the second equivalent of substrate, we were able to observe the formation of free anthracene molecule. And after the filtration and isolation crystallization, we were able to isolate the first example of diphosphorus coordinated mononucleus transition metal complex. And of course, the yield can be further improved by directly introduced two equivalents of the substrate to our starting material. And from the strip crystal structure, we can see that as we anticipated, the diphosphorus is sitting at the equatorial position of the coordination plane of the iron and featuring a side-on coordination fashion. And the PP distance agrees pretty well of the DFT calculated truncated models, and 1.987 is significantly elongated when compared to that of the diphosphorus-free molecules. So highly suggesting activation of the PP through multiple bond upon coordinated to the metal center. And of course, we also characterized this compound through electron spectroscopy. We were able to locate the highly shielded chemical shift at phosphorus NMR at 434 ppm, comparing to that of the free P2 molecule around like 700. This is due to the fact that the significant increasing of the energy gap between the magnetically coupled bonding orbital of the pi bond that's sitting at the in the coordination plane of the iron with the high anti-bonding orbital of the pi bond that's sitting perpendicular to the coordination plane of the iron. And of course, this compound, the characterization of this compound was also subjected to infrared spectroscopy, and we were able to assign this peak as 674 as the stretching band between diphosphorus spec, comparing that to the spectrum of the reference molecule iron bisisocyanide tricarbonyl, we can see that except for this band, like almost all the spectrum pattern looks nearly identical. And this number agrees pretty well with our calculated value and significantly redshifted when compared to that of the diphosphorus molecules. Further, again, suggesting the high activation of the P2 fragments upon coordinating to the ion pair. So we got really excited about this result and started to wondering, okay, so upon treating the second equivalence of the substrate to our iron monoanion, we can get the iron P2, but what's the intermediate? So the first thing we came up with is this P2A2 molecule was first reported by Cummins back in 2014 again. So we think what happened is, okay, so we may generate this P2A2 coordinated iron complex in situ, and due to the steric interactions, we can eliminate two equivalents of the anthracene to give us the corresponding product. Or the electrophilic attack happens at the iron center to generate this iron 2 L6 intermediate, or it could be the electrophilic attack happens at the phosphorus center to generate this 0-valent 5L5 coordinated iron 0 complex. So we decided to go ahead and pursue some experimental mechanistic investigation trying to eliminate some of these possibilities. So the first reaction we did is to oxidize our iron dianion in the presence of this P2A2 molecule. So luckily, we were able to isolate and crystallographically determine the structure of the coordination complex. I know it's kind of messy around this region, so hopefully my camera can help you understand what I'm talking about. So upon the dissolution of the species in the benzene solution for like several days without observing any decomposition, we decided to treat this species with a little bit of heat. So as we can see from the NMR spectra, that at room temperature, it basically exists as one methyl and two doublets exist, representing the methyl groups on the isopropyl, indicating this thing exists as the one species. And after treating at like 70 Celsius for 20 minutes, we can actually observe the formation of some iron P2 complex, and with another species, which was later determined as a decomposition product of our iron P2 complex, existing as this iron bisisocyanide tricarbonyl compound. After heating for 2 hours, you can see that all the starting materials are all gone, with the only leftover of the iron P2 and majorly featuring the decomposition product. If you think about the original synthetic pathway, right? Like first of all, we did not require any thermal condition, and we did not observe any decomposition product formation. So we conclude that this P2A2 route is the alternative route to generate the iron P2, but it's not the original synthetic route. After that, we decided to proceed a series of electrophilic attack reactions by introducing various like electrophiles carrying different electronic and steric profile. As you can see that almost all the electrophilic attack happens at the phosphorus center. The only exception is this, due to the fact that this BH2 carrying such a small steric profile, we found some weak interaction between the iron and boron. But considering the bulkiness of the anthracene or phosphorus fragments, it can help us to easily eliminate the possibility of this iron, electrophilic attack happens at the iron center. So, which allows us to narrow down to the only option, which is this 5-coordinate iron 0-valent intermediates. So, to gain better understanding of the electronic profile of the P2 serving as the terminal ligand, we decided to generate this TMS acetylene coordinated iron complex and serving as a reference compound, and subject the both compound to Mossbauer spectroscopy. The nearly identical isomer shift indicating that both fragments, including P2 and acetylene, sharing the same covalency upon coordinating to the iron center. But the fairly distinct quadruple splitting is presumably due to the different electron activities or the non-bonding lone pair on the phosphorus that causes the local charge distribution to be fairly different, which is also somewhat indicated by the calculated natural bond charge of the two fragments with respect to the iron center. So at this point, after knowing the crystallographic and electronic structures of the P2 complex, the next thing we're wondering is like, what can it do? So we decided to treat our iron P2 with some unsaturated organic compound, We introduced the one equivalence or excess amount of butadiene or cyclohexadiene to our iron P2 and generated the corresponding monodeoxide products. So from the crystal structures, we can see that the PP distances are further elongated when compared to the iron P2 of around 1.9. This is suggesting the high activation of another pi bond of the P2 upon coordinating to the dienophile. Upon dissolution of the species, we also were able to observe the formation of the iron P2 along with the substrates. So we think, oh, maybe there's a decomposition reactions going on. So we actually monitored this reaction by NMR spectroscopy and determined that, oh, it actually existed as an equilibrium. So we went ahead and used that set of data, calculated the equilibrium constant and free energy, and figured out that the deoxide product is actually a slightly favored product in that equilibrium at temperature. And lastly, we also went ahead and carried out the thermolysis of the species in the presence of an axis of cyclohexadiene. So in addition to the decomposition product of this iron bisocyanide tricarbonyl, we also observed the previously reported this the dicyclohexadiene double deoxyribonucleic acid. So in conclusion, I wanted to just briefly mention of some point I was not able to emphasize during my talk. So P2 is actually a really a fleeting molecule that's whether oligomerized upon generation or it's trapped by dienes to form the double deoxyribonucleic product. So the isolation of these two compounds will be considered the intermediate of the corresponding P2 double deoxyribonucleic product. And the generation of the iron P2 is actually going through a relatively novel synthetic route by going through this monoanion complex. So we think that this can serve as a potential synthon for other di or multinuclear small reactions, stabilization. And lastly, as a organometallic chemist, it always feels good to make something. With that, I'd like to thank my group members, my collaborators, my actual facilities, and thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer.
This was a great talk, by the way. So my question is, for the P2 fragment, do you think of that as being a neutral fragment or as being the 2 electron reduced to minus?
We think it's neutral from the mass power, because it's having finally defined all the stellene compounds to be just the stellene surface outside looking according to the iron at 0. So it's sharing the mass power kind of tell us that's sharing the same covalency as that compound. So I'd say it's
okay. And then secondly, I guess you kind of touched upon it with using the phosphoanthracene as a starting material for other complexes. Have you thought about adding the nitrogen anthracene to make NP complexes?
Yeah, it's the synthetic challenges of making that the nitrogen version a little bit high. It's on the list, but we're working on that.
Hi, thank you for your talk. In your reactions where the iron decomposes to form the tricarbonyl products, do you know what makes up the mass balance in those reactions?
Oh yeah, this iron bisocyanide tricarbonyl has been commonly I also would also agree that every single time when we do some reaction that didn't go well, we get iron iron bisocyanide tricarbonyl as a product. So in particular this one, I think the diphosphorus had thermal conditions and just aluminized to form maybe P4 or just diphosphorus.
But I guess if you're getting the third carbonyl, you're taking it from another.
Yes, then you get some probably a metallic iron.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all the time we have. So please join me in thanking the speaker.
You gotta go to bed. What's up? Oh, I can take it if you want.
I think they're looking for them.
Oh. Wait, what? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. Will that work with the clicker? Probably not. Oh, I think she's offering to do it without the clicker. I think she's offering to just.
Not on the screen right now. She's on the other screen. I think showing that. I think you need to move her to the extended screen. Or do mirroring.
Alright, we'll get started with our last topic.
Right?
I'm not sure because I don't know if it's been doing
to
that.
extended. You know what I mean? It doesn't do speaker notes. It's not going to open up like that. It's probably open on her computer, not on the other extension. Change it to mirror. I don't understand. Great job.
Thanks, man.
Last week of this session, so you can just easily go to mirror and not worry about it. Just switch it back. I doubt it. 7 Alpha is still going. We're starting our last week right now. We've got PDF. Troubleshoot.
Are they asking where we're at?
Literally. That was exactly. Maybe if you want to send a floater over 7A. All it has to do is go to mirror and done.
Well, here's my thing. Why is it? I don't. Is it extended at all?
Yeah, that's right. So they can do speaker notes. But PDF doesn't do speaker notes.
Switch it. No, man.
It's got to be mirrored. So that's going.
I think he's doing it. I think he's gonna do it. Hopefully.
What's the problem? She's got PDF because it's on extended desktop. It's not opening on the right screen. Is he allowed to go to mirroring, or is that something we're not allowed to show? He might need some help doing that. I'm sure that's what the problem is. It's just it's PDF, so it doesn't do extended. Yeah.
You know what I hate?
Me?
No, actually like you is this one.
That just means he actually needs more information. Tell us that. Just for his technical guys. I don't know.
I think he's talking about the class. I don't think he.
I like the way you think.
I don't think he knows me. I'm gonna be honest. I also don't know his last name, so.
That's Shannon Blake.
Cool.
He is a keyboard member.
Oh, really?
Yes. Also related to a bunch of other members that are with us that are also with last name.
That makes sense.
Yeah. He's a good guy. But he's, you know, he's one of those guys. Tease him with it. I don't know why this is taking so long to do this. All she has to do is mirror.
I don't know.
Shannon's
I think he's got settings up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Shannon's making a call. There we go.
There we go. Beautiful.
Okay, go to the PowerPoint.
That doesn't look quite right, does it?
I think it is. I think they just need to.
What is it? Has to go to full screen.
I mean, yeah. I've never seen someone present a PDF like this.
I haven't ever seen it go well. Sorry, I was trying to let you know about that. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're gonna get
They just
started.
got.
Our
No.
next speaker is Estelle
No.
Sternberg.
Yeah.
I apologize for the technical difficulties. My name is Estelle Strangmark, and I'm super excited to be here today to present to you my research on the coordination of a novel iron chelating conjugate, deferricyroxyatropine, to titanium-4 to develop a novel three-pronged anti-cancer drug. So we'll begin with an overview on cancer and kind of why it's important to study today. First, in 2020 alone, 10 million people died from cancer. That same year, 20 million new patients were also diagnosed with the disease. Cancer is the second leading cause in death across the globe, as it causes 1 in every 6 deaths. And finally, when discussing all of these previous statistics, it's also important to keep in mind what I think of as the COVID-19 effect. And that is that we saw far fewer patients going into doctors' offices, receiving these early screening tests. So those 20 million new patients in 2020 is actually projected to be even higher for that reason. So what exactly is cancer? I think everyone here has a pretty good idea of what it is, but at its core, it's really just the uncontrolled growth and rapid cell division and multiplication of cells. And as follows, anti-cancer research is then figuring out how to slow down or curb that growth.
Change the layouts there.
So what exactly is it about a cancer cell that makes it able to reproduce itself so rapidly? And it becomes kind of clear when we compare a healthy cell versus a cancer cell. And you'll notice here that there are a far higher number of something called serum transferrin receptors on the membrane of a cancer cell. So serum transferrin is the protein that transports iron from the blood into the cell. So what that means here is that when we're comparing a healthy cell versus a cancer cell, we notice first that cancer cells have a higher number of iron receptors on the membrane. That suggests that they therefore have higher iron levels within the cell. And finally, that indicates that they have an overall higher dependence or requirement for iron. And again, the question is why? So part of the answer to that question lies within the topic of an enzyme called ribonucleotide reductase. This is one of the enzymes that is essential for DNA synthesis. And the kicker here is that this enzyme requires iron. So what happens is ribonucleotide reductase, or RNR, binds to 2 iron ions, forming a di-iron cluster that then generates a tyrosine radical. This tyrosine radical is then able to trigger the set of reductive reactions that finally turns ribonucleotides into deoxyribonucleotides, which is one of the building blocks of DNA. So it makes sense that if the whole point of a cancer cell is to rapidly grow and divide and multiply, then it's going to have to do a lot of DNA replication, and that means it's going to have to do a lot of DNA synthesis. So that means that RNR needs to be working overtime. And in order to kind of fulfill that greater demand for production, there needs to be a lot more iron in the cell, in a cancer cell, than in a healthy cell.
So back to this idea of anti-cancer research. When it comes to sort of approaching that topic, the way we sort of thought about it was thinking in like a three-step manner. So if we first inhibit RNR, then we'll inhibit DNA synthesis, and finally that will inhibit cancer cell proliferation. So it all rests on this initial idea of inhibiting ribonucleotide reductase. And we hope to achieve that in three distinct ways. The first one is by limiting the amount of iron-3 in the cell. So we already discussed that cancer cells have a super high dependence on this ion. And that's because RNR uses it a lot. So what we can do is try to limit the enzyme's access to this important metal. How exactly do we do that? It's going to be a little bit difficult to go into each individual cell and try to pull out all of the iron ions. So instead what we do is we send in a new ligand, iron chelating or iron binding ligands. So these are ligands that have a super high affinity for iron and then can bind to the free iron within the cell and basically block it off from RNR. The second thing we can do is quench the tyrosine radical. So remember that I mentioned that the way RNR works is it binds to iron, creates a di-iron cluster that then generates a tyrosine radical, and this active tyrosine radical is basically the on switch for the enzyme. That is what's able to kind of trigger the final reduction from ribonucleotides to deoxyribonucleotides. So let's say our first step for inhibiting RNR didn't work 100%, and there's still some free iron in the cell. So RNR has still been able to generate this tyrosine radical. Then if we kind of inhibit RNR through this second path by quenching the tyrosine radical or reducing it into its inactive form, we turn off the enzyme completely. And the way to achieve this is through using redox active species. So previous research has shown that there are iron 2 species that have a reduction potential capable of actually reducing this tyrosine radical by donating an electron to it. And that effectively switches off the enzyme entirely. And then the third way to inhibit RNR is through introducing titanium-4. So titanium-4 has sort of entered the conversation of anti-cancer research within the context of its ability to bind to nucleotides. So when there's free titanium-4 in the cell, it can bind to nucleotides and thereby inhibit all nucleotide-dependent pathways. Additionally, remember that the substrate of RNR is obviously ribonucleotides. So if titanium-4 binds to the ribonucleotides within the cell, it again blocks RNR from being able to interact with it and convert it into deoxyribonucleotides and inhibits DNA synthesis. So, just a quick recap, we're going to basically limit the supply of iron within the cell and stop it from binding to RNR. Even if it does find some iron to bind to, we're then going to quench that tyrosine radical that switches off the enzyme entirely. And third, we're going to introduce titanium-4 to basically attack the substrate pools of RNR. And so we hypothesized that this drug, titanium-4 deferrocyroxynetriapine, would be able to inhibit RNR in all three of these aforementioned ways. You'll notice here that titanium deferrocyroxynetriapine consists of one titanium ion and then two ligands, which are the deferrocyroxynetriapines. So let's sort of unpack this a little further. So when we were designing a ligand, we kind of had two goals in mind. We wanted to pick one that would bind to the iron very strongly, and then we also wanted to pick one that once it bound to iron 2 within the cell would create one of those redox active species that I mentioned earlier that would be able to reduce the tyrosine radical and switch off RNR. So we kind of landed on this idea of synthesizing this conjugate between deferrocyrox and triapine. So let's break it down even further. So deferrocyrox is a well-known iron-chelating ligand. It is used to treat iron overload disease, and it binds really tightly to iron. On top of that, triapine is another iron-chelating ligand, but this one's a little different from deferrocyrox in the sense that once it binds to iron 2, it forms one of those redox active species and has been studied to quench that tyrosine radical and switch off RNR completely. So, triapine has a reduction potential of plus 0.01 volts, and then some researchers decided to look at what would happen if you kind of made a triapine derivative or an analog. How would that affect its reduction potential and its ability to quench the tyrosine radical and shut off RNR? And so what they found, they generated a bunch of different analogs and tested its reduction potential, its cytotoxic effects in vitro, and found that ultimately, as long as your triapine derivative has a reduction potential of less than 0.2 volts, then it is still capable of reducing that tyrosine radical and switching off RNR. So the idea then would be that once our ligand, D-ferrocyrex natriapine, enters the cell and comes into contact with this pool of labile iron, it is able to bind in these three spots. The green represents triapine, and then the purple is D-ferrocyrex. So keep in mind, though, that this is not how we would be introducing the ligand into the cell. Remember, the whole drug is called titanium D-ferrocyrex natriapine. So what happens is that once titanium D-ferrocyrex natriapine diffuses through the cell membrane, it then undergoes the transmetallation process. And we see past research has actually tried this with titanium D-ferrocyrex, so that would be just a bunch of the purple version, more or less. And there is evidence that this transmetallation does occur. And this, again, would accomplish three things. First, we would be trapping iron within this new complex, reducing the supply of iron within the cell. Then we'd be forming these redox-active iron 2 species that could quench the tyrosine radical of RNR. And finally, again, we're releasing titanium-4 into the cell. So this is kind of where that three-pronged approach stems from. So everything I've talked about so far has been sort of theoretical, so then I'm going to go into the specific aims of our research. First of all, it was to ensure that we could actually synthesize this ligand. Then we wanted to make sure that once that was achieved, it actually did bind to iron in all of the aforementioned three spots Then we wanted to test its reduction potential and ensure that it did have an E1/2 value that was within the desired range for triapine derivatives that would still be able to quench that tyrosine radical. And finally, we wanted to test how well it bound to titanium-4 to create the final form of the drug. So here's sort of an abbreviated synthetic route of D-ferrocyrex natriapine. At each intermediate, we characterize each intermediate through carbon NMR, hydrogen NMR, multi-top mass spec, as well as elemental analysis, and I've included some of that here. So for the first intermediate, natriapine, which is just triapine with added linker, I have shown the mass spec data here. In blue, you have our own experimental mass spec data, and then orange represents the theoretical overlay. I should also mention that we were able to solve the crystal structure for natriapine. Next up, I have mass spec data of the final form of the ligand, D-ferrocyrex natriapine. Again, blue in the mass spec data represents found data, and orange is the theoretical overlay. And here I've also included the hydrogen and carbon NMR data, and all of these materials are accounted for. On top of that, we sent out a small sample for elemental analysis and found that the mass percentages were within the desired range too. So, we've successfully synthesized D-ferrocyrex natriapine. The next step was to figure out its iron binding capacity. And so, when we introduced this ligand to a source of iron, we found that it bound to iron in all three ways. So, here on the left, we have this yellow box, which represents which on the MALDI data would be right here. Blue, again, is our found experimental data, and the overlays you see in yellow, green, and orange are all corresponding to one iron bound or two or three. And so we found that, yes, all of these iron binding sites that we predicted are indeed valid. But we wanted to see if we could somehow drive this iron binding further. And so in order to do so, we decided to think about pH. And so, of course, this is all happening in the human body, so the pH would be around 7.4. So we decided to kind of titrate it as close to that as possible in the lab, and we found that when you titrated a solution of D-ferrocyrex natriapine to about 7.2, that all of these protons here, where the iron binding takes place, they actually deprotonate, and that actually primes it for even tighter iron binding. So this actually increased the iron binding that we saw. And in order to test it, we performed UV vis analysis, and you'll see here that in dark blue, this represents our iron D-ferrocyrex natriapine complex. We see that this broad peak between 400 to 500, which is characteristic of iron and D-ferrocyrex binding, was forming, when previously it had not. So, after that, we wanted to test the redox potential of our iron complex. Remember that according to past research, as long as your triompene derivative has a reduction potential of less than 0.2 volts, then you would be within the desired range of an iron 2 active species that would be able to donate an electron and reduce the tyrosine radical of R&R and switch it off. And we found that the E1 half value was 0.04, which was great because that was the desired range. And also keep in mind that triompene itself had an E1 half value of 0.01. So we're very close to that. All right. So then some preliminary conclusions about the ligand itself is that it does indeed bind strongly to iron at a physiologically relevant pH. And once it does so, it forms a species that is capable of producing that essential tyrosine radical of R&R, and therefore is able to inhibit R&R in two distinct ways. And then finally, final form of the drug is the titanium-4 complex. And so we introduced this ligand to a solution or source of titanium and found that it did indeed form this complex that is shown on the right. I've shown some mass spec data here, where you will see again, blue is our calculator or experimental data, and orange is the theoretical overlay. And on top of that, if you compare the hydrogen and Mars spectra of the ligand alone on the left versus once it has been complexed with titanium-4, you'll notice that the two peaks that correspond to the hydroxyl protons right here are missing, and that indicates that they've been replaced in order to carry out the coordination to titanium-4. So yeah, and then in terms of some future research, basically what's important is to continue the characterization of titanium d-ferrocyrex and triompene. Afterwards, test the transmetallation between titanium d-ferrocyrex and triompene and with iron. Remember that before it has been tested when it comes to titanium d-ferrocyrex, it has been proven that that transmetallates with iron. So we just need to be absolutely sure that it would happen with this novel form of that. And then finally, conduct some cell viability assays to test the IC50 value of this drug, figure out how toxic it might be to healthy cells, and sort of go from there. I'd like to acknowledge as well as everyone else in the lab.
We are over time anyway. Maybe you can find her later if you have questions to discuss. But if you can join me in thanking Stella one more time. Thank you to all the speakers. I guess we can do another round of applause for all the speakers.
I feel like I'm on hold. Yeah, that's exactly it. It sounds classical music. It's quiet as hell.
I don't even know what this is. This is like dubstep or something. I only know that from that one movie when they talk about dubstep.
I don't even know what that means. Is this your house music?
Whatever's on there. Yeah. It's weird. Like I said, everything I've put on so far has been like it's like 20 dB per song. How loud it's been.
Oh.
Not the right kind of pocket focus. Doesn't seem to be bothering anybody.
Nope, I'm just fixing all this stuff.
Say what?
Just fixing all this stuff.
Good. If that was in the middle of the meeting, I'd feel weird about switching, mirroring, because.
No, yeah, it would have been different.
But at the end, it's not that big of a deal, as long as we can get it back.
Oh my god, you're so big. Yeah. Pues yo no tengo el mío. Salimos corriendo para acá.
Any problems with the hotel? Yeah. The other two is, one to making sure there's a
Thank you very much for all your help.
Yeah, of course.
I left the mic up there with.
Perfect. Have a nice rest of your day.
You too.
I wonder if she's gonna be back for the next.
What?
I wonder if she's gonna be back for the next.
You know that other guy that came in that wanted to use his laptop as a moderator for the next one?
Oh yeah. Interesting.
The one who freaked out about not being able to use his laptop, didn't want to put the thumb drive on the thing, all that stuff. But I get it. I wouldn't, if I was doing some sort of breakthrough science, I'd be really
No, yeah, I'd be weird about it
scared
too.
to share things. But that, I guess, that's the whole point of this show. So I don't know.
I mean, I think that's why they have all that stuff about not like recording or anything.
Yeah, I really just wish that people finally understood that when you bring your own computer, no matter how cool you think your computer is, it just fucks everything up. And there's a good chance it's going to screw your talk up too. Not just yours, but everyone else's of the day.
Yeah. I mean, and then another thing that gets me is people don't seem to understand that it's fine if your computer has everything. Like if it has an HDMI port, a networking port, like all of the everything. When people come in with like their kids, and they're like, "I need to hook up my computer." Well, do you have a dongle?
Well, even if you have a dongle, is there any real reason you need to use it other than it's your cool computer? Because as it turns out, this room is tuned to these computers, not yours. If you put it in, there's a good chance your shit's gonna fail.
Exactly.
Well, but no, this is top of the line. I had two guys on the last show do that to me. This is top of the line. I'm a good Mac guy. I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna let you know Macs are having an issue with our DAs and they're not
because
they're locking up. Oh, dude, I'm a master of Macs. Well, okay. So halfway through the thing stops working. I'm like, dude, I thought you were a Mac master, bro. He's like, well, you needed to fix them. I'm like, no. I told you they don't work well with our system, and you did it anyway. And you said you're the Mac master, so master it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, and then the next person who was going to do the same thing goes, I think I'll just use your guys' computer. I said, oh, could you make sure it works? And it works great. Oh, then I guess you don't really need to use your Mac at all.
There we go.
And then you realize the older doctors who've done this a million times don't do that anymore. They're like, no, I don't put movies in my stuff. I literally just put what I need to sort of work on your computer as dumbed down as possible. Because no one wants to be in a meeting where your shit fails.
Yeah. Might as well, yeah, and throw less wrenches on it.
And that's how you can tell if it's like a new doctor or not. Because if they come in and they've got like 47 different like things with, silly movies and clips of other movies in their stuff, you're like, dude, you don't know what the hell you're doing. No, this is cool. No one's going to care. They're going to see all those as cliches and you're going to get laughed off anyway.
Yeah, for real.
Is that the client's?
No, well, yeah, it's the one
I've
that the
never
moderator
had a
gets to use.
full-size iPad. I've only had the small one.
This is full size or no?
That's a regular size iPad. Yeah. I've always had the mini. It's been fine. I mean, I'm not a big Apple guy anyway, but this works great for its mixers and other things. So
yeah, I like one of these in general. Just now that
they're not as useful as they used to be.
Yeah, but now that we have our digital studio reports, this is perfect.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, but you can use any tablet to do that.
That's true.
And a regular, Android tablet's going to cost you about a third as much as one of those, if not even less.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they won't last as long, but shit, $100 every 3 years as opposed to $500 every 3 years. It seems
right. Oh yeah. Okay, so lunch at noon. Cafeteria's open down there, right?
I have no idea. I gotta go to my car, get my other bag. So
Luckily, we're nearby.
I'm not. I'm at the Hilton.
Right.
But that's okay. I'm not supposed to eat that shit anyway. And I've been going down there and been tempting every day to like eat that food. And I'm like, doctor said don't eat that stuff. So I gotta stay away from it.
Well, I have
You
a
don't know
salad
what's in
pack.
it.
I have a salad pack. I'm just gonna
There
try
you
to
go.
mooch off their toppings. I'm gonna see if they got anything
Nice.
that's in
See,
there.
that's smart. Diversifying.
Maybe see if they got some garbanzo beans. I'll sneak a scoop.
Yeah. I have hummus in there. That's my garbanzo beans.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I told my girlfriend to get bacon bits. But yeah, she forgot.
Well,
She
bacon
forgot
bits
one.
aren't healthy, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine.
And there's rarely bacon actually in them. That's the other thing. They simulate bacon.
You're really good at finding the negative out of every conversation.
That's right, bro.
You're so good at that.
You're so positive.
I'm like, damn, bro.
Okay, that's a good sign. If I'm super negative, bro, that means you're a super positive person.
Yeah.
If I'm super positive around you, that means you're probably super negative. So
I'm thinking of your gang.
that's how I am with everybody. It's not just you. But I don't try to do it. I don't try to be a jerk all the time.
Silver lining. No bacon for me was a much healthier meal, unless they have bacon bits there.
Yeah, they probably will have that conversation.
Right.
Maybe if you're lucky, they'll have literally pieces of bacon there, and you can make your own bacon bits out of real bacon.
Shards, yeah, no, it's noon.
Hey, you got me. You spun me positive there for a second.
There we go. Look at you. Look at you go. All right, let's see.
How are you doing after lunch? Post?
What's that?
You guys are good. There's nothing going on because they keep asking, is there anything going on? This one just ended.
Nothing. We're
That was
good.
because we had that
I just-
PDF thing
I
going
just switched
on.
everything
I
back
didn't
to
hear
the
them talk
original
about it right
settings.
now.
We're good.
Tell them to lay off.
this on the level, dude. That's important. Don't kill me, please. Camera. rained last night for like an hour or so. I know, I was kidding. But that doesn't look safe. That's like a load, you know, an archway. But anyway, it's good.
Oh, yours is nice and bright.
Yeah, that's why we haven't needed the lights. No one came in to turn them on. We didn't realize they weren't on until like halfway through the show. I'm like, yeah, well, it looks good on the video. So that's all that matters, right? Piece of cake, man. Yeah, so if you actually have an iPad, you literally can multitask.
No, I don't have one. I
Takes a
bought one
minute to
years
set them
ago.
up.
I bought one the first year they come out.
Uh-huh.
I gave it to my mother for Mother's Day because she was so worried about her computer. And then my sister taught her how to play Angry Birds.
Oh, no.
And then after that, it was like she was easy with computers done.
Yeah, my mom is on her phone. She plays some sort of stupid game on her phone all the time, and now she's on there constantly. It's kind of funny.
That's good.
Yeah, no, she's happy. I'm happy.
What happened here? Oh.
What?
These all popped up. It was the screen.
Oh, yeah, it's just changing. Supposed to have our music on and all that, you know, so.
I got it on.
I know.
Barely, but I got
That's
it on.
not all of us are as wide as you are, Pat, you know.
Well, I just heard her bitching about it, so I put it on.
And that's kind of how I was catching it. I was just listening to them complain on the radio.
Man, they talk all
I
fucking
know.
day.
I kept turning to these guys. I'm like, you guys are doing great because every other room seems to be calling in
Who
with
you got?
problems. I've got Hunter right there, and I've got Francisco.
Oh, you're good, man.
Yeah, no, they're both.
Hunter's all right. You know.
Yeah, you do.
And Francisco Perez?
No.
No.
Saying.
Persinio?
Poncho.
Poncho, yeah, Poncho. Persinio. Yeah. Poncho's a good kid. I don't know about this one.
They're doing fine.
He's
So
just too damn young. That's what it is.
Come on, not even.
Come on, Hunter.
Not even a
You
little
got a cool
bit.
name, though.
I like it.
You named after Hunter Thompson?
No, but I am Hunter S, so it's
Are
funny.
you sure you're not named after Hunter S. Thompson?
Absolutely.
Your parents were just too ashamed to tell you that you were named after the guy.
How about Robert Hunter?
I always
You know who
thought
that is?
No.
The lyricist for Jerry Garcia.
Grateful Dead, yeah.
Really?
One of the lyricists, yeah. Also a guy that works for Slow Imaging now.
Oh,
that's right.
He used to work for MSI.
I would think it would. I don't think I even knew who Hunter S. Thompson was until I met Dave.
Did you ever ask your parents?
Well, first of all, my mom is not a big Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas person, so I definitely don't fucking think.
You wrote other things, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but that's like
What about your dad?
the titular
Maybe
title.
he named you.
I don't think he's smart enough to know who Hunter S. Thompson is.
Well, you know, if you're ever at a bar and you're trying to pick up on girls, then Hunter S. Thompson's a really good way
You know
to go.
I'm Hunter S.
You're like, well, I'm Hunter S., you know. And they're, oh, really? Oh, yeah, his books are great. I haven't read any of them, but I've just heard nothing but amazing things.
I like the movie.
Yeah.
That's
The
about it.
book's even more insane than the movie, if you can believe that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Fear and Loathing?
Oh, yeah, dude.
I've read some of it because I did I looked into his background and some stuff like that, and I read some of his actual articles.
He was a writer for The Stone and a bunch of other things. So,
And some of those stories are even more insane than the movie itself, I've come to find out. But
everything he wrote was a little bit on edge.
well, no, but even the stories of his interactions, like for like the race through the desert, I fucking forgot what it's called. That's the beginning of
That's Fear and Loathing. That's what
yeah.
he's there to see is that race.
But that before that, he was doing something like right before where apparently I don't remember the exact shit of it, but it was just I don't know, interesting cat.
He is, yeah, he was. Killed himself though, so he was a little too interesting for his own good, you know.
Yeah, like Hemingway.
But Hemingway wasn't like dying of something. Hunter S. Thompson had a really, really bad disease and was dying from it, so he just didn't want to suffer anymore.
What did he have? I don't remember.
It was like stage 4 cancer of some sort, I think. He had something really, really bad.
Ugh.
Pancreatic cancer, something awful. Are you not recording, right? You're just streaming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I keep hearing this, oh, should I stop the recordings? And they're like, once again, we're not recording anything on any of these shows on the whole week. Oh, so should I stop the recording then? Once again, we are not recording anything.
You shouldn't be
Same girl
recording in the
keeps
first
calling.
place. I think that's because I think that's what he's there to tell us. But they literally came by and told me, "You're not recording. There's someone on the like server side who's recording."
But yet, we
Still have to do
ran
it.
a record feed to something.
Yeah, I
to
don't know.
one of those. So obviously they are recording. It's just you're not responsible for starting it and stopping it.
I think they were thinking about it because this can record.
No, they are. I
The
think they're recording
Epiphanes.
to those low, some, probably not allowed to record these. That's the deal, you know what I mean?
Well, my understanding is that what he was making it sound like was they weren't recording here. They had someone, whoever is doing their stream, was simultaneously recording the streams for them.
I guess there's probably another Pearl somewhere down there that's doing the same thing.
Well, maybe, but my thought was if it's all networked, they could just do it. They could do it wherever.
Yeah.
You know, they could localize that to whatever place they want. So if they're paying a company to monitor the streams and set that side of it up, then they're probably just paying them to run it through their data center and end up recording it server side because that'll be
Security is
easier
an
for
issue
them.
in this group, so that's definitely probably what they're doing.
Well, I
Probably
mean, to be fair, the girl who was the last speaker was talking about like a drug that would help treat cancer. Like,
the guy that wanted to use his computer wanted to use his computer because he didn't want to put his stuff anywhere.
I know, I get that,
And I get it too, and
oh,
that's why we're not recording, or at least we're making the impression that we're not recording.
so this one, the second column, that's the name of the moderator. So for tomorrow, we know that now.
You do. I'm audio. I don't.
Her name was Catherine.
Yeah, she was nice. I wasn't a real big fan of the way she kept standing in front of the speaker, but once I told her she didn't use the mic anymore, so she must have misunderstood me. I'm like, no, just don't stand in front of the speaker. You're good to go. No, I'm just gonna not use it. Okay, fair enough.
Some people I feel like are just like that.
Well, I have this way of telling people the truth, and it cuts through some people like a knife. Even if it's not a bad truth, it's just the truth. Like I'm just.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like you sound so much like you know what you're talking about. I'm just not going to use the mic anymore. That's not what I was. Okay.
Whatever.
Sure. I'm just glad no one's gotten mad at me today so far.
Nope. And I talked to some people about Zooms, and it sounds like that's not complicated at all either.
It is if you're not told what to do.
Yeah,
because
but
every show does it differently, and if you're just
no.
go ahead and start your Zoom, like, well, that doesn't. You need an address to do it and all that, which is all written right here.
I meant for these. It sounds like the way we're running it, they're not having any problems. It's they're switching it through this, and then it's the analog way, and that's it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I thought it was going to be a whole lot more complicated on my end of having to swap people over, but it sounds like it's not.
No, I think originally it was.
Well, they made it sound.
There's probably
they made
some
it
of the
sound
plan.
originally like we were going to have to like check off these people as they come in.
Yeah.
And like make sure that they have like the right.
Keep in mind, we haven't had these Zoom people yet.
We haven't, but everyone else has said that so far the clients haven't been terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I built a nest in there. Thanks, bro.
How-
Careful, there's
what-
other things that like to live in that thing.
In the air wall?
Yeah.
How much
Things
room
that
is
bite,
back
if
there?
you know what I mean.
How
Things
much
that
room
bite
is
like to live back there? Spiders and fleas and shit. Yeah. It's crazy.
In the room.
Oh, what?
I mean, it's probably dark. It's probably not the worst place to sleep.
Whenever like these characters, the new people would ask us like, "Don't you get freaked out in here in these dark little rooms?" I'm like,
Oh, you're talking about with the haunted thing?
Yeah, I'm like the trick is to be the scariest thing in the room.
I told you that I was told I was too scary, and I like twice. I was told you need to fucking chill out, bro.
I
You're
remember
going a little
that,
too
yeah.
crazy.
What?
Like you're playing Jack the Ripper a little too literally. I'm like,
Tough
well,
to
you
get away
baby
with.
Jack the Ripper. What do you expect me to do? You gave me 2 horrors. I'm supposed to kill over and over again. I'm gonna kill them more creatively each time.
It's a fun time, right?
The one guy was like, dude, you're amazing. But see those kids over there who are inconsolably crying right now? That's because of you. And I said, it is.
There we go. Yeah, you'd have been.
You don't bring your kids to a haunted house to not cry, do you?
You
I
would've
mean,
loved
come
it.
on.
You would have lived the haunted hotel.
Yeah, that was when it was still a museum. So. Yeah, I had fun. We had a lot of fun doing that.
We do any of that? We do a haunted hotel.
Yeah, well, the
San Diego does. The Union doesn't.
I was gonna say
Now, we're a little above skill for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I know, but I know that there's a few things that come out around here.
Are you not from around here?
No, I mean I'm from LA normally, but I've been down here for like 4 years now.
Okay. Yeah. In the Halloween season, there's a company that has like a lockdown on all the scare attractions in San Diego.
Yeah, I've seen some of their stuff because I think they.
It was in Market Street, the haunted hotel, but
Yeah.
now it's like in the parking lot of some fucking mall.
Oh, in Mission Valley?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Not
dude,
all
I'm
the
out there.
time.
I
That
see
used to
that
be
one.
East County.
Yeah, that's the one. And
I always
then-
thought that was weird because it's in the like Target parking
It's
lot.
terrible, yeah.
But they also put a circus there, so
But they have
just do whatever the fuck they want.
The thing is, though, like, there's a mesh thing, like, when they switched from the basement of the downtown area to that parking lot, like, it really took me out of it because you can see the parking lot lights bleeding through the scenery.
Oh,
And
just
it's like,
fucking
this
ruins
is
it.
weird, yeah, because there's like little black mesh, but like
See,
it doesn't
that-
do anything.
you as an actor, that's where you have to embrace
I
the
hate
light. Even throw it into your routine. You know?
I'm gonna be
This is
honest.
So bad. Look at this is the worst stunt I've ever been in.
Fucking
It's
fourth wall
got
breaking.
light.
I don't think it'd be good because I mean it's right by the freeway. It's probably
Terrible.
loud as fuck.
It's terrible.
Well, it'd
yeah.
be cool if you made it into like that theme.
If they
it was a
enclosed it.
mall, or if it was like, you know, there's a scene where the freaking car comes off the freeway and kills you.
What
that
the
would be great.
Well, what I wish they would have done is rented out like an abandoned fucking Toys R Us building.
Oh, that fucking Macy's right there.
That
Yeah,
would be
no one's
too
using.
expensive and too much liability.
Yeah.
'Cause when I was a kid, they had the museum, but they also had ones in East County that were like on fairgrounds in East County, and they were worse than the ones in the parking lot.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
everyone went to those because those were the ones where people were allowed to touch you
It's
and
convenient. they
literally
gave
scare
rides.
you. And,
The real one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are the ones where like once a night there'd be someone who get knocked out because they grabbed the
Yeah.
wrong person. Or,
Yeah.
think
I had
it's
that
not
happen
good
to
someone
a.
got stabbed.
I had that happen to a friend of mine at Horror Nights one year. Because where I'm at in LA is like all of 10 minutes away from Universal, so everyone in my hometown would just kind of go. And one of my buddies apparently went. Someone accidentally touched him because they're not allowed. The scare actors aren't allowed to do it. So apparently he said someone touched him, and he said he just turned around and clocked the dude square in the face. And like, I mean, I felt bad because I think they asked him to leave, but I was like, how is that your fault?
No, you're not, they're
They're just not supposed to touch you.
They're not allowed to touch
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Well, back in the day, you could do that. But you can't scare. If you need to touch someone to scare them, you're not a very good
Right?
actor.
Yeah.
No.
You're not that good.
I was terrifying people. I didn't come anywhere near them.
Yeah. Exactly.
I only killed the same hookers over and over again. It was great.
I only targeted the hookers.
And they were loving it too. They're like, "Oh, this is great." The guy who did this last time didn't he just like killed us in the same spot all the time and never said any interesting things.
Like a fucking animatronic.
I
or
just at
something.
one point I pretended like I was the Loch Ness monster who literally was Jack the Ripper.
Mhm.
You ever seen that movie?
No.
It's a movie.
What?
Yeah, Amazon movie from the movie. It's like a little sketch movie with all the bunch of actors in it from the Growlings. There's a scene. There's a show, a fake show in it called Bullshit or Not.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy like comes up and was it blah 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 blah? Was Jack the Ripper really a sea monster from Scotland? We'll never know.
That's funny.
And then there's like this bullshit reenacted. They show the sucker
Oh,
walker.
yeah.
The big dinosaur.
Indulging.
Oh,
the
hey,
idea.
you're a big boy, aren't you? Oh, that's great. That's good. Oh, what are you doing? Stop. But it's just
Like a puppet.
so I
or is it
pretended
animation.
it was a puppet. It was like
Mhm.
a big puppet.
Figure, yeah.
But I pretended like it's Jack the Ripper and no one got it. But, the actors did. They're like, is that from Amazon? I'm like, yeah. So you got to be creative,
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Yeah,
maybe
that's-
don't terrify children as much.
Yeah, if you can't find me, that's probably where I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
Oh, back hiding between the walls.
Yeah.
He likes the darkness.
Apparently.
I went to my car and got my lighter backpack and my batteries and stuff. It's great.
I know, yeah,
I
you feel better.
reparked down on the bottom floor. It was perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
I got here this morning. I had to park on like the 4th floor. Then I went to take all my shit down the elevator. And there was a dude asleep in the elevators. You couldn't take the elevator. The one elevator. Like, you guys have
I
one
know.
elevator. How do you not keep somebody from sleeping in there?
Right?
I'm not blaming the homeless guy because he's cold and he wants a place to go. But the security.
About the Hills Park? Ace Park, you should check the elevators a little more often.
Yeah. Well, and that's like you're not supposed to park on the first floor. Well, if you guys fix the elevators, I'd be more than happy to park on the 7th floor.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, right now in the rain, one elevator works, and you guys don't even keep it clear. So
Yeah.
I had to carry my bag down like
You use
6
as a
flights of
home.
stairs this morning. That's ridiculous.
You know what my question is? If Ace Parking is doing literally all of the parking down here, why don't we have a contract with them? Like
Dude, what I've
the
learned about Ace
local.
Parking is don't disparage them and don't question them because they've got power we don't understand.
They have there seems to be a monopoly.
Well, they I think they have a citywide contract, is my understanding. Oh, fuck that.
And they own all the lots.
Get your
down
shit
there.
towed.
Literally all of them, like
Yes,
every
so
single
it's
lot
always a
downtown.
good idea
I'm pretty
to
sure.
Second guess when you're getting mad at those guys. They might say, "Oh, okay, all right,
Oh, I don't get mad at parking people. That's so
I do get
stupid.
mad. People do. I always try to remind myself, hey, that guy can really screw your whole working
Get your
situation.
shit towed, yeah.
That's like the lady in the parking passes over there. Like to get one there, you have to really befriend that lady, be nice to her for a while, talk to her a few times before she lets you do it.
I think I heard about that, but I also heard the reasoning for that one was because she has a limited amount. Like it, the thing about it was that apparently us coming and buying the passes is hard for her because then she can't sell them to actual people.
Right when they
are
turned
actual
everything
people.
over, but that was a while ago. That was a while ago. Now they're not like that anymore. She didn't have time right then because they were converting the system, so everyone was busy, and we all went there at the same time.
Yeah.
Some of us went there feeling we had the right to do that.
Yeah.
And it's not a right; it's a privilege, and you know
No.
she's very apt to let you know it's a privilege. So
I got lucky too. I think I got in on that like a 3-month wide pass or something like right before they hiked it up actually, and then it ran out like February or January before the pandemic. So like
Oh, that was perfect.
mine did
that
too.
was right when it
I
switched over to
literally
like you have to buy
I
like a
paid for
monthly thing.
January. I didn't park there for one fucking day.
Oh, that's fucked.
It's like gambling.
It is, but you know, I this month I've already doubled my savings on it because I've worked like 7 or 8 days this month, and it's I think about $15 a day. It all works out.
Yeah.
But it took me a long time to get that pass.
Yeah.
It took a lot of being nice to that lady and reading her. She's pissed today.
And I got
I'm gonna tell her, hey, have a good day. I'll come back when you've got some time. No worries. Did that like a bunch of times, and finally she found me. She's like, hey, didn't you want to buy it? I did. Do you have time now? Because I don't want to take any time away from you. I know you're busy. Oh no, it'd be great. You know, okay. Now we're great. Now we're cool. Now she calls me. I was like, okay.
Exactly. That's how it is.
But don't go in there after like my hair. Or like one of our earlier guys goes in there. Just don't go in there after that because he
rubs everyone the wrong
yeah.
way.
And that's what happened to me. I followed Harrison or Mike Harrison there one time, and she was already pissed. And I just looked around like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "You know, I just don't have time for this bullshit." I said, "Hey, you know, I'm gonna come back and talk to you later. You have a good day."
The Thomas Dressner, that older white dude, is the one moderating.
Is that really what it says? Older white dude?
Yeah,
Seems
exactly.
kind of discriminatory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, if
It's like you're calling him old and white. That's like double negative right there.
Well, if they put older German dude, it would have said we would have thought it was Christian.
Well, I always call Christian an Austrian because that really pisses them off.
Yeah. I'm
If you really
not
wanna get
surprised
someone in
about
trouble,
that one.
Like with him, be like, "Oh no, he's." I think I told Davin, I'm like, "No, he's from Austria. He's not German, dude." He's
That's
like,
fucked
"Oh,
up.
hey Christian, I heard you were Austrian." Dude, I don't know who you are, and I don't fucking like you. Okay. I'm like,
That's fucked
why did you
up.
do that, dude? Because I don't know who you are, and I don't like you.
I don't know who you are. And I don't fucking like you.
I walked Davin out. I'm like, dude, that's just great.
That's fucked up.
He's like, that was great, dude. I'm like, cool, right on. I didn't know how Christian react. I just figured he'd get a good reaction out of it. It's like, I don't know you, and I don't like you. I'm like, okay, and I'm German.
That
Okay,
sounds,
bro, okay.
That sounds pretty on brand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who doesn't deserve that more than Davin does? So it worked out really, really well. We've humbled Davin a bit, and I think that's made him a better person.
I think so.
Because I like that. He did introduce himself to me as a child prodigy, though. And I'll never forget that, because anyone that introduces themselves as a child prodigy has some issues, dude. Like, dude, I'm not going to get you a job, so you're cool. You know what I mean? I'm not going to keep you from getting a job or get you a job, so you don't have to do the whole child prodigy. Matter of fact, I'm going to give you a hint. Don't tell people that. That's like telling people, I went to Full Sail Audio School, blah, 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 but let me load this truck. We all know you don't know shit. You were dumb enough to pay $80,000 or $100,000 to get a worthless degree from a school that no one recognizes. Let's see what you can do as a real person. You can impress us that way.
He introduced himself as a child prodigy, as an adult.
When the first conversation I had was, I'm from San Francisco, it was hard being a child prodigy, and trying to jump into their local, and people didn't like me because I was this genius, and I was like, dude, I think I know why people didn't like it. I don't think it was because you were a genius.
Yeah. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I've never heard of anyone.
Every time we're doing any gig, he's like, "Well, I'm usually an A1 for something," And I was like, "I can't believe they didn't give me the show
He's
call."
gotten a lot more humble.
Yeah.
And he's a good guy. He just had to learn. When you're in your 20s, I don't think he's in his 20s, but he came in like he was in his 20s. No offense if you're in your 20s.
He is
probably
totally,
are.
he is totally
Some
full of
people in their
himself for
20s
once.
think they know everything, and until you get to a certain age, once you get to 30s and 40s, you realize you're never going to know everything, and there's always going to be someone that knows better. In your 20s, you
just have this sense of, well, I got it all.
You got this hot shit.
I had the
sense
same
about you.
thing. Everyone does. It's a 20-year-old thing. But he was like 40 with that. I was like,
Yeah.
adjust.
I think the other day I asked him, I was like, so how was the pandemic? He's like, oh, I was made for that shit. I've never been better than everything. I'm just like, oh my God, wait.
It's called overcompensating.
Oh,
So you had a
yeah,
hard
he
time too then.
Talks
Good.
himself up every single time he talks to him, but it's cool.
Anyone who says they thrived during the pandemic was crying alone at night
Mhm.
all the time because no one fucking was doing good.
So some people enjoyed the time off, but I'm sorry, once you got to like 6 months off of work, if you're enjoying that,
Dude,
something's wrong with your
I
mental
was sort of-
I
capacity.
got to 6 days and was tired. I was fucking
I
done.
felt like I was over, you know.
There
I
were
had all sorts of bad thoughts when that was going on.
yeah, man. There were points where I hadn't gone out in like 2 weeks. Like
Yeah,
I hadn't
dude, I
left
didn't
my
go out for, like,
house,
6 months.
and I was just like, I need to do like I need to
Look,
walk
I had-
outside.
I
had
bought
a dog.
sweats 4 times during the pandemic. I bought slippers 6 times during the pandemic. So that should tell you how often I wore sweats and slippers.
You have a wear schedule. You have like you have a wear pattern. that you
Yeah,
can
I'm
tell.
pretty sure my lounge is probably messed up now from sitting in there so much. The dog got really mad at me once I started going back to work, and she was used to me being there all the time. And
Dude, me too.
yeah.
Oh my god, my dog was pissed. I worked one of our gigs for the first time back this like winter. I come home and she was mad at me. Like my dog wouldn't even look at me because I was gone all day. And I was like,
Get used to it.
I have to do it.
Did you get her before the pandemic or after the pandemic?
Way before.
Yeah, so she'll get back used to it.
We'll
So
get
my
back.
dog is
Yeah,
too.
she's
She just
she's
didn't-
good.
She didn't get it. She's like, wait a minute.
So yeah, you were
You're
home
taking me
for
to the
so
mountains,
long.
You're going all these places. I mean, now you're leaving. You're not taking me with you. Like, what's
What did I
going
do?
on?
What did I do?
What did I? You
But now
don't like me anymore?
she's back to normal. I'm super happy to see me every time I come home.
Exactly.
Happiest dog in the world. What time did we start? 2:30 or something?
2.
2. Wow, we had a
Two.
nice long one.
Yeah, 2.
Pretty easy. How come I'm not hearing any music? Someone decided to turn my music down. Was that one of you guys?
No, I think it was just someone walking by.
Yeah, 'cause it turns out I got in trouble for not playing that music already once.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's awful, and I don't want to play it. But
Isn't it just the live audio feed
it's
from the
just
loop?
The loop.
Yeah.
But they wanted it playing in between sessions. And obviously, the person you picked has an interesting taste in music.
How can they tell? Are they checking the stream?
Yeah. They're listening to our conversations too, I'm sure.
No, because the only mic, I don't think we have a mic out on the camera.
There's a mic on your computer. There's a mic on that computer.
I'm muted.
You're transmitting.
Yeah, I'm muted.
But they can unmute you. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, the green cursor is a help desk. I know. I already looked at it all. I'm
So,
sure
I mean, if they wanted to hear you or see you, they could easily do that.
Oh no,
I
absolutely.
don't know why in your right mind you want to listen to our conversations, but you know,
I'm
some
sure
people
they
get off on that thing.
I'm sure they watched because the first thing I did this morning when
Oh no, they
the
definitely
first
watch
thing
it
I
'cause they
saw
know whenever we don't have something going on.
exactly, but the first thing I came in last night was I saw the green mouse and I looked in the thing because here you can see if there's anything, and of course if there's any desk. And I was like, okay, so they want full control over this.
That's fine. That's great.
Cool by me, but I kind of feel like you should tell people about that.
Yeah, it's good. Well, this morning was a good example of how maybe a little more information would have been helpful. Because
Yes.
a lot of our guys were already scared because they didn't know what was going on. But then to drop that on them without any freaking information, it's just real tough on your crew. And that's what happens when an IT guy organizes a show.
Is that how it is?
That's just how I see it. It seems like a
That's
very
what it
IT
feels like it is, because it feels like we're.
Your music or theirs?
Dude, this is mine, bro. Isn't this you?
That's
I thought I
what I
got a
thought,
hold of you
yeah.
playing this. No, this is their walking music that they're forcing on everybody.
I was trying to profile Doug Doyen and his music over there. Had some kind of wah-wah pedal shit on earlier.
Oh,
or
we're not
something.
supposed to be playing anything other than their music, so.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, go figure. Our guys putting in their own music. I actually wrote my own music to play as background music, so I won't get sued for stealing anybody's background music. And I can sue people later for using my music.
Just start making elevator music and shit like this.
That's what I do.
You
I
do
literally
this?
make things that sound not like this, but
Endless
mellow.
loop
And,
shit?
yeah, just to play in mute room, so I can. I did it when we were on the floor for that
I'm
last
talking
show.
about my own, my own instruments and all that.
That's
You
what I
that?
do. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the
You
last
got it.
show, when we were down on the floor.
Yeah.
Every time I tested, I used songs that I wrote, all my own stuff.
What do you got, electric drum set or something?
I have a sequencer that has all that
Rhythm
on.
thing?
I have a sequencer that, and I have a bunch of modules, keyboard modules, and I have guitars and basses, so all the just track pieces out. And nothing fancy, just stuff that's
I
mellow and
totally admire
backgroundy.
that, man. Building your own tracks.
Yeah, and I did it just so I wouldn't have to worry about getting sued by other people for playing their music.
Hey, it's not, you don't even have to worry about royalties. It's not even royalty
No,
free.
and then eventually I can sue other people for my bad music. They're like,
Yeah.
hey, you got this in your commercial, and that's mine. What are you doing?
You're going to jail. You're gonna pay me $1 million
That's right.
fucking dollars.
Thank you, Ron. Ron set the audio in here.
I think this was like the first room done.
Pat just gave me some.
Pat gave me some.
Do you need
okay.
some?
Nope. I guess Pat's the
You're a
distributor
super
of
floater,
batteries.
right? You're not up in a room, right? You're super float, right?
Yeah, I'm super senior floater.
Super senior floater. What does that mean? What does that entail?
Means I get naps every 20
Nice,
minutes.
nice. You get to sit down and talk to your grandson. How's your grandson, by the way?
Well, he doesn't have a job yet.
Well, what's up, Ron? You're gonna slack on him like that?
But let me think. He's a month old. He's already been at Disneyland twice.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck.
How many times did Grandpa take him to Disneyland?
I haven't been there since before COVID.
Okay, well, you're gonna have
But
to
you know, my daughter and all that, they got fucking passes there every year. You know, and somehow they're changed.
I don't know at that age they really appreciate Disneyland yet, but
I was gonna say, I feel like
granddaughters think that's their real house.
well, I mean, but your granddaughters are old enough to appreciate Disneyland, you know.
Well,
Well,
but-
it's not a year old yet, doesn't really get Disneyland, and I have a feeling.
No,
that
but
they will
that's
scare the hell out of them.
his big sisters do. I think my granddaughters,
Yeah.
they're totally into
Oh,
it. And,
sure.
Hey, also we live in the
My
digital
sisters
age.
are adults older than me, and they're all still into Disneyland super.
Yeah,
So.
well, my granddaughters are finally old enough to ride the rides there, you know. But last time I went there, I actually had alcohol there, and before
You mean at California Adventure, you mean?
Yeah, I mean for
They
sure.
don't
There.
serve alcohol.
I don't think
they
they
didn't
do.
used to serve alcohol.
okay,
They don't
this
serve
was
it
at the
in
Star
California.
Wars place.
Oh, maybe they do. Maybe they do now.
Oh, they have
bar.
they have a cantina bar.
Oh, there's
That's
a
a
bar there
canteen.
now.
Is that
I
in
haven't been there
California
since
Adventure
Star
or?
No, it's in Disneyland.
Yeah, see, it's by the
I
Star
haven't
Wars
been there
thing,
since
huh?
they did the
Yeah,
Star
because
Wars
it's
thing.
the new part
It
of
used to
it.
be that only.
It's funny
California
because you're
Adventure
only
had
supposed to
those.
drink like 3 drinks, and I think you're only supposed to be there 45 minutes or something like that. And the drinks are like $170 a piece.
Yeah,
or something like
yeah.
that.
I guess it'd be a little, but I get you. Yes, there might be like $28 for.
You know, but everybody
pretty
goes there
sure
just
it's
to say
fucking-
they drank there, because before you had to be part of Club 33 or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, fucking $10,000 a day habit. And,
Yeah,
The
'cause
last time
I
I
think
went
that
there
was the
was
only place.
Star Tours wasn't there yet. So I mean, Star Tours was there, but
Star Wars.
just the whole Star Wars thing wasn't there yet. So we just would go to California Adventure, get drunk over there, and then come.
well, I think we
There's
went
even
there.
more options there now because of the Avengers campus.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
They
well,
added-
that wasn't there then either, but the
but they
bars
added
were
new
there,
stuff.
and we liked the bars.
Well, they have
very
the
nice.
winery thing.
That wasn't there when I was there either.
Oh,
Like,
really?
all the like in the little where they have the festival lights thing with
Yeah.
all the water and all that. That's where all the bars were when I was there. We
The
all
pier.
got hammered.
Yeah, because it's the Cove Bar.
Yeah.
So what I want to do now is, because I stayed there when for 5 days when my daughter was young, and back then we stayed at the Disneyland Hotel, you know, and you know you can take turns taking the kids to the park and all
Sure,
that,
yeah.
hit the pool and the daiquiris and back then all the kids wanted they were buying autograph books, and they'd spend an entire day trying to track down all the characters. But at the hotel, you paid like $50 extra, and the kids ate with all the characters in the morning.
When we went to California Adventure, I
Yeah.
went with my roommate. It was her birthday, and she bought it all. Paid for 3 nights at the hotel at California Adventure, the
Yeah.
lodge there,
Yeah.
and that. I made the mistake of going and having breakfast at that place.
Oh, that lodge thing is pretty
And
cool.
I'm like, I'm eating my breakfast by myself because
Yeah.
they hadn't woken up yet. I'm like, I'm hungry. All of a sudden, all these characters come up, and I'm like, no, I'm cool, man. But they're like, no. They could tell I was uncomfortable, so they just all surrounded me and sat there and like just. And I was like,
Play with you and all that. Yeah, yeah.
dude, come on, man. I'm trying to eat breakfast. I get it. You're a dude in a costume.
I'll tell you what, I watched a special on, they were turning it into a Christmas or whatever, the overnight crowd, you know, and then Local 33 and all that. And it showed a bunch of kids that are probably getting paid fucking huge money, and they can't touch it until after it closes. So it's like a caravan that all of a sudden the gates will open when the park closes, and they all go out and all night long. They got to be double rates at night.
I'm sure, but it's once a year.
No, these are full-time employees that are there doing shit all the time.
Well, I thought you said it was just when they went to Christmas or whatever.
But it was the special that I was watching is when they were doing that, and it looked like they're pretty much there all the time. Stagehands, because it was IATSE that was doing that Fantasia shit and all.
Yeah,
that, you know.
I remember when that was happening.
Okay, so I had a friend who worked with Disney on, I think, Bachelor or something like that, and he was so amazed because I think it was either cam or like an actual AC cable, but he said they needed a custom length for it, and apparently they made a call and then someone cut it at a custom length for them and headed it, and he was like,
yeah, they got some.
I've never had fucking like 43 feet of cam delivered to me. Exactly. I was like, what did you expect? He was like, I know now.
And they actually take good care of their employees.
Yeah, we
too.
did the NARM show here in like '93 or '94 in room 6 when this building was new, and Michael Jackson was here.
Oh wow.
And half of us were working for Buena Vista Productions, which is Disney. And we made a shitload of money. Everybody else was like $14 an hour, something like that. You know? But for some reason, Michael Jackson, anything to do with his production, which is what we were doing, shit for him to come out, was all Buena Vista Productions. All of room 6. 45 band. That's when LL Cool J had the one pant leg thing, and in Vogue
Probably
was
one of the silliest things I've ever seen in my life.
they were just coming out. LL Cool J
I
and
remember that. I
in
remember
Vogue
the
and all
one pant
that.
leg thing. That was
So-
like, and then they like made fun of it all on the TV show. It's like, oh no, I've got this new style. It's one, I got a triangle cut this way. And it was like, it just got stupider and stupider. But you know, he was pretty genius when it came to marketing himself.
It's LL Cool J.
That's right. He needed
Mama
love.
said, knock you out.
And he needed love, and he wanted to knock you out. So it's best of both worlds. That's right. Have a good one, Ron. Thank you. God damn, this music really.
It's so strange.
Well, it's like I feel like I'm supposed to play it like super loud and like stand up on top of it. So go everybody, then pump the bass. And when I say I make music, I don't make music like this.
What kind of music do you make?
Just whatever, jazzy stuff, harmonically pleasing stuff.
Are you? You're in a band with other people, right?
I was. I'm not anymore. I was for years. I'm a guitar player, but I've been in like 6 bands as a keyboard player. So you know that should tell you how good of a guitar player I am.
Maybe that just means you're
Guitar
a
has
really
always been my
good
passion.
keyboard player.
Well, I mean, guitar's not my passion, but keyboard is something I can do. So I've been able to make that fill gaps. I'm not a pianist or anything.
To be fair, I've always found that a good piano player will go way further in production, at least, than a good guitarist ever will. You know, I feel like
Well,
people.
I do most of my writing,
Yeah.
my music writing on the keys. I don't do it on the guitar. But
Because
when I want
it's
soul and
better.
I want feeling,
You
I'll
wanna
play the
do
bass or I'll play the guitar because that adds that element.
No, yeah. It's one of those things because I used to work a little bit in, like, me and a couple of friends would do some music production, and it was always the people who were really good at guitar were really good at guitar, and not a ton of other stuff.
Well, and what I
Because
learned,
they were
being, I'm
really good
okay
at
at
guitar.
guitar. I mean,
Yes.
I use my harmonic ear to play guitar, but guitars are a damn fucking dozen. And
Yes,
I'm not really
exactly.
that guy.
There's it's like snowboarding. There's plenty of people who want to go be the next fucking Shaun White and snowboard and be amazing at it. There's also very few who can do it at an Olympic level.
Yeah.
You know, but like I always wanted to do piano. My grandma went to a conservatory in Argentina to teach piano, so
Nice.
we always had a grand growing up, and I kind of
That's funny because I grew up with a piano in my bedroom, and and then once we got rid of the piano, I got my grandma's old organ, and that was in the bedroom. But my sisters, who are older than me, were awful at music and didn't stick to my parents, and I didn't get great grades, so my parents just figured, well, he's not going to be a musician. Didn't even introduce me to music until I was like 15 or 16, and that's when I was like picking guitar. I'm like, oh. And my friends would play
Makes
guitar, like,
sense.
how are you doing that already? You just picked that up. I'm like, I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah. But I've never had the chops. I've always get crampy hands. My hands aren't built for the guitar. My brain.
Oh, I can't do that. That's kind of how I feel about piano. Like, I find myself fumbling over my hands when I try to do certain things, and like, I've always had trouble. I learned, like, I can read music, and I can do a little bit of theory, but for some reason, memorizing the keys layout without the stupid little trainer thing that is like a cover where it shows you what each key is.
Which is silly because it's
I
just the
can't do
same
it.
thing over and over again.
Exactly, but that's why
The
I don't.
keyboard is the easiest
something
thing in the
about
world
it
to read. The
in my
guitar is
head.
complicated because you move up and down frets and the
I can't
scales
even,
change.
None of that makes sense to me. It's
keyboard. I took guitar theory in college, right? 1, 2, 3. I took all of those. I took a bunch of different music classes. One of them was applied commercial skills, where he put together people with bands.
Yeah.
And he had you writing stuff. And he's like, look, I'm going to give you these chords. I want you to write a melody over it. So I took it home and did this and wrote this crazy thing, which I thought this was he heard it and he's like, hey, there's not a melody in this. This is all harmonic. Did you know that? I'm like, no. And he's like, dude, you have one of the most ridiculous harmonic ears I've ever seen. Which could be a good or bad thing, because if you're a writer, having only harmonic ear can really hamper you. Said, but as an arranger, you could make anything sound fuller and thicker and better. You should probably start playing the piano. So that's when I started playing the piano. But I've never been great left hand and right hand. I do rudimentary bass notes on my left hand, and I do moving chord, augmented chords on my right hand. That's all I do.
Yeah.
But now I've gotten more of a feel for the tone and all the other stuff. Now I can get soul out of it, where I couldn't before,
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's one I've always wanted to pick up, but I'm just waiting at this point until I get a bigger apartment, because I want to be able to get at least not a standing piano, but a full size. I think a 32
Do
key.
yourself a favor and get yourself a keyboard that has a piano on it.
Well, yeah.
Because that gives you a lot more mobility. You know what I mean?
That's what I want to do, but I want to get a
wrong.
I want to get a
Grand piano's
32 key
amazing,
keyboard.
but they're huge. You got to keep them tuned. There's a lot of.
Oh no! Don't even get me started on that. We ended up selling my grandma's piano when she passed, and it was just like, at first
Was it
I had
grand?
oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I had a moment where I was like, oh, I want to keep it, like, and do that. And my mom's like, well, how are you gonna get it? How are you gonna get it downstairs? Where are you gonna put it? And I was like, okay, fucking sell it. I don't know. I have no answers to any
Where
of
are
those
you gonna put it
questions.
in my house?
And that's where I was like,
I got you.
oh, okay. It's not going in my apartment, that's for sure.
Well, see, but if you got yourself a nice small controller,
That's
and
what
a
I
nice
wanna do.
VST, you could literally just play whatever sounds you want through that keyboard.
Personally, part of me also just wants to buy an Akai like MPK or something like that, because I don't fully need a full size piano, and I know I could get by in production with something like that, because I do want the tap pads and other things. So that's where an MPK to me is like.
I have an Arturia KeyStep 37. I have an Arturia. I don't know if it's MPK, but I have one of those. I have a 49 key controller, which has the pads on it.
Yeah.
I have a 37 key controller, which has an arpeggio and a sequencer on it and pads. I have a 61 key controller that's weighted or semi-weighted that I use for my electric pianos. I have an 88 key piano that I use just for piano, but it's not a piano, it's a keyboard like piano. And the reason why I figured out when I played gigs, that fucking piano weighs like 100-something pounds, and the movement sucked. And it really feels good when you play the piano, but every other keyboard you play, it's not right because they're weighted.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right. So I figured out I'm going to get a nice controller that has the right feel, and I'm going to play electric piano on it.
So you just needed the weighted keys, really.
You need different keys for different things, but if you're just you and you're learning,
yeah.
I just go get a 49 key and be done with it, or a 61 key.
That's pretty much what I was going to do. I mean, again, I'm planning on moving at the end of May, June-ish. So it's all coming into play. Thankfully, after this week, I might have enough money for one.
Well, I mean, you could always go, like I said, go the VST route where you just put things on your laptop, get a controller, and start that way.
That's true, and that's seeming more and more plausible as time goes on, especially with how we used a lot of. I previously knew Ableton fairly well, but we started using the Mac one.
GarageBand?
No, no, the professional one.
The Pro Tools?
Not Pro Tools, because I don't think I ever used Pro Tools.
Pro Tools is kind of the one they use on the Mac.
Well, is Pro Tools? It's like the scaled up version of GarageBand. Oh, then I've used Pro Tools.
Which is kind of on the outs now. People aren't using Pro Tools as much.
No, it doesn't seem like. I
have Studio One now. I use that. I use Ableton still. I whatever I'm in the mood for, I use it.
Who makes Studio One?
That is Presonus.
Oh, Presonus.
So I went and bought one of those old. I had one way back in the day, a 48 whatever, just their basic box that they sold. They used to come with Pro Tools.
Yeah. It
doesn't come with Pro Tools now. It comes with Studio One, which was free. I downloaded it, and the free version seems to work pretty good for me. So.
I enjoyed Ableton. I didn't feel like it had as good of an interface as Pro Tools. Well,
Ableton's more of like a jam companion.
Oh, absolutely.
Where you write sequences within one track, like within one channel. It's hard to do. It takes a while to get used to it, but it's more of like a performance piece, not a sequencer as much.
No, 100%. And that was like the interesting thing was Ableton seemed to do really well for like EDM people loved it. I mean, any solo producer seemed to really enjoy
I like
it.
Ableton too.
But-
There's benefits of all of them.
But here's the thing, recording into not Premiere, Pro Tools for like live instruments and live audio and mics and all that was, I mean, visually very easy flow through. Like all of that was
So
nice.
is this. I mean, that was when Pro Tools was the real successor, and now it's
Yeah.
gotten cheaper. That's also when you got to realize back then computers didn't have the power.
Oh no.
Memory was way more expensive, so all that stuff added up real fast. You had to have the right computer. You had to. Now you can buy whatever and put Pro Tools or one of those other programs on it. They work fine, and
Well,
computers can handle it a lot better nowadays.
it's actually kind of funny. The larger we would get with our tracks, we realized we were running into memory issues, and my buddy was using an iMac, so we were really kind of not expecting that because he built part of the iMac for this, like for production, and we preloaded a ton of stuff on it. And it
That's
just
the problem. You're using an iMac.
exactly.
To do production, that's part of why Pro Tools sucks so much. To do production on a Mac or Pro Tools, you needed a Mac Pro tower with a bunch of stuff
I
added on.
tried to tell him you need the just no. I don't even want to get into it because I was like, what do you think you're gonna gain by having everything be on your monitor? Essentially, I was like, it's not benefiting you. You are. And then he was like, well, I'm running into problems with my like processing speed, and I was like, well, you're using your desktop as a thing. Like, if you were gonna move it into a studio eventually, why not just build that computer out for it?
Yeah.
And the Mac Tower could have done that.
But that's still.
It's still expensive.
$8,000 for everything you need on a Mac Tower to get it to work right with Pro Tools.
Also, personally, I really don't like finding files on a Mac. I think it's so frustrating for some reason.
I think if you're using it as a work tool, you get used to that. That wouldn't be a problem eventually.
You'd think so, but I still felt like it was hard to find shit on.
Everything I'm running is on PC right now, so.
I mean, I built my own PC, so I'm
I did too.
100% on board on that
I'm
one.
still running everything off the laptop I bought though. My PC's old.
I mean, it's never a bad time. I was talking to Henry Luson?
Yeah, I know Henry Luson.
At the Balboa the other day, and we were talking about computers because that's what he was doing over the pandemic apparently. And he was saying apparently some of the graphics cards now are actually coming back down, like price wise. So you could get some of the 30 series NVIDIA cards for like in the $300 to $400 range, usually with a power supply or other accompanying like component. And I was just kind of surprised because I hadn't seen the prices go that low in a bit.
Well, because Mac's coming out with a new production mini, which is basically like a double-sized mini, but it's a production with the M1 chip in it, and they've got an M1 Ultra chip they're putting in now, which is supposed to be stupid. So I think, plus building towers are very unpopular, and they've been getting less and less popular every year.
Well, because it's some of the internal components are getting more and more expensive as time goes on, and I think after the chip shortage, people are kind of sick of it.
Well, not just that, it's also the games too. So
Yeah.
you've got to have people writing software for these new video cards and stuff, and a lot of people aren't doing that anymore. So it's people want to get an Xbox or a PlayStation 5, they don't want to do the tower thing anymore. And
Well, that was another thing. I felt like the 360 and the 4 the 1 and the 4 were not as comparable to computers, but now the 5 and the newest Xbox,
depends on how you build it.
they're
There's some games that I had both on the PlayStation. It just depends on how the game is written for that device. Because some games on the PC are badass, but then you take that same game that you played on the Xbox, and it sucks on the PC. It just depends on how they converted it.
That's true. I've also had the reverse, where I've experienced no issues on my PlayStation 4 because for larger titles, like I just got Elden Ring, and that's a whole new thing.
The Scrolls or whatever?
Yeah, the new one. I have no problem on it. There's no stuttering, there's nothing like that. I don't even get big frame drops, but I know if I were to try and run it on my computer, just simply because I don't have a great card right now,
Well,
and I
your
don't have
computer's doing other things too.
exactly, and that's where it's not. My friend was like, "Why'd you get it on there?" And I was like, "I'm not gonna have any problem running it on here. I can boot up and run it."
My PS4, and you know how I fixed it?
Mm.
I bought one of those Western Digital WD solid states, and I put that in, and everything was
It's fine.
amazing on it.
But that's what every single person I've talked to has had a complaint about for the PS4 is the storage. That everyone
So
says
just
if
buy
you
one
want
of
to,
those
you just
drives
buy an
that
external
moves you
drive.
too now, so it's
Yeah, it makes sense.
The only problem is I bought that late, so some of my games are still on disc. So you still have to load the stupid disc. But I hate that too. I mean, just let me put the thing on the thing, and
I wish you could just
I own it.
download it. I bought the disc. If I can put the disc in.
It lets you upload the whole thing, but you still have to put the stupid disc in to prove that you own the game. It's just the dumbest thing.
But it's like DMCA stuff at that point. But I think it's also because you could spoof discs technically, but who the fuck has the time to do all of that?
My point is they have the technology to know whether you bought it or not.
Well, yeah.
Since you bought it from them.
Exactly.
Anyway, I like my PS4, but there's games that I play on my PC, and there's games I play on my PS4 that are totally different. I play a lot of my simulation games on the PC, and I play all my action games on the PS4. It's just one of those.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
But I'm one of those guys who likes to play like 3 games at the same time, too. So I like to have my simulation things going, and then I'll play something in between while I'm building my military or whatever.
What do you play?
I play a bunch of different. I like Age of Empires. I've always liked that.
I love that. Yeah, I love that series.
I like 2. It's my favorite one. Age of Empires.
Really?
2. I like that one the best.
Mine is 3.
Really, you like 3? See, I think 3. They made everything so big and out of proportion. It looks funky to me. I don't know.
That was mine growing up. Like that was the game I played. So 3 is like always gonna have a place in my heart because I've played every single expansion. Like I think I still have them on the CD booklets.
I have it all, but I still think 2 is the best. Build unlimited walls.
That's true. I've heard a lot of people say the same line of
argument. In my opinion. Have you played the new one? I haven't either. I don't like it enough to spend that much money on that game yet.
Yeah, me neither.
And I like Company of Heroes. It's another game I really like.
Oh, I got that for free at one point.
Yeah, it's a great game.
It is. It's really good.
I have the first 2 versions of it.
I think I have the second one.
It's good.
Yeah.
That's a game I put different servers on, and I'll actually change the game around and do cheats and all sorts of weird stuff just to make creative missions.
Yeah.
So I'll do those, and then I'll play Dead Red or something on the Grand Theft or one of those games. I like the open world games on the PS4. But Grand Theft Auto and Dead Red on the PC suck.
No, 100%. I mean, some people try to say that it's better on the PC as far as servers go because you get better people. Yeah, more or less. I don't know.
But I don't do online Grand Theft Auto or online Dead Red anyway. I just play the game. I don't, do it all at once because I'm never going to spend a bunch of money on that, so I could be that guy,
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I was here for I logged in. This dude's killing me. Oh, he's killing me again. Oh, he's killing me. Oh, he's just following me around and killing me every time I log. Well, that's great. He must be really, really bored.
I always just assume people are sad.
That's what once you're, that's your only thing. So. Howdy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say that on there.
Yeah, old white guy.
Chemistry, no one's in the universe. It's okay because it's all chemistry.
You have to differentiate them in a different manner.
That's right. It's deep, bro. That's deep shit. So did you actually sleep in there while you're in there?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Oh, see, dude, I would snore and wake myself up, or someone would find me like immediately. I could never sleep.
I set an alarm up, but yeah, I kind of was.
I envy the fact that you can do that. I can't do that.
What I did, I was kind of drifting off.
You were drifting off sitting here, but you were doing fine, so I wasn't going to bother you. And if I do that, I'll wake myself up, and you'll hear it, and everyone will hear like, oh no, everything's fine. I'm talking about.
Eventually, I would do that too.
Yeah.
But what I did is how when you're drifting off it, eventually at some point, sometimes you kind of have that moment of feeling you're falling.
Yeah. I get that all the time. You catch yourself, yeah.
So I jerked myself awake. That sounded super weird.
Yeah. So now I know what you're doing in that dark closet over there, bro.
Don't go in there.
I don't want to know anymore.
I'm not going to go in there now, man.
I hope
Walk in there.
So
It's going to take a little bit to get off the ground.
So if it takes a while for me to come out, just knock more. But
if I see that wall rocking, I'm not.
That's what happened. I just I felt like I was falling. I just oh well shit. I guess I beat my alarm, and then I popped out.
We would have woke you up.
I didn't even know he was in there.
Yeah, I didn't know he was in there too. He scared the hell out of me. Actually, I did a gig with Dilo once. And first 2 days, he was trying to stay awake, so he was doing energy, coffee, energy. So much that I noticed was dude, that's too much. You're gonna hurt yourself. Oh. Next day we go to lunch. We come back from me and Vaughn come back from lunch. We can't find him. We don't know where he is. He's gone. He doesn't come back for 2.5 hours. I know he's tired. I probably thought he's okay. Blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. We're sitting there talking, telling stories, whatever. all of a sudden we're in the sound control down on the mess because that's what we're using as an office. And we turn around and D'Lo is laying on the medical gurney that was in the back because the medical used to store their stuff in there. And he fell asleep and woke up and did the same thing, startled himself and knocked himself over. The whole gurney was turned over and he was like laying in the thing.
Like you fell off the hammock or something?
That's funny. And he looks up at me, he's like, dude, I think I had too many energy drinks. I'm like, yeah.
Crashed hella hard.
I'm not gonna lie, that's funny because I was working with D'Lo last week on that C's gig here. I went backstage in 20 to swap out a light, and I was behind the curtain, and I opened up a case, and then I heard like a noise at my feet, and I looked down, and he was laying right across the pipe and drape line, and I was like, "Oh hey man, what's going on?" I was like, I think I just almost stepped on you.
Stage hands. Like I said, I'm envious that you can even do that because I can.
I fall asleep behind the stage, behind like something like that.
Oh no,
I did a show at the
drape, and then
I did a show at TNC once.
makes for a good pillow.
Middle of the
Yeah, I
talk.
was sleeping on a sandbag.
All of a sudden, the guy on the stage is like, "What the hell is that?" There's some rumbling, and he's like, "What is going on?" And they stopped because they couldn't figure out what was going on with the stage. They thought it was an earthquake or something. Everyone's watching, and all of a sudden, one of the setup guys' head sticks out from under the stage and starts crawling out from under the stage. He was asleep under the stage for like the first 5 hours of that show.
I walked in on you.
And I think he was down there waiting for us to end so he'd get out, and then everyone just stopped. And we're like, what the hell is going on? He's like, it was great. Like, dude, I mean, if you're going to sleep, why don't you sleep somewhere where the general session isn't? It's great. But at that property, I found people sleeping all over the place. They literally, people that work there would find spots in that hotel to live. In like the storage rooms and whatever. And you're like, oh, there's my gear. You know, there's the cable I went. Where's that going? Oh, this isn't a wall. This is somebody put this here. Oh, there's 4 beds back there. And there's a dude in there sleeping.
Yeah.
Oh, do they know you guys? Just shh, don't tell anybody. Like, dude, they have to know you're in here. This is like, 200 square feet of something. You can't just.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, we find our hiding spots in the ship too when we were in riggers.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, when, like we'd knock our job out early just to fucking crash out or just fuck around on our phones and that's a hiding spot.
Yeah, you want to find a quiet place that people aren't gonna mess with you.
Usually there are some like some sleeping quarters and shit, or like a captain's office and shit that has like their own bedroom in there within the office.
I was gonna say, there's gotta be plenty of places to fucking hang a hammock and do shit on the ship.
Yeah. But this is a hotel ballroom.
Oh no, yeah.
No hammocks.
Hey, I mean the sail or the shell has a hammock.
That's right.
Stage left side.
Before it was the shell, the whole understage was all hammocks. That's where everyone went and hung out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't doubt that. I mean, you could probably still do it now, but it's so fucking tight.
Well, now the hammock spots they have are visible, so you can't like hide as much in there.
Oh no, if you put, I mean, under the stage, you still could.
Well, I know, but where I've seen the hammocks when I've been there are on the 2 wings where they're visible back. They're not visible to the front of house, but they're visible backstage.
I don't think you can see the one anymore because on the stage left side, there's like the shell curves down, so there's the gap between the backstage and where the shell curves down, and it looked like someone, because I went back there because there's a mouse hole that we need to feed SDI through out to a front camera, and there was just this big ass hammock hanging in the thing, and I was like, I had no idea this was here.
They like it to stay that way.
I'm fine with that. I was ready to sleep there because I pulled an 8 at the shell from like 8 to 4 or something like that, and then I did an 11 to 6 a.m. strike at the arena, and then I came back to the shell at 8. Like I think I went home 8 and then did that.
And then we came back at 6 in the morning and no one was there. Like, oh yeah, the call got changed to 10. Dude, we got off of the arena like 4 hours ago and had to come back in down here, and you guys changed the call and didn't have this.
They did that to me here last week or 2 weeks ago.
Every once in a while they still pay you though for what they originally said, huh?
They didn't.
But
That's never happened to me.
That's
Not
happened to me a
once.
couple
You were
times.
with me on that gig where we showed up and no one was there.
Oh what?
Yeah, at the sale.
At the sale or
The
over
show.
at the?
That's what I meant, the show.
The show?
Yeah, you and I were there early and no one showed up. I'm sitting in the back and you showed up and I'm like, dude, my call's at 6 a.m. Where is everybody?
Yeah.
And then you got a text from someone, oh yeah, you didn't know that call had changed to 10?
Yeah.
No. Because you forwarded me. That's the last text I have from you is from that call. So.
The only time that's ever happened to me was I got here for a maintenance call, for audio maintenance, and then I think I literally came all the way to room 450, and they were like, oh, I'm sorry, man, I think the hall messed up, and so I was waiting, and then the guy's just like, yeah, I don't have work for you today. And I was
They
like,
do that
okay,
to me all the time.
I'm gonna go home.
Instead of being like, they screwed up, it was like, oh yeah, no. I'm like, well, what do you mean? This is less than 24 hours. No, it is. Blah, 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 blah. I basically get him to admit, yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah, I think
Like,
that's.
dude,
No, I
you
think
fucked up on a Sunday at 6 in the morning, and you got mad at me for calling you on a Sunday at 6 in the morning. But that's your specific job, bro, is to do that. And if I get to a gig and there's nobody there, I have to call you. I have no other options. You shouldn't call me.
you want me to just go home?
Yeah.
I said, and then they'd, oh no, I'll take care of you on the back. What does that mean? I'm not going to get paid for this, basically.
I'm gonna give you more work.
Yeah,
Like what?
yeah,
You
yeah,
give
like,
her
dude,
work?
that-
Not getting paid for work for more work.
He did okay for me compared to other people.
I got lucky twice, and I showed up to work on booth 2 separate times, and yeah, like
Who's had to pay?
and yeah, and then I was like, well,
If it's their mistake, they have to pay. If it's our steward's mistake, who's just drunk and not paying attention,
I think that's
they don't have to pay you.
that makes sense, yeah, and I think that's what it was.
And that's what I'd always beat around the bush with him long enough to get him to admit what really happened. Like
It was an R.
the one time I got written up was because he gave me the wrong call, gave me the wrong day, and I got written up for it. And I went to the hall, and they're like, "What happened?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know if it was me or Thane, either me writing it down wrong or him telling me wrong, but somehow I got Monday, not Sunday, and that's why I wasn't there. No one called me, no one told me anything. And are you saying it's Thane's fault?" I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm saying I don't know whose fault it is, but it'd be really nice if we had a way to know what our call times are. And that's when they started emailing and texting your call times.
Interesting,
I'm
yeah,
not saying
having a
it's
hard
Thane's
copy.
fault.
Yeah.
I'm just not saying it's my fault.
No, they wanted me to blame Thane so they could roast him. And I was like, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying this is a bad system and we probably should do something to fix it.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, that's really smart. I like that. And then he was like burning
Yeah.
to me. Like he wanted me to go down and blame because I'm like, what? Why did he? Oh, he does that to everybody. He's that guy. I'm like, oh, okay.
Right, yeah.
Hey, that's your
Oh, hell yeah. My God.
Remember, he wanted to use his laptop, which from what I understand, he's not allowed to do.
Yeah, he's not supposed to at all.
But I'm gonna let you have it.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
You let me know when I can kill this off.
All right, sounds good.
No, they've been talking about the radio this whole time, and I wasn't listening. Sorry, guys.
It's all good. I mean, we don't need.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like they'd be up here if it was about us at this
It
point.
seems as though they are pretty instantaneous on. We're the only room that's not calling them usually.
I mean, that's what it seems like.
Well, dude, if you had the earpiece in, you'd really understand.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
A lot of confusion on this show.
But that's been the story all show.
Oh yeah. Like I said, the show appears to me like it was sold and prepared by an IT guy, not by a production manager. Right?
I just don't know I don't understand what happened with all the gear on the first 2 days. I wasn't here that first day. I was only here yesterday.
I was only here yesterday too, and I walked in and it was a nightmare. And I didn't. This is my room. I didn't know this was my room until 7 or 8:45 or whatever it was. And by the time I got here, we got yelled at for being here. So
I didn't know until I was standing over by 28, and Mike Harris is yelling at everyone to come.
that was great too, because he's like,
Calm
we're all
down.
just sitting there like, just sitting there watching him, you know, and he's like, just call everybody to chill out. I'm like, dude. I even called him like, Mike, you're the one that's supposed to. He's like, yeah, I know. He's still having a hard time. You can tell it in his voice.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's trying to make as much sense of it as possible, and I think he's just as frustrated.
He doesn't. His concern is to get turned off ever, and you got to see that as a positive, or else it's going to kill you. So, but yeah, he's a. I used to think he hated me just because he acts that way, but then I realized that's not. He doesn't do any of that stuff out of spite. That's just the way he is. So.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he was doing his best to deal with the chaos and the stupidness that we were dealing with at the time. So, and from what I understand, there was plenty of stupidness going on around for everybody. So,
I mean, look at what happened to John.
yeah, one I thought it was like a burly road guy that we've never seen.
I didn't know
I didn't
who it
realize it
was.
was one of the guys we use all the time that did that. To
Is he
has
really?
problems everywhere.
Okay, so I just thought he looked like some strung out dude because he wasn't in AV Blacks. Like,
Yeah,
that's where I thought
he's
he was a
going through
road
that
guy.
phase right now. Whatever drug it is, I don't know what it is, but he's going through that phase right now. And he's got a chip on his shoulder because he talked to the wrong people when he came in, thinking you have to have a chip on your shoulder and all that stuff. So that's just, dude, if you're pissing off John, well, John, you can piss off John and Paul at the same time. You're pissing off our nice guys. Something's wrong with you, and you need help.
I mean,
And that's why John wanted to hit him, because once he literally freaking hits somebody, he can't come back here.
Ever?
Nope.
Well, I already thought, according to like referral hall rules, he's like done.
Dude,
Right?
Mike has been done 3 times here, so it's just.
Wait, Mike?
Mike Harris has been done here.
Really?
Been told he couldn't work it, so it's relative.
Oh. I mean, I just wonder if it would be different just because he's not a member, it sounds like.
Well, he's got a lot of people that don't like him.
Really?
And he's gotten in trouble with numerous properties, so.
Oh, wait, I thought you said like him. That makes less sense.
Say what?
I thought you said he's got a lot of people who like him.
No, don't like him.
Okay.
Have issues with him.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
He just, like I said, he's not, I think he's in his 30s, but he's got that 20s mentality where it's, I'm right, you're wrong, and you don't know what you're talking about. This is my right to be here, and all that stuff, and that's just not the way to approach things.
No, not at all.
But I work with a guy, he's not an idiot, he knows AV, it's not like he's untrained or anything, it's just, his people skills are so subpar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of that local. A lot of that all over.
Yeah, no, I've worked, and that's what I tell people, oh, the local, I'm like, dude, I've worked for corporations that everything is very similar to itself. There's always those kiss-ass guys, there's always those guys who know what they're doing but don't get any credit for anything, and it's just the way it works.
Yeah.
Do you handle that?
Yeah.
Good job.
I'm trying.
Thanks for making sure. That's what I was really stoked out that you guys knew what you were doing, because last time I was sitting in one of these rooms, the 2 guys didn't know anything, and I had to do it all, and I was like, eh.
Yeah, I was glad I found out you were in the room. I was just, for a second, I realized last night, I got home and I was like, is someone going to be calling it tomorrow? And then I was like, wait, there's no one calling it. And then I kind of,
I got home and went, we didn't turn the projector off.
I didn't even think about that. But that's, to be fair, we were told to just head straight to the hall.
To be fair, you didn't turn it on, I did. I just figured Francisco would be showing up at some point. He never came because they cut him already.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I think they were saying, was they left all the guys who were in the boneyard, just in the boneyard.
Yeah, well, no, Shannon, from my impression, was they all left. They weren't even in the building.
Dave
had this whole entire side.
Oh, were you
And then
gone?
Mike sent us over here to turn things on
I was here
after
till
it
10
would've been released.
or so, or just before 10.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But they had already checked all the rooms earlier.
Yeah, so I know when Dave Lanu tried to sign me out at like 9:30, 9:35.
Yeah.
Called Shannon first. Shannon is the one that was like, hey, you can let him go. So I never got to build any room. I actually built 2 screens.
Dude, I mean, to be honest, I tried to build one room and then was immediately pulled off to go help David Prince get gear out.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
So it's
I
like,
built
here, I
like
mean,
14 rooms.
Yeah.
Got to this room 15 minutes before I left. Everything worked sort of cool, but I forgot to turn the projector off, and that kind of kept me up all night. So I was worried I'd get here and the thing wouldn't fire up this point or something, and Shannon would just lay into me, or just totally kill me. Right, expecting to.
I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised because we already had, yesterday there was already one projector with a lamp failure, so.
That was flashing through my head. I almost came back. I'm like, dude,
it's not worth it.
I'm not, it's just, if I come back, they probably won't even let me in the building, and. Okay, we're live to the audience virtually right now.
So check out this student is weighing. I think he might want to speak with the wireless. So just a heads up to
Which
me.
wireless?
There is
The
a
one
wireless.
that's sitting
Wait,
up there?
which
Show 'em how to turn
dude?
it on?
You mean the moderator?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, if the speaker wants to do that, I'm not, I mean, I can move the camera, but I was told it's static.
We'll see what happens, because you saw what happened the last lady. I told her twice not to go in front of the speaker, and that's all she did. So.
That was just me, like, as far as the camera goes, my understanding was just we're leaving it, so. But if it, I mean, I can op it, I don't care.
Well, I'm muted on my mics right now. All you're getting to you is the awful music.
Let's find out.
Because I got a message to mute your mics because they're streaming right now. Are you streaming?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So when we come back in, I'll unmute and we'll go for it.
Okay.
Good?
Are you at the same level on the streaming audio that we were before?
I haven't changed it. Is that the Zoom or the record?
The record, I think.
Zoom is at 0. record is at 0.
Oh, okay. Then it's probably fine.
But
I can,
that audio track is a lot louder than the mics are on this mixer. And the levels are going way higher than they are on the.
Okay, I'll probably check again once we get going again, but it's just a little quiet right now. I think it'll be fine once we start back in, but I think, to be fair, this might just be a little quiet.
Well, I have that volume turned way down.
Oh, on the Pearl?
No, just on the input to the channel alone.
The music is loud.
Oh, that's fine.
The input is really hot, but the channel is turned way down.
Oh,
so
okay.
You're not going to get it real loud.
That's
if
good
I
then.
turned you to 0 right now, it'd be screaming in your ears. Probably.
Oh, yeah. No, then I'm sure the mics are going to be fine.
Yeah, the mics are a lot weaker than that is.
Okay. Cool. That was the only other thing I wanted to check.
Very odd.
There is one.
It makes me uncomfortable.
It is much younger than I expected.
But still, I don't see like this doesn't seem like that kind of music.
No.
This doesn't seem chemistry-like to me.
I mean, there's chemistry involved with Molly, and this is electronic dance music.
I guess.
This is an interesting line of thought, but I agree with
No,
it.
I guess, but I don't know. Just because it doesn't mean they do well. You know what I'm saying?
But they might make it.
If they can make it.
I need to start networking up here.
They're listening to some
You see that long-haired cookie right there? That's my guy.
Hey man, what's going on?
That's my guy right there.
What do you got going on?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
What kind of chemistry are you in?
I don't know.
Like the Berkeley professors that invented acid.
Oh
Yeah.
I knew some of those guys.
I don't know you, and then you're like, meet me in the sale.
Right, exactly.
Service elevator. Figure it out.
Let's make a deal. Let's go to the Bayfront parking lot.
Freaking chaos, bro.
The radios? Oh, what's are you still listening to them?
It's the same 5 rooms, honestly, that have the problems every single time. And it's all random. Like I need
It's
a
like
list pointer. I need a blah,
25, 28,
Yeah,
whatever
I
you're
had that all
saying.
day. Like what? 28A, 25C.
Why is it all that side?
Because it's probably specific operators trying really hard to do a good job, or or overcompensating.
That's my
Pretty
thing.
nervous.
Is I feel like at this point it's more about me literally not touching anything. Because if I were to touch it more, it'd probably fuck up. But right now I've like been as hands off as I can.
That's what we're killing it, dude.
monitoring that to make
Less
sure
is
it
more.
works. And I'm monitoring the radio to make sure they're seeing it and hearing it.
Exactly.
They tell me to
But
we adjust.
that's
He's
bottom
the one
line
that
is
has to actually do the work, because you have to talk to the people who are going to upload it.
Yeah, I just was thinking like, so if he seemed to be a little bit out of shape, that he has to like kind of be uploading shit. But no, like that is
You
kind
just
of.
put it on the thumb drive. I thought you just finished running off the thumb drive.
No, he ended up just like dragging it over and stuff like
Oh.
that. But then he ended up like moving, doing the other people's things. But typically, I mean, the moderator is kind of doing that, or is that on
He
me?
is the moderator, but it depends on the show.
Is that on me?
It is kind of on you.
It seemed like.
It's on you to make sure the moderator knows how to do it and they're comfortable.
no. I feel like
QA. Also, he was like kind of like insinuating. He's like, wait, so I have to run around when it's time for QAs? I'm like, yeah.
No, he doesn't.
So who does?
No one has to.
no. I thought that was his.
Would that be you, audio guy?
No.
No, I'm pretty sure that's.
No, there's supposed to be a mic stand, but we ran out of mic stands. So
Oh,
I gave
that's
that
what's going on.
wireless mic to her so she could use the top of the table if she wanted to.
Oh.
And she chose to walk around
As a moderator, yeah.
So then, I mean,
So I
we still out of
suggested-
mic stands?
Yeah, definitely.
But there are no mic stands, that's the problem.
So I suggested, whatchamacallit.
Oh, here comes my buzz.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say I really didn't use that
Is
in
there
the morning.
We had such a good video signal, we didn't turn them on.
So this one, we're
And now you
expecting a
just
crowd?
blinded those poor-
Now can you see your camera?
Yeah. Just blind.
That's the only reason you did that,
You know what? Nothing makes me happy.
It's the little things in life, you know? Those things in life are free.
This trouble has just got realer. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's all we want.
that fool was already feeling the squeeze, man.
You know what I mean?
To turn the spotlight on.
You've been wanting to say fuck you to them all day. That's how you do it. It's subtle.
I think you still got a little more gain on this.
Yeah, oh, I could be. It could be a louder fuck you.
You could spell it with a more capital F.
This is true. Look at that guy. He's getting it.
Oh, he was
Spotlight.
Yeah, he was made for that shit.
Well, he was.
But I did that so they can see that damn screen.
Yeah. That does look
cool.
much better.
We were surprised no one showed up and turned the lights on this morning, but we looked at the video and it looked pretty good, so we didn't touch it.
Yeah, I believe so.
So today, so eventually I will be playing this one then, huh? This other one?
Got it. Do you want to?
Give it a quick run. Yeah,
Oh, he's gone. Okay. Well, Shannon just walked away.
I guess it is angled this way, so if you're talking from there, it's no problem. Like, I'm here.
You can jump at the window, walk out, so we look at the assets. You're more than willing. You can turn it down a little bit if you want. It's up to you guys. I don't care.
You know, I mean, if I had my what's it called, light meter, I could tell you exactly how bright it is.
It's that because they have spotlights. Go from 0 spotlight to 30% spotlight. Still quite an adjustment.
It's two 750s. That's nothing.
It's 750s in the face can be a real surprise.
I mean, that's like sub 1100 lumens, off the top of my head.
It's all about comfort levels.
Yeah, the light doesn't work.
The light doesn't work.
No, that has to be out.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Because it's just right in there.
Oh no. Okay.
All right, let's see if we can turn it.
Yeah,
I'd say that's a
it's just
direct
a little
order.
thing.
Go ahead and bring your house lights back to where they were if you're going to do that, though. Shannon's making problems.
Yeah. He was scared to say it to the black. He was probably scared to say it to the black.
Shannon knew that was going to happen. Just because we've been doing, our room's been way too smooth. Why make it easy for you?
Well, I think he knew that was gonna happen. That's why he left.
That's why he ran out of the room.
He
He's like,
knows.
that's
He
not
knows
gonna
that's
work.
the problem.
It looks the same. So
That's
It's
super.
fine,
That's
dude.
super practical too.
That's our moderator. Our moderator did not want it on him. So.
That's
I
also
might
super, like the height is so fucking practical. He should be like 12 feet tall going downward a little bit, not at.
I mean, if they really wanted it to be nice, they would have thrown it in that corner and cross shot it, because then they wouldn't have had any problems.
Yeah, but we were shit out of. We're terrible with
Well, we'll see
materials to
what
begin with.
Shannon does when he walks back in the fight. He'll probably come back and turn it back on and turn the lights back down. But that's when you'll have to say, hey, the moderator was real adamant about not having that light on. I'm like, I don't care. Okay, here we go.
Would you quit fucking up a perfect room?
Come on, man. We weren't having any problems.
Right? Straight up.
That's what it is. That's what it's really all about.
Once the show began, we've been fucking fired.
Yeah, we did great for the first set.
Yeah. I think I only dropped the ball once with switching back and forth in the beginning. I looked like we're playing that video like tons. I thought that was the walk-in slide.
Yeah, so did I. I'm like, that's a weird walk-in video. It's just some lady talking.
It's weird as hell, yeah.
That's for the 22nd, right? Is that what it's labeled?
No, this one is for 3/20/22. That's today.
Oh.
Sunday. It says Sunday also.
Oh, so that's gonna play at some point.
Yeah, so her name is Katja Hines.
Started 2, right?
Katja Hines. Yeah, I guess so.
Going live with my mic.
Katja Hines. She's in there?
No. That's weirding me out.
Okay, well then.
I'll just tell you.
It might just be mislabeled.
Oh, 3/6/6/18. There we go.
So it was tomorrow, right? Or 22nd.
I thought it was the 22nd, but I think it's the 20th.
This one's the. Oh no, that's the walk-in slide. Okay, never mind. You guys are correct. I do not need to do it.
Oh yeah, so 3/22. Okay, so it is.
This is the actual walk-in slide.
It's Tuesday.
Are you kidding me? So they're gonna give me a walk-in slide for every single day?
No, I think that is just the walk-in slide.
They just happen to label
Yeah,
it
I
that.
think it. Well, I think because today's the first day.
They might do one for every day.
Maybe there's like, oh, meet us at the Hard Rock for something tonight. That makes sense. They probably will. This is like, this is some big deal shit. There's some other like medical conventions where they just like,
I think there's
they
some
buy out a gas lamp and shit.
That's right.
Well, okay, wait. Did you see the?
Not the hematology convention, right?
Did you see the
Ash is
sign
great.
out in the sale?
What?
Did you see the sign out in the sale? It shows them like everything that they've got checked up and like all the services, and it's I think all of the hotels down here.
Yeah.
So pretty much everything in this line, as well as I think more stuff downtown.
Oh, you're talking about the show? Yeah. It's a big show, but it's not a medical show.
No.
Different funding.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, exactly. There's some bigger ones like that. Exactly.
Like the
spill out,
one
like-
with all the hips and the knees and the
The osteo people.
Yes.
Yes.
Osteopedics, or yeah, those are
Yeah,
the
yeah,
ones
yeah.
that have money. So
I heard about that one. I heard about the cadaver one too.
Oh yeah, I remember cleaning up
there's a
after.
there's a few of them that have cadavers. So.
Yeah, I've heard about a lot of that stuff.
Hilton Bayfront had some cadavers in there.
Oh wow.
In the aqua rooms.
They had that military one that was like the defense industry like a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
Yeah, I did that one.
Oh, how was it?
Alright.
I heard there was some insane stuff down in the expo.
I was on the expo before in one of the theaters, but I didn't really walk it because I'm kind of over all this stuff.
Yeah.
Point, you know what I mean?
That's fair.
But
I
I was
just know.
down there. I was down there with Oliver as Miami one, so
I love
it
when they
was
have
a very challenging show.
I love when they have stuff to sell. Like there was a police convention
Yeah, that's
where
a
you
cool.
could have
Police chiefs convention.
you could have bought some stuff. Yeah, they have some Spyderco knives that are just like that.
That's where I ended up getting. Well, I didn't get it from there, but I got my discount for Spyderco from that guy at the police convention.
Oh, see, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. Because they have a bunch of knickknacks, and of course, everyone business card is a QR code or some sort of promotional thing.
He's like, I'll give you this 35% off, but you gotta buy one of these knives, not one of those cheap. You mean this one? Like, no, that's cheaper. You gotta buy it.
Yeah, it's gotta be the Spyderco.
It's funny because I bought
Cut
this
through a
cheap
femur.
knife from them, and it's great. And I bought their like $180 American
They're fucking
paramilitary
expensive.
one, and it's nowhere near as good as the one that you try to. I don't understand it. You're like,
Interesting.
like, dude, that's like two and a half times. Okay.
Yeah, it's a complexity thing. The more moving parts you add, the more complicated
They're
it gets.
both the same exact kind of blade.
But the point is this is never gonna fail. Like,
Yeah, it will. When
now
the
you jinxed
razor
yourself,
pops out.
bro.
no, dude, what? I'll put a new one in.
No, I mean when you go to stab somebody and the razor literally pops out because it can't take the pressure. I used to carry one of those and I used to lose the razor all the time.
I have yet to lose this.
Yeah, slip out.
I
Like the
don't
next
slip.
day, you jinxing yourself.
Also, it's a slash, not a stab. That's your first mistake.
That's
Wait, here.
solid. This is a work knife. I don't stab people. Stabbing people is in jail, so I don't think. No, I haven't found anyone yet worth my time in jail.
Right, exactly.
I'm sure there's somebody out there, but
Very nice. It's like a,
It's terrible, but I love it.
that's
it looks
No.
very sexy. Yeah.
It looks like a switchblade.
It looks
Yeah, I
good.
know. I'd be in jail though.
Not necessarily. People have them all the time.
Actually, I saw. Oh my God, this touring dude came through, and he had a full-on like button.
I had a butterfly knife.
Chris walks in with a Gurk on his side sometimes.
I've seen that.
Dude, like, why
It's
do
funny.
you need a 9-inch blade for? Don't you think that's a little intimidating?
I do like.
I always wonder why.
Look at this, bro.
I do like fixed blades though. I had a
I
buck
mean-
knife that was really thin. That
Yeah.
was perfect. It was like about as long as this. It was
Well, they make
perfect.
some of those the like hook ones with the like for gutting fish. Those knives are good for work, but like
We're really over time right now. We wanted to let him know that we're supposed to start at 2, because it's almost 2:10 right
yeah,
now.
probably.
I mean, the later you start, the longer we have overtime. I don't care.
I don't know what to
Does
show.
know is my. I'll do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Audio coming to
I'm
the
hearing
rescue.
chatter about making sure we have.
Oh,
Okay. Copy.
I see.
Just double check the sign and make sure it is 2.
Sorry, I just don't care.
I do always get confused when I see like truck loaders at the arena who are wearing like knives. Like, what do you need
Yeah,
that for?
what do you need that for,
What are you
yeah.
planning on you done doing tonight?
It must be for before or after work.
I was like, I know you don't need that right now. Loading a truck, man. The case is gonna give you trouble.
I know, right?
But yeah, dude, I was like, hey man, you might just want to. This Road Dog had a full-on button switchblade out the top and everything, like, and it was bigger than your palm. And I was like, hey man, you're not going to be very popular in this state with that one right now. And he was like, I won't be here very long. We're going to Arizona tomorrow. Like,
Yeah, it's crazy that I was over in Michigan for the last 6 months. I actually thought
oh, okay.
that's
Copy.
But yeah, and like it's crazy how like I went to Wisconsin, I was in Michigan working, and then spent the weekend in Green Bay, went to a freaking mall.
Oh yeah.
And I bought a butterfly knife and at a kiosk.
Yeah.
Butterfly knife, switchblade, brass knuckles.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's so much. It's so
It
different.
was nuts. And then I got it all since like the project ended. I just threw everything in the machinist's toolbox.
Yeah.
So
You come back.
I was able to mail it all back to myself.
But
Sent it to work.
there are other things. My dad, he works in film in LA. He's a gaffer. Whenever he'd work downtown, he was like, "Yeah, there's this dude who comes by, and I love him." And he's like, "Yeah, he's this black dude who sells like a bunch of knives and shit." And for some reason, my dad, this dumb fuck, would always keep buying like a baton. Like he bought like a police baton. He bought like a bunch of these big old fixed blade knives. Buys all this shit from this dude. I'm like, "Do you even know like what is this? Who is this guy?" And he was just like,
where they came
"Oh, absolutely." And he was like, "Nah, she comes by the set, and and all the dudes buy stuff." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "You know what? That's what you want to do with your money. Have fun. At least."
Don't keep that open in the car with you.
Oh my gosh! I was like, you get pulled over and you have one of those.
In this day and age, you think a knife's gonna defend you in a fight, you're an idiot. Because you pull out a knife, you're gonna get shot.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen very few knives do better against guns. And
Well, I mean, either way, even if you win, you're still gonna go to prison for stabbing somebody, even if you're self-defense because you just brought a knife to a fist fight. So it's just a knife is a bad scenario. Okay, here we go.
Yes, look, I'm Chris. Where's home at that thing here?
Where's
Press home to.
Oh, it's the
It's the button on the center and the bottom.
on the bottom, on the bottom middle.
It locked itself.
Oh, is it not unlocking?
You just press it. You just press it now.
Oh, short.
No, hold it down. Yeah, you don't have to hold it down. It's just a quick click. All right.
So the first and the last talk I canceled. Okay. So we don't have the 4 o'clock. So we're gonna have an early one.
Beautiful.
Okay.
You guys do as much Q&A as you want.
There you go.
Got all the time in the world.
You gotta. It's like a reverse jinx. You gotta say it. So.
Exactly.
Well, if I say good luck to people and then they're like, give me a word, look at it and bring them up. Wait, what? Dude, I really don't care, but I want you to be happy because it's gonna make my job easy.
Exactly. And that goes back to the parking thing. It's the same fucking thing.
It kind of works with everything that way.
Catch more flies with honey.
You can be decent.
I had never tried to catch flies.
Yeah, as it turns out, but if you want to, you can use honey.
Everyone keeps saying that. I've never tried to catch flies.
I would think that if you're covered with honey, you got a better chance of catching bees, but maybe.
No, the bees make that
That's
honey.
right, they'd be like, "Where'd
They
you
have no
get
interest
honey?"
in the honey because they already made that.
No, they want to
I thought
know.
bees
They
like
want to
it.
know
They're
where
trying
you
to
got
produce
that
that
honey. They're not cool. You just take it and hunt it. Because somebody came and took the honey from their thing and they're pissed about it.
No, they don't even know. I'm pretty sure when they.
I think the point of it is, if there's already a fly problem, you can attract them to one sticky surface.
It's a
in a pinch.
All I'm saying, I've never seen a fly into a jar of honey, but I've seen plenty hit the fucking electric swatter. So.
Yeah, they like light. We know that.
Yes. Precisely. Yeah. That was gonna take some time.
Are you turning the mic on?
It is.
Yeah.
So hello together. I just wanted to open the session with a couple of words. Very unusual situation also for me to chair a hybrid session, so please bear with me. I have to kind of deal with online questions and handle the sessions. Let's see, it's my first time. The other thing, I also have to chair my own talk. So that's also kind of a little unusual. And then I realized we have more or less San Diego internal meeting, 3 people from San Diego, and then we finish early with a talk from Texas, as the last talk has also been strong, just to let you know. So the reason why we started 2:20 is the first talk had been strong, and the last is strong. So that as an explanation. We have set up all the talks on the computer, so we should be able to switch in time. I'm trying to run the session on time. We'll stand up like 2 minutes before, so that you get an idea about where you are. So hopefully we're going to have a fun session here this afternoon on organometallic chemistry. I'm going to really wait until 2:20. Just want to know whether there's something. Anybody has a question? Okay, then I will start at 2:20 sharp in my own portrait, my own talk. What I can do is I can introduce myself in between. My name is Thomas Strassner. I work at the Technical University in Dresden, Germany. Do organometallic chemistry there, and that's the topic of the talk today. It has been a while since we were allowed to come to the States.
A little bit of ambient.
I always thought that was like a, euphemism, but actually it's very, I wonder if it's as a culture.
Yeah, German trains never late.
So, and I was thinking, like, is it proximity to Switzerland, the house Swiss watchmakers? Or is that just some ironic coincidence?
Well, so technically Swiss is a form of Germanic people. That's why Bern is close. It's literally, I mean, it borders Germany, southern Germany.
Official time in here, do you have an official time?
17.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or that iPhone?
Okay. I find that Android and iPhone do have a tendency to be a minute apart.
Oh, really?
Somewhere between a minute, 60 seconds, 35 seconds, depending on
satellite latency.
It's Apple telling Android, no, we know what time it is. Android going, and they're both wrong. That's the beauty of it. That's true. The real time is somewhere in between those two marks. Chaos.
Did you hear about hours of daylight savings going up to about early or some shit?
Well, they did it for state, 4 years ago?
Everyone would like to get rid of it.
I think but in 2020, I think they proposed it, and I'm pretty sure it failed because I think the older crowd voted against it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just know that there's been a lot.
Arizona doesn't do it.
Well, now it's federal, because I know before it was at a state level.
Yeah, I think there's a federal vote coming up, or some sort of
It's one of those
drumming
things
up the
that
support.
I don't get, because I think it was for farmers. It was like a farming thing, because it moved with the seasons.
For farmers, and it was before light.
Yes.
So you get more things done in daylight. It's always the bit, but and it does nothing but make me upset once it's all this.
I mean, I agree, because I always want it to be like. Oh yeah. No, I got that too, and it was bad.
It's always nice at the other end, get that extra hour, but just rather than having 60 hours.
Okay, I guess it's close enough so that we can start. The work I will present today has focused on application, and that's why I choose the title OLED emitters. What you're going to see are metal organic compounds, which are supposed to be used as emitters in the new displays, in TV sets, in room lighting, many different applications, and I want to give a short introduction of the working principle. Such an OLED is built different layers. So you start out with injection of the charge carriers via the electrodes, and then they transport through the whole transport and electron transport layer before they meet in the emission layer where they form the excitone and emit the light. And to be able to emit the light, you obviously need transparent substrate so that the light can get out. What's the requirements for one of those emitters? You want to have phosphorescence as a process because you then be able to harvest 100% of the energy you put in. Obviously, you want high quantum yields, and you want, if you think about the TV set, you want it to be long-term stable. Because nobody wants the blue color to decay, and that already mentions the problem. So the blue emitter, phosphorescent emitter, is still missing. Red and green are solved. For the blue, for the high energy version, there's still the search on. The reason is that the front end of those complexes are pretty close to wavelength of light, so you have frequently decomposition of the molecules in the different layers. We use guidance for high quantum chemistry, and not only recently, as it's the new topic to use help by artificial computations and methods. We calculate 100% of the structures before we make them. Usually quantum theory is used to explain things, but in this case, we really do it in advance, and we don't make any molecule which doesn't promise to be around 500 and below. That's kind of the order. We shoot for 430, 440, 450. So that is a big help in the development of the structure. We started out with those cyclomethylated compounds, but 11 years ago we published a paper in Angewandte on the CC star, how we called them. The reason is we have two different carbons here. Right? You have a C minus, you have a carbene carbon, so strong donors on the metal. And the metal typically is platinum or lithium. The synthesis we use is we have the imidazolium precursor, which you deprotonate and make the silver carbene transmetallation to platinum CuD, cyclopentadiene dichloride. And then you use base together with a bit of ketonate and then a temperature program. So part of that synthesis might be changed from complex to complex depending on the solubility of the ligands, and then also the time for different temperatures might vary, but in principle, that's the general synthesis we are using for those complexes. And we ended up with those acetylacetoate platinum cyclomethylated compounds. The first thing we did was to check electron donation, electron withdrawing effects, but you can see at the beginning that's the designator for the quantum yield, that's decay time, and always give values at room temperature measured in a polymetacrylate matrix, because that's closest to how the real diode will look like. And so you see we've been in that very blue part of the spectrum, but the decay times have been low, the quantum yields have been low, and we couldn't even measure decay time for the first examples. Then we started out and changed the imidazole to triazole, and what learned is that the position of the nitrogen in the triazole really makes a difference. So whether you have the monoaryl triazoles or the 4-aryl triazoles color-coded here in red and blue, makes a big difference when you look at the spectra. Next slide, but just to explain the synthesis here, kind of the same. It's just the difference how you make the two different triazoles. One's coupling chemistry, one's just ring closure strategy. So when you look at the spectra, you see that in red color-coded triazole starts for the hydrogen at around 30, where the imidazole was around 7%. And the other blue one is only at 11. So quite a big difference for the cyclomethylated fragment. But when you change the counterpart, when you play around at the beta-decatonate and use one which we later found out to be a very good beta-decatonate, that's the so-called mesetyl or MES on the slides. That has a big effect. It boosts the quantum yield up to 80%, and the decay time goes down to 4. What I also show here is the 100% film. That means pure emitter. The question is the emitter stacking in the film, or does it have a regular spectrum? And in that case, you can see that the shift is not big, so it doesn't stack. So we have a reduced stacking with high quantum yields, and to our surprise, we don't see any difference anymore between the two positions of the nitrogen. Both have the same values in quantum yield and decay time when you use the mesotyl beta-decatonate. So we looked at all the different decatonates. We learned that they have an effect on decay time and on the quantum yield, and that the mesotyl and the duryl would be 2, 3, 5, 6 tetramethyl substituted system. So one methyl group more on the beta-decatonate. That these are very good ligands with short decay times with quantum yields. The phenol kind of shifted, and that was stacking, which we can also find in the solid state structure. The distances between the rings are a lot shorter. So between the MES and the phenol, you can see it's 1.5 angstroms in the X-ray structure. And that is the reason why you see a shift to 520 here instead of the 470 we expected. We also played around with bimetallic systems. They are currently hot under investigation. Was recently paid for by GBT. We also used the bimetallic systems. They're pretty good. Decay time-wise, below 9. They have also the emission around 470, and they go up to 90% quantum yield. The green values here are given as measured in solution. You can measure in kind of a glassy solution at 77 K when you use 2-methyl THF. So the complex is then dissolved in 2-methyl THF. You get a better resolution, obviously, on the spectrum. We then tried to replace the beta-decatonates, and the original idea was to make that type of complex. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. The distance here seems to be too small, so the beta-decatonate instead decided to bridge 2 platinum centers, and 3-dimensionally that looks like this, and confirmed by the solid state structure. So we have several examples with different amidynates. They all bridge two of the platinum centers. Unfortunately, that leads the interaction on that z-axis between the two platinums leads to shift of the wavelengths to an undesired region towards the red. So we've made sort of different compounds. You can play a lot with heterocycles. You can play a lot with heterocycles and metals. But then, unfortunately, our partner BASF sold everything to UDC. That was kind of unfortunate because patents have kind of the tendency to claim everything. So basically, all of the ideas how to improve the catalyst were sold to UDC. Put kind of a dent in the research program, but we still have things going. I really want to tell you about the special system here, the security complex. So this is straightforward. Then also the different substituents there leads to 450-ish in up to 90 with relatively short decay times. But that's only one aspect. The cool thing is that the emission wavelength depends on the concentration. So if you go from 0.18% in the matrix down to 10, you shift the spectrum. And obviously, you get different species in there. And if you plot the two-dimensional, you can kind of see here at that point grows in the excimer. And you can really visualize here the excimer. And even cooler, the color changes also depending on the wavelength with which you excite the molecule. So if you excite with different wavelengths, that's excitation at 300. So it's basically just one of those values. And you can see that the spectra change quite a bit just depending on the excitation wavelengths. We did a lot of quantum chemistry, could explain it by the triplet state, where you have lots of density in the excited state here on the ligand. There's a second version of the same ligand with the nitrogen on the other side of the ring. Does the same. Also, color change depending on the concentration, and you can also see the excimer growing when you have more emitter in the film. But additionally, we also found polymorphism. And that might be bad for UDC now, because now we could actually patent the different polymorphs. So PhD student found that when he runs a column that he has two fractions, a red one and a blue one. And he got out of the fractions different crystals, and that gave us the possibility to look at the different crystals independently. And they showed different quantum yields, and they showed different emission wavelengths and very short decay times. So that was surprising, and we had a lot of analysis going. So we got structures, solid state, we got all sorts of analysis theory going. The explanation is that the order of the stacks is different in the two polymorphs. So basically, the way they arrange themselves on top of each other, which is kind of shown here with the two blacks and the two red circles, so the two reds is the acetylsalinate. And so if they stack in a different way, you get the polymorphism. We then added another nitrogen, so pyrazine. So the pyrazine has one more nitrogen in here. So the question was, you've got 90% here, you've got 48 here, how much do you get with pyrazine? Pyrazine actually is even better. Synthesis shown here. Pyrazine gets you up to 84%. So short decay time, better system is worth investigating two nitrogens in the backbone. And you can also play around on the other side with the substituents here and use our mesothelin and deuteryl ligands. And the values get better, up to 100%. So there was not a lot of room anymore from 80, but they still did their job and got it up to 100 with very short decay times. So really nice emitters, but unfortunately covered by the patent. So we started out, did our own patents. This one's a new one on abnormal N-hydrocyclic carbines. So what did we do? We went into the backbone of the 500 ring by blocking the more acidic position with a substituent in the which is called R5 here in patent nomenclature. That's in that case here the phenyl ring. And then you get the abnormal ones. So this is shown here, straightforward. You can use very whole bunch of substituents for the nitriles, and you can use all sorts of anilines to go with. That leads you to kind of greenish red compounds. And if you look at the newest one, we used borate ligands here as the counter ligand. You can have pH2 or the 9 ppn in between. Compare that to our standard system, methyl and mesothelin. They go with 21 and 88. But if you look at the pH2 or the 9 ppm, they have way better values. Actually, that's one of the few examples being in 0.15 CA coordinates. So that's a very promising class of ligands. And you can also put it on iridium. So that's not only platinum. I just wanted to show one. We do several. So to sum up, I've shown you our cyclomethylated NHC complexes and also recently developed complexes with our new ligands. Hopefully, I've spiked your interest. That is the people, the group doing the work and the sponsors which sponsor our stuff. I want to close with a picture from this. Thank you for your attention.
I'm curious if you're trying the vitinates and just seeing ACNAC. Did you try an ACNAC with any of these?
Oh yes, in the beginning, we tried the ACNAC. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of room from the angle, so we cannot play around a lot with the nitrogen. So we can't play a lot with the nitrogen, so that's the downside.
Thank you. I have a question. You have a couple compounds that show 2 emission wavelengths. Is that problematic downstream when you're doing applications?
Well, I don't think so. I think it's a good thing that you can, if you have different wavelengths in the exciting, it's a defined process there. So you can actually use that. I don't think it's a disadvantage because it's a defined emission at a specific excitation. And actually, that's kind of rare. Okay, to stay on time, I would like to ask the next presenter to come up here. So as I said, next presenter is also here from San Diego. You have to pick your presentation. I thought that was the formal introduction. Yeah, it's fine. Ms. Torquato is giving the talk on the synthesis, structure, and reactivity of the capped tin.
And my project is on the synthesis, structure, and reactivity of a tin hydride cap Chinese nickel cluster. Actually, I'm gonna take this off. Maybe you guys can't hear me. Okay, so to get started, my goal in chemistry is I want to push the bounds for tin hydride reactivity. And traditionally, people study tin for free radical chain reduction as well as and in these reactions, what's being used is tin in the phosphor oxidation state, which is actually a really oxidized tin center and results in it acting as an H atom donor. And so a lot of the new research that's been coming up is to try to get tin to act as a hydride transfer reagent rather than an H atom transfer reagent. And by doing so, they're trying to reduce that tin center and reach new modes of reactivity for tin complexes. So in an effort to promote hydride transfer by tin, there's been a lot of work in the past 20 years advancing that tin hydride platform. And those advances have really come about in two different ways. The first is basically coupling that tin center to a transition metal. Second is getting to a reduced tin center. And so we see both of these ways at play here. On the left, we have the Rivard group from the University of Alberta, where they're able to stabilize the super unstable atom shown here by this push-pull mechanism, where there's basically a Lewis acid and a Lewis base in tungsten pentacarbonyl acting as that Lewis acid that's able to take electron density from that tin and stabilize this species. Which we see below, this tin is actually tin 2 and is able to reduce as well as coordinate these aldehydes and generate the species below. Next, we have the power group, and that's from UC Davis. And their chemistry is kind of what gets me really excited about this field, where they demonstrate this divalent tin hydride, which is able to reversibly coordinate hydrogen. And what's so exciting to me about this is it demonstrates that being able to change the structure of these tin compounds and get to that reduced tin center allows for new modes of reactivity for tin complexes. And we're basically starting to see reactivity that's almost kind of representative of what we would normally think of for transition metal compounds, but it's being done with tin. And so if coupling to metals and low oxidation states are what you need, then the Kubiak group kind of found ourselves in the perfect position to start answering these questions. As in the early 2000s, we generated this trifluoro and captain nickel cluster shown here, which is kind of the perfect platform to see how metal coordination affects the reactivity of those ligands on that tin. And so what we can see at the right is that this complex has an irreversible reduction in trace A, which becomes reversible upon addition of tetrabutyl ammonium chloride. And so what that demonstrates is that this compound, upon addition of an electron, weakens that tin chloride bond so much so that it's able to dissociate off and become a neutral species, which on the oxidative sweep is going to become that cation. And with this excess chloride in solution, we're going to regenerate that starting material. And what kind of is perfect about this is that this study demonstrates that we have a platform that's for electrochemical reduction utilizes that tin chloride bond. And we became really excited about this as if we're able to get rid of these chlorides and put on hydrides, we may be able to achieve new modes of reactivity with tin hydrides that we have never really seen before. And that's enabled by that trinuclear nickel core. So my project is really split into two different parts. The first is trying to obtain a tin hydride capped nickel cluster, which was successfully achieved as I was able to generate this monohydrido tin capped nickel cluster shown here with this capping hydride on the bottom. And so in this same project, I really focus on a full structural characterization of the species, as well as some baseline reactivity. And then my second project focuses on an NMR study of this species, where I show activation of hydrogen and deuterium. Okay, so kind of going back into project number one, this project is really based on generating a tin hydride capped nickel cluster. And so in doing so, this species was generated by taking the trichlorotin capped nickel cluster shown here and adding 4 equivalents of sodium triethyl borohydride in THF in 10 minutes at room temperature. And what we see is the generation of this species in about 86% yield. So at this point, I got crystals and I obtained this single crystal XRD shown here, as well as I did a variety of NMR studies. We see here the proton NMR, which depicts a singlet at negative 0.4 ppm, representative of that tin hydride resonance, as well as a heptet at negative 0.8 ppm, which is indicative of that nickel hydride being split by all those phosphoruses. And below we have the phosphorus NMR that comes out as a singlet at 24 ppm. Next, I did a variety of computational studies, such as DFT and NBO analysis, and I was also able to obtain a cyclical thermogram of this species, which depicts basically 2 oxidations, one at negative 0.8, as well as one at negative 1.3, as well as 1 pseudo-reversible reduction out at negative 2.7. And so, although at this point I would love to kind of go through all of my characterization data of these species, I'm going to kind of just go through a couple main takeaways for the reactivity studies to come. And so tin NMR is actually one of the most important structural characterization techniques for tin compounds. And this is because the placement of that chemical shift and that size of that tin hydride J coupling directly correlates to the structure of that tin hydride and depicts whether or not you have that reduced tin center. And so what we can see in this diagram below is that in general, tin 4 hydrides are coming out around negative 200 to negative 300 ppm, whereas tin 2 hydrides get shifted downfield around 500 to 2000 ppm. And we kind of have our example compound in the power group, which shows a chemical shift at 660 ppm. The most important piece of data, though, coming from tin NMR is going to be that tin hydride J coupling value. And so what J coupling represents is the amount of s orbital electron density on the tin going into bonding with that hydride. And so we see with tin 4 hydride, most of the s orbital electron density on the tin goes into binding with that hydride, resulting in really large J coupling values around 1900 Hz. Whereas with tin 2 hydrides, most of the s orbital electron density goes to the lone pair on the tin. Therefore, very little is going into bonding with that hydride, and we see low J coupling values around 100 to 500 Hz, or in the case by power group, 86 Hz. And so now kind of looking at my compound and seeing where it lies, we see that I have a chemical shift of 2,940 ppm, as well as a tin hydride J coupling value of 360 Hz. And so both of these values fall in line with other reduced tin hydrides that feature these lone pairs. And so what the NMR data in the previous slide depicted is that I have this reduced tin hydride. I believe that I have a reduced tin hydride featuring a lone pair. But I really wanted to show that structural characteristic experimentally. And so there's precedence in literature that tin complexes featuring lone pairs can undergo oxidative addition with alkyl halides. And so one of the first reactions I tried was I added 1 equivalence of bromocyclohexane to this species here in benzene in about 30 minutes. And what I found was that I did in fact undergo oxidative addition on that tin center and generate this species as shown. Next, I look at the changes in that NMR data, and we see that that tin NMR shifts upfield to around 246 ppm, so a very significant shift, as well as we see an increase in that tin hydride J coupling value from 360 hertz in the starting material to 887 hertz, depicting that we have more s orbital electron density on the tin going into bonding with that hydride. We also see a significant change in our phosphorus NMR. And I was also able to obtain, crystallize this out and get a single crystal X-ray diffraction of this molecule. Next, I was like, awesome, it reacted with an alkyl halide. Can I make it react with other alkyl halides? So I added iodoethane in benzene over the course of 30 minutes, and I actually see a different reaction pathway. And so what I obtained is the ethyl tin capped nickel cluster with a capping iodo on the bottom, as well as the production of hydrogen gas. And once again, with those NMR spectrums, we can see significant shifts in both tin and phosphorus. And I was also able to obtain a single crystal X-ray diffraction of this molecule as well. And so what this demonstrates is that depending on the alkyl halide, there's 2 different reactivity pathways that this molecule can undergo. So next we wanted to know if this tin hydride can insert into double or triple bonds, and it didn't want to react with double bonds. I tried a lot. But it does want to react with triple bonds. Specifically, we can see, and it reacts quite quickly. So we can see here with the equivalence of one hexyne in THF in about 30 minutes at room temperature, I'm able to generate this 2-hexene tin capped nickel cluster shown here in about 96% yield. And once again, we see those changes in that tin phosphorus NMR, as well as I was able to obtain a single crystal of that species as well. So at this point, as I said previously, I stopped the reaction, I isolated the material, and then I recharged it back into a thick wall JM, and I added 3 atmospheres of hydrogen gas in THF, deuterated THF, over the course of 26 hours. And what we see is that I'm able to regenerate that starting material in about 25% yield, as well as produce hexane in about 28% yield. So what this depicts is that this molecule here is able to undergo some amount of hydrogenation chemistry and hydrogenate that 2-hexene to an hexane and reform that tin hydride. And so we were really excited about these results. So overall, what we showed that this tin hydride nickel cluster was able to be made, awesome. And then I was able to do tin oxidative addition with it, kind of cluster oxidative addition with it with hydrogen reductive elimination, as well as alkyne insertion. And so, given our exciting results where we depict hydrogenation by hydrogen gas of coordinated 2-hexene, we became interested in studying the mechanism behind hydrogen and deuterium exchange. And that really brings the project to. So, in this project, what I did was I took my tin hydride capped trinickel cluster and I added deuterium gas. And what we're looking at here is that proton NMR spectrum, but I just am showing that tin hydride region and that nickel hydride. And this tin hydride, what we can see through after the addition of deuterium is that it slowly goes away. And next to it, surprisingly, we see the formation of an intermediate, which hits a maximum around 1 hour and also reduces with time. And then we have our nickel hydride on the right, which seems to decrease in intensity as well as broaden. And so basically at the 18th hour mark, I stopped the reaction. It was like the first time I did the reaction. I was like, cool, can it be reversible? And so I added nitrogen, and this is basically the addition of nitrogen where we see some amount of that intermediate as well as that tin hydride. And then some amount of that nickel hydride, but the amount of these are very small. And what I did was I added hydrogen. And what we see is that this intermediate goes away, and in its place, the tin hydride reforms, and it kind of seems to regrow back to that intensity. And so we're really seeing some reversibility. As well as that nickel hydride, we see it grow in as well. So the next reaction that I tried was deuterium NMR of this species. And what we see is that after adding deuterium gas to this complex, we do in fact form a 10-deuteride. And we also, however, surprisingly, we don't see that nickel deuteride. So I'm hoping to redo these reactions with longer relaxation delays and seeing if maybe this is just broadened. We're also really interested in studying these complexes with parahydrogen NMR in the future to see if we can understand the binding motif of that hydrogen gas. And that kind of brings me to the end where, kind of in conclusion, I was able to generate a tin hydride cap nickel cluster that can undergo a variety of reactivity pathways, oxidative addition, alkyne insertion, and hydrogen deuterium activation. With that, I would like to thank my group, Thomas, Cliff, and NMR people.
Other questions?
Hey, Nicole, great talk. On those oxidative addition, like cyclohexane and the ethyl bromide, were you able to regenerate hydride on adding hydrogen to those? Like any reductive elimination products?
So I never added hydrogen to this one. I never added hydrogen to this top one. I have added hydrogen to this one, hoping that my kind of like the ethane will come off, but it did not. It kind of creates like a couple different products actually.
Beautiful structures, by the way, beautiful crystal structures. I have a question about the phosphorus NMR. Why does it change so much? You showed a couple where the phosphorus, it changes quite drastically.
Yeah, so what I found is that, I mean, phosphorus has a big range, it's a 400 ppm range. And what I found is that whenever I add, so the starting material starts at 24 ppm, but whenever I add alkyls, I'm sorry, I'm really messing up on that. Whenever I add alkyls, it seems to want to shift towards around 30 ppm. And then whenever I have like a tin center that has 3 ligands on it, it always wants to shift around 0. And so we're definitely seeing some effect based on those ligands. And it's really nice for me because it's a good indicator of what's going on.
Thank you so much.
Are there any more questions?
Hi. So you showed that you can regenerate the tin hydride after you form the alkyne inserted product.
Yeah.
Granted, not in great yields. Have you tried this under like catalytic conditions to see if it gets any better potentially?
Yeah, so technically this has a hard time being catalytic. If you add too much of hexine, other products form. So it's really just stopping it if that's necessary, unfortunately. I believe I could get better yields for this. However, it's a function of pressure. So if you add 1 atmosphere, you get 8% yield. If you have 3 atmosphere, you get 25% yield. So I really believe that if I just bump up those atmospheres, I would be able to get better yields, but that's also me getting a power reactor.
Thank you. Let's thank her for the talk. While we set up the next one. Next talk is given by Hernandez. Yes, also the nickel chemistry.
Perfect, thank you for that introduction. As mentioned, I want to go ahead and explain some of the chemistry that I've been doing in the Figueroa Research Group at UC San Diego over the course of the last year or so. The name of my talk is both the discovery, synthesis, and reactivity of a nickel carbine. Just to get everybody on the same page of what we mean by a carbine, there are essentially two different forms of carbon-metal triple bonding. First, Fischer carbines, what this talk will focus on, which is highly reduced metal centers, where most of the electron density comes from metal being pushed into carbon. You have high occupancy of metal lone pairs as well as metal bonding into carbon, whereas Schrock alkylidines come in from the complete opposite standpoint of that. Schrock alkylidines are typically carbon-based in electron density, and carbon ends up donating most of its electron density into the metal. And so what we see fundamentally between these two classes of molecule is completely different reactivity. Fischer carbines are often metal-based nucleophiles that do really interesting insertion reactions to olefins, alkynes, and other electrophilic substrates, whereas Schrock alkylidines are most commonly known for alkyne metathesis, something Fischer carbines have to this point never been shown to do. What are some examples of Fischer carbines, especially as they start pushing into the later transition metals? Well, Fischer discovered the first first true carbine back in the 80s with this iron-based carbine. And then from there was kind of a large gap between studies of carbines. It wasn't until 2011 when Peters published this tridentate phosphine-supported iron carbine through the reduction of a iron carbonyl and eventually substitution with a trimethylsilyl unit out at the end through oxygen nucleophilicity. And so these carbines have been particularly well studied by the Peters group, but in 2017, our group, the Figueroa group, published our first one, a formal iron carbine through what was essentially an iron L4 dianion reacting with excess CO2 and trapping trimethylsilyl units in order to accomplish this iron carbine moiety. From there, the same student would actually go on to make this particularly interesting cobalt half sandwich complex, a formal dianion that was a true cobalt carbine and the first of its class, the first time it's ever been seen in group 9. But with all of these examples, even the Peters group now having presented a cobalt example, we were curious in our group of whether or not we can apply similar chemistries that we've seen already into group 10. Group 10 is a particularly interesting group. Unfortunately, at this point, nickel has been limited to specifically carbines. There are hundreds of examples of them, from the first crystallographically characterized one in 77, this dithiolate carbine, to many from Hillhouse. These are just two examples of the dozens that his group has published, of particularly interesting studies. But why are these compounds useful? Why are nickel carbines useful? Why do we seek out nickel carbine in particular? Well, nickel carbines have been shown to be impressively catalytically active in many different forms, on top of just showing what unique reactivity and unique electronic structures that deep transition metals are once they start multiply bonding to carbon. But as mentioned, drawing inspiration from our cobalt carbine, can we make an analogous nickel half sandwich complex? Well, what sort of starting material would we want in order to accomplish this chemistry? What sort of retrosynthetic pathway would we go through to make something like this? Well, we would want some sort of nickel half sandwich complex that can be relatively easily reduced. And lucky for me, in the year before our cobalt carbine, we actually published something already that could already undergo this chemistry. When you take nicolecine and one equivalent of this bulky isocyanide, this M-terphenyl substituted with isopropyls on the flanking ring is what we refer to as trip ligand. This reaction goes relatively cleanly to furnish this nickel half sandwich dimer. And so the question then came about, well, what happens if we go ahead and just reduce this complex? Can we get to the nickel carbine through it? And indeed we can. If you go ahead and treat this nickel half sandwich dimer with slight stoichiometric access at KC8, you get to the nickel anion, which is in the solid state trimeric. A particularly interesting molecule you can see from the isocyanide stretching frequency relative to its starting material. This compound has been obviously and significantly reduced. But in order to probe this compound's structural characteristics a little better, we wanted to get it out of this trimeric state. And so treating it with one equivalent of 18 crown 6, we're able to not only get a substantially better crystal structure in terms of resolution, but we're also able to monomerize this and really deeply study it. And so we see a couple of noteworthy features here that I'd like to draw your attention to. First of all, we draw it in this resonance form for a reason. This resonance form indicates that there's a lot of electron density being pushed from that formal negative nitrogen into the ring. And why do we think that's truly the case? Well, again, with an M-tert phenyl backbone, we would expect two things. One, we would expect that these rings, these formal aromatic rings, to be perfectly symmetric about them, their bond angles to be 120 at every case, and we do not see that. It has been de-aromatized and is evident that we have pushed a lot of electron density into that ring. Another piece of evidence to show de-aromatization. We see bond distances between C7 and C6 to be substantially shorter than that of C7 and C2. Another true evident case that we have pushed a lot of electron density from nitrogen into the ring. We are de-aromatizing the system, leaving credence to this nitrogen-carbon triple bond. With this molecule in hand, one particular thing that I think is perhaps the most noteworthy, though, this nitrogen-carbon distance, a particularly short nitrogen-carbon distance. If you plot the entirety of the CCD database for nickel-carbon distances, you get a plot that looks a little bit like this, and you find that this work is right in here, one of the shortest bonds in the entirety of the database. The question is, why would there be anything else in this region if this is truly the first nickel carbine of its case? And I think that can be rationally justified by the fact that if you dig through the couple of dozen crystal structures that are down through this area, many of which have not only very high R values, but are also crystallographically disordered to the point that show a lot of artificial shortening of that bond. And so I think that this work, it does truly exemplify the first case of a nickel carbine, the shortest nickel carbon distance. Interestingly, if you break up this analysis a little bit further, you can almost summarize this entire chart by bond order, where we have regions 1 and 2 indicating a bond order of 1, where we have all sorts of carbon-pi interactions, simple X-type ligand interactions, and N-heterocyclic carbines. And as you notice, as we start getting on the shorter end, we also start to see things like isocyanide complexes and other relevant structures where you see pi back bonding interactions, slightly increasing the bond order greater than 1. As we get to this region 3, though, we note some of the carbines that I mentioned before, true, unquestionable nickel-carbon double bonds. But noteworthy, this distance is past that. It is outside of the distribution that are known to the nickel carbine. So again, another line of evidence to suggest that this is truly a degree higher than that in bond order, degree higher than 2. So taking these two platforms, comparing them directly, what we've already published in the cobalt carbine and now this new work, what do we see? Well, the cobalt dianion is substantially more reduced in its anionic character, and so what we see is a far lower stretching frequency in the isocyanide. That is to be expected. In addition to that, we see relative to that in the nickel case, it is not as reduced. So its electronic contribution in terms of this resonance form is a little bit less than the case of the cobalt. But again, that is to be expected with something as dianionic as this case. What is noteworthy to compare between them is the metal carbon distances of the isocyanide. We see in the cobalt example 1.674 and in the nickel 1.692, a little bit longer of a bond. As we would expect from less pi interactions, this cobalt one is a really rigorous cobalt dianion, truly being exemplified of the cobalt carbine. Whereas in this case, these other resonance structures contribute a little bit more to it, but DFT really does back us up as to whether or not this is truly a nickel carbine. So the first things to note are With respect to the HOMO and the HOMO -1, if we take these two orbitals and look at them, what we see is that there is direct symmetry overlap between the carbon PZ and the PY, indicating that DFT studies do directly support our claim of whether or not there is a nickel-carbon triple bond. Going a little bit further, is this truly a Fischer carbine? Do we see all of the electron density focused at the metal? Going into HOMO 2, -2, 3, and 4, we see just clear-cut nickel lone pairs. All of the electron density focused on the nickel, exactly as what one would expect for a formal Fischer carbine, and in this case, a nickel carbine. And then going down to the HOMO -10, just the sigma bonding interaction, where we start to envelop some of the electron density from the pi system of the CP ring, again, fully supporting our argument that this is a nickel carbine. Some of the reaction chemistry, though, again, what we would expect to see of a Fischer carbine is metal-based nucleophilicity and interacting with electrophilic substrates, and again, that's exactly what we see. From very simple electrophiles, trimethylsilyl chloride, we see the substitution to make the nickel trimethylsilyl moiety. This complex is noteworthy in its own right in that it's only the second trimethylsilyl nickel-bounded structure in the entirety of the CCD. Other electrophilic substrates, diphenyl diselenide, also substitutes very cleanly to give the subsequent nickel selenide complexes. Going a little bit further, we have one of my preferred and favorite structures of its reactivity because the disorder model was particularly crazy, but it was fun to work with. Reacting with one equivalent of elemental sulfur S8, or excuse me, 1/4 equivalent of S8 furnishes this bridging nickel sulfido between two nickel centers, noteworthy in its crystal structure in that it's only the 6th example in the CCD that is not one larger cluster-based complex, where this is truly a monomeric sulfido. With many halogenated main group fragments, it tends to just halogen extract. This was seen with the bromide and iodide of various main group electrophilic fragments. And so, again, we see exactly what we would expect from both DFT and its reactivity studies, in that we see a primarily metal-based nucleophile. Can this make the hydride, though? How does this compare to the cobalt? The cobalt makes the hydride very cleanly from the terminal TMS acetylene. So can this make the hydride? And unfortunately, no. If we treat this with an equivalent to trimethylsilanol, we get the dimeric starting material back in good yields. The hydride is not formed. So we thought that there was going through some mechanistic pathway that was destroying the hydride, and up to this point, we're still not sure of exactly what's happening. But you can even try treating the dimer with a full atmosphere of hydride, heating it in toluene. No matter what you do, this hydride never forms. So it's interesting that regardless of protic substrates, we see difference in reactivity between the cobalt anion and the nickel CP anion. I think ultimately one of the big issues for this particular reaction, the hydride, is the fact that we're dealing with the CP and not the CP star. So to get a better comparison between the cobalt system and the nickel system, our next reasonable path to follow up, our next line of evidence that we ought to study, is to see whether or not we can make the CP star derivative. And so can this synthesis, simple synthesis that we were able to make the CP derivative, be used to employ the CP star derivative, just to get a complete one-to-one comparison of a cobalt dianion to the nickel anion? And unfortunately, no, this cannot be done, which is not terribly surprising. I mean, one, the steric pressure of CP relative to that of CP star is, CP star is substantially higher steric pressure than that of CP. And so whatever coordinatively induced decoupling of this CP clearly doesn't happen in the CP star direction. So how is it we can get to the CP star? How does the literature address this issue? Well, again, drawing inspiration from our cobalt carbine, we want to take one step back and reanalyze our system. Can we make the CP star molecule? How have people done it in the past? How have groups like the NHCs and various other L-type ligands made it, things that are similar to isocyanides in that sense? Well, we would want to shoot for some sort of electrophilic fragment, some sort of X-type ligand, halogen, something easily reduced out of this position. And the question is, how can we get to something that looks a little bit like this? The literature has great examples of this already. We employ this CP star nickel ACAC through the synthesis, through direct synthesis of nickel bis ACAC and one equivalent of lithium CP star, and then simply employ a acidic ligand in the case of an NHC and the relevant halogen to produce this moiety directly. Now, unfortunately, our ligand does not come with an acidic proton on it, nor can we install ones for this sake of reactivity, but at the very least, there are many examples of very weak acids, such as this, what we used for the ammonium iodide works great in this example. Protonate off an equivalent of the of the nickel ACAC, remove acetalacetone and the ammonia, and you get this compound, again, crystallographically and structurally characterized. This can be directly reduced to our anion. And so what do we expect then for the CP star derivative of this? We would expect a lower IR shift. Indeed, we have it, about another 15 wave numbers lower than the CP derivative. Excuse me. And unfortunately, we have all of the spectroscopy to fully suggest that we have this compound. Just much to my dismay, this compound has been incredibly difficult to crystallize and has yet to come out. And so unfortunately, I'm still waiting on a structural characterization of the CP star. But nevertheless, I think this synthetic pathway has been quite fruitful in that. But again, current work is going to be further characterizing this. I have some subsequent reactivities, derivatizations of this that again further suggest that I have it, but just for the sake of time, I won't go too deep into that. But I hope you all enjoyed the discussion of what I think is truly the first nickel carbide. And with that, I'd like to thank my PI, of course, group for all of their motivation, former students who both trained me and contributed to this project intellectually, the X-ray crystallographers for providing full access to the X-ray facility at UC San Diego. That is perhaps, I think, one of the most fun parts of doing inorganic chemistry at UC San Diego. But, and again, NMR spectroscopists, funding source, particularly the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation for funding. Thank you all for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any questions?
Hey Richie, fantastic talk. In trying to get the hydride there when you were adding the silanol, did you end up doing any kind of NMR studies or other ways to characterize what the side products of that might be?
So one, with the CP star derivative, it does stabilize the hydride, which is why I think the issue is the CP ring itself. It's just simply nowhere near enough steric pressure, and once these two come together, it's not unprecedented for nickel hydrides to just H atom transfer and then just H2 to leave. But up to this point, I have not confirmed that H2 is a byproduct of that reaction, so I don't know that that's mechanistically what's happening. But with respect to byproducts, there are none. It is, the dimer is made pretty cleanly.
Another question? It's not the case, then thank you for your talk. Yeah. And I would like to ask Lisa to come up with the presentation. Entitled Investigations into Electron Cooled Bifunctional Ligands containing a base.
I just always notice because I leave it on my preview on the graphic, and then every now and then it's just this big ass blue screen. I go, oh yes.
Catch it every once in a while.
You're good.
I'll slip it on that one.
You got cost.
Hi, I'm Dan with SDSU. So today I'm going to tell you about some bifunctional ligands, dependent base, and then also electron forward, which makes it fun. So why do we look at bifunctional ligands? The Grotron group, we look at them because we found that they can considerably increase the rate of several different reactions. And I want to say when I talk about bifunctional ligands, I know there's more than one definition. The one I'm always talking about is ligands that contain a base near the active site. All right? So, for example, we've made this particular complex in the past. which gives, in comparison to acid catalyzed hydration of alkynes to make the, in our case, it makes an aldehyde, or, yeah, hydration of alkynes. It goes about 10 to the 11th times faster than just acid catalyzed, and you get a considerably higher selectivity for the anti-Markovnikov hydration. So you make the aldehyde instead of the ketone, which is nice, obviously. So then we know they go a lot faster. We also look at for isomerization of alkenes. If you're looking at an alkene with a pendant base and a ligand with a pendant base and a ligand without a pendant base, it's anywhere from 300 to 10,000 times faster for isomerization. Okay, so these are great ligands if you want to increase the speed of your reaction. But the other thing I'm talking about was electron poor. So electron poor ligands aren't really looked at quite a lot, but one of the main things they can do is change the mechanism of a catalytic cycle. So if you're looking at, say, a palladium complex in DPPE with 2-norbornene, what you'll end up getting is just 2-norbornene. But when you add, because palladium, as we all know, is pretty good at beta hydride elimination, but if you add in the simplest way to make something electron poor, add in a bunch of fluorines, you'll actually get polynorbornene, because in that case, the electron poor portion of the ligand increases the rate of reductive elimination fast enough to compete with beta hydride elimination. So we look at these two particular ligands. What else can we do with that? If we combine these two particular parts into one ligand, what can we do with it? So one of the things is, what can we do with addition to an alkene? All right. So looking at this one's a little bit more fun now. Oh, good. That's the one. All right. So when we're looking at this particular, say, this mechanism for addition to an alkene. All right. So if we have a pendant base, there we go. You can actually get coordination or hydrogen bonding between the base and a hydrogen on the nucleophile. This will increase the nucleophilicity of the nucleophile, help it do some oxidative addition. You can also get hydrogen bonding in this particular intermediate. Then you get coordination of an alkene. Then you can get alkene insertion into the metal hydride bond. And now this is where the electron poor portion of the ligand comes in handy. Instead of getting beta hydride elimination right back to where you started, you can actually get reductive elimination and get your product, which is now stable. Another particular reaction we're looking at that we think would be useful would be alkoxy carbonylation, and how we could use those electron poor bifunctional ligands. So obviously, you have an electron poor ligand, it's on the metal center, that's going to weaken a CO bond. All right, this is great. That's what we want. We want a weaker CO bond so that's more reactive. You can also have that pendant group, pendant base, hydrogen bond to the incoming nucleophile. You get a lot better reactivity. All right, so we're like, okay, we have two reactions that we can look at. And at least for alkoxy carbonylation, the other reason we wanted to look at it, for the current state of the art, you generally need either high temperatures or high pressures, or you need a considerable amount of time. We're hoping to look at this and go, okay, if we take an electron poor ligand, and it also has a pendant base, we can maybe get that down to room temperature in just 1 atmosphere. So, our synthetic goals. First thing, we want to make an electron poor ligand. Like I said, one of the simplest ways is to just put a bunch of fluorines on something. So we decided to start there. Start with the trifluoromethyl group, expand out from there, see what else we can do with that. We also want it to be bifunctional. So we want, I usually say base, but something that's a hydrogen bond donor or an acceptor would be fine as well. So hydroxyl groups work great for that. We also want it to be able to change along the way. So we want this synthesis so we can make different analogs. Obviously, if we start with a phenyl group, a phenyl ring, you can change that in any number of ways. You can tune it however you want. If you start with the imidazoles, maybe you can change the sterics around the catalyst. So how do we do that? We start with imidazole-based electron poor phosphines. Just lithiate the imidazole, add the bis-dimethylaminochlorophosphamine. And we use that for a couple of reasons. One I'll get to later, but the first one is dimethylamino's They don't react with alkyl aerolithiums, so you just get monosubstitution. You can avoid having to purify the disubstituted, the trisubstituted. You then deprotect, make the dichloro, go to the phosphite, add Rupert's reagent, get straight across. Now, in these cases, I show overall yield because pretty much all of these complexes, to my chagrin, are air-sensitive, water-sensitive oils. They are not fun to work with. Pretty much any attempt to purify them beyond just a crude workup, say for removing an ammonium salt, something like that, gives you more impurities than you end up with. And when looking at the NMRs of these, they're generally 90 to 95% one thing at the end. And so we just kind of move along with it, get to the final product, and then purify at that point. It's a little bit simpler, a little bit easier. So now, like I said, we're also looking at things like anisols or phenols. Similar concept. We start with diamidolithium, the halogen exchange, add the chlorophosphine. Now this is where it gets fun. This is one I found out by accident. Instead of having to make the chlorophosphine, we can just cut out the whole step. Just add trifluoroethanol, acetic acid, and kicks off that dimethylamino group, and you go straight to the phosphite. This is great. Saves us a lot of time, saves us a lot of effort. The imidazole one doesn't work because the phosphorus carbon bond on an imidazole is very acid sensitive, and so we kind of have to do it the other way. Then just keep going straight through, just the Ruperts, and then we end up with the anisole, the anisole derivative. At that point, we have a decent ligand, but we can also take that one step further, demethylate it with boron tribromide, get to the phenol. And again, that step is quite a bit easier. It works a lot better, but up until that point, we get about a 40% overall yield, which is pretty good. Now, we're working with electron poor phosphines. One of the things you might want to be worried about was, will these actually coordinate to a metal center? Obviously, they're electron poor, so we said, well, just in case, is there another way to do this? So we went with something with a wide bite angle to help with that reductive elimination. We started with ferrocene, lithiated, dilithiopherrocene, add the dimethylaminophosphine. Now, this is the other reason that we use that dimethylaminophosphine. If you do the ratios right, you can actually monosubstitute one of the aminos for a chlorine. We can then add the aerolithium reagent containing the pendant substituent that we want, and continue on from there. All right, just keep going just like we did with the rest. Add in, make the phosphite, and add the Ruperts, get the trifluoromethyl. At that point, each portion of the ligand would have an electron poor and a pendant substituent. The downside is we do get 2 diastereomers, but for right now, we're just looking at, does this react? So we can always isolate a diastereomer later if we find one that works really well. All right. So how electron poor are these ligands? Pretty standard way of doing it. Looking at transchlorocarbonyl so looking at through the literature, triphenylphosphine is not the most electron poor thing, but it's generally at the end of the table. It's definitely not electron rich. Looking through the literature, you can see, all right, so phosphites go down to about 2016 wave numbers, and then we look at Rs. They're comparable to phosphites, a little bit more electron poor, but the nice part about this is, so that imidazole prime that we use, it's actually fairly electron donating to a phosphine. And so even with that, it's still comparable to a phosphite. So we've got the benefit of, if we need to tune the electronics or the sterics in some way, we're still going to get a relatively electron poor ligand, even if we have to put something on there that's fairly electron donating, which is really nice. So, like I said, we kind of wanted to look at alkene addition and alkoxycarbonylation. Unfortunately, no alkene addition. We get a little bit of isomerization, but it's non-selective and it's pretty slow. And we already have a fast one and a selective one. So not so great. But the alkoxycarbonylation at room temperature and room pressure, much more promising. So in that case, we looked at it and we said, well, what's a good model reaction we could look at that's quick and kind of easier to set up for now, just to see where's the reactivity. So in this case, started with para-iodotoluene, methanol, palladium source, about 5% of the 5 mole percent of the palladium, 4 equivalents of the ligand. Mix them together. At this point, bubble CO through it, last thing I do is inject some diethyl or triethylamine into it. So at this point, I have 1 atmosphere of CO, about 5 equivalents, and room temperature. Let it stir for, the first time I ran it, I let it stir overnight. I should not have done that. It's done in about 5 minutes. Mostly because the way you can tell it's done is the palladium crashes out. That's generally how alkoxy carbonylations end, is that the palladium catalyst degrades down just into palladium black. So when we look at this, we can go, okay, palladium control, we get like 10% or less yield. Not that great, but that's a point. We need to know where it starts from, because if we look at just the bis trifluoromethylphenyl, we get about 20% yield, so there's definitely some reactivity. That imidazole prime that we like to use, a little bit similar. Now the anisole, that's where I got about 58% yield. We're still looking at that one, but it definitely is considerable improvement over some of the other that we've seen in the past. And so now we go, okay, we've got a decent reactivity. Now we got to mess with it some more. But on the plus side, like I said, this is room temperature, room pressure, very quick. And so this is definitely an improvement over the literature in the past. So in the future, I'm going to finish up making those bi-density ligands, and we have a collaboration with a group that does high throughput experimentation. Hopefully send it off. Alkoxy carbonylation has been around since about the 40s and 50s. There's a lot of different conditions, additives, solvents, co-solvents you can do to improve it, and so that's kind of why we're looking at high throughput experimentation to kind of verify exactly what we want and figure out which one's the best. And so, yeah, so thank you for listening. I have no idea how long it takes.
Any questions? Well, then let me start out with questions. The ion system we had showed on the last slide. We have put another ligand on the CP and could make bimetallic systems. So any chance you can modify your system towards you can create another donor ligand on the CP?
You can. That's not what we're looking at right now, but as we figure out what works, what doesn't, what needs, and how we can add something back in.
That would be another road to go.
Yeah.
Any other questions? We've got 5 minutes more time. So. There are no more questions. Thank you very much for your talk.
Stretch my legs for 2 minutes. Get up and then get back down. So I guess we're just ending right on time then.
Yeah.
I don't see how we would, just because unless they want to go over. No, I agree, but I just, I think I think they spent enough money yesterday. I really doubt that they're gonna.
I don't know if they have.
Yeah, you think so?
I don't know the trouble probably all regular grades.
I don't know. I feel like they might recognize that they're on a roll right now.
When, I don't know, man. Yeah, I agree with you. It's fucking crazy. You can't really, if you say stuff like that out loud, you're gonna jerk yourself. It's like, oh yeah, I think we'll be able to walk away.
Correct. But I know me, and I'll be very upset if I think you're correct. So I just go, it might be here.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
do
actually
it. Yeah.
it's actually this kind of job that made Greg such a pessimist.
I guess so.
It's actually this kind of thing that kind of makes Greg such a pessimist.
Realist.
A realist. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Like, also, pessimist has not gotten much. I agree. Like there's a chance that they'll be like, oh, there's some digital signage that we need to move around. We have put this on the other side of the building, so can you guys stick around for like 3 hours? And like that can happen.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, ooh, I try my best to not not call.
As far as I know, there's no major changes, but I don't know anything until 9:45 last night. So
Shit pops up.
I know.
Hey, don't get too excited, man. You gotta jinx yourself.
I've already set up the pre-jinx. So
That's fair. Pre-jinx.
I'm ready if we are jinxed.
There's disclaimers set in place.
You know what? Here, I got you. I got you guys. You know, I think we're gonna be here until probably about 10 o'clock tonight.
Oh, you're totally wrong.
So. No, you fucked it up.
I hope so. I hope first call is right.
Me too.
This guy's on his line.
I think
I clocked it. I wonder if he has. It looks like he opened up Howard.
You can't tell if it's his or if it's just the other one. Well, we haven't been loading the other one.
You can go up there and double check if you'd like. You have a minute. I mean, 37 seconds, but still.
I mean,
What else?
I bet he just needs to hit extension. I have faith in him. I got a good feeling.
I just see it as an opportunity to go there and show your wares, that's all. But that's cool. Roll the dice, baby. Roll the dice.
Yeah, I like to live dangerously.
It can screw up, cost us another
hour and a half.
Now you're speaking that into existence.
Yeah, right. There's a weird balance. Yeah, at a certain point, you're
it's called
manifesting.
It's manifestation.
You have to manifest both. That fate.
No, that defeats the point. Manifestation. That's like being like, I park 3 blocks away, so I don't have to pay for parking, but I also pay for parking over there.
Yeah. But they pay you for parking, so that's good.
Do they reimburse parking?
Yes, $15 a day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I do that.
It's like, well, hey, you know, how much you paying? $15. You know, they pay you $15 to park. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But now I'm sitting at 35. I said, well, whatever.
Where'd you park?
The lot behind the thing.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
use
There must be something going on with the shelf.
$35 for this?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It was like that yesterday. Yeah.
So this one is now going to be on server.
It is. It's like.
Silver and copper complexes. I hope I pronounce it right. Anurag. Okay, perfect.
Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Anurag. I'm working with Professor Vasila Dias at UT Arlington. So I'll be talking about synthesis and application of olefin and alkyne complexes of copper 1 and silver 1. So we mainly work on ethylene as well as acetylene. So I'll be talking on copper mediated ethylene-ethane separation as well as some of the rare complexes of copper 1 and silver 1 acetylene. So going through the ethylene chemistry, so ethylene is one of the most widely produced organic compounds. So it's reported that in 2020, the production is around 201 million metric tons, and it's projected to be like in 2025, it would reach around 300 million metric tons. So why do we need all this ethylene for? So out of the ethylene produced, 60% is used to prepare polyethylene. So we use a lot of things made of polyethylene in our day-to-day life, and the rest are used like compounds like ethylene oxide or ethylene dichloride, which is also valuable in chemical industry. So there are a lot of copper silver mediated processes of olefins, especially ethylene. So one of the main examples is oxychlorination, where we can produce 1,2-dichloroethane, another industrially valuable chemical. And copper salts are used for this transformation. And also, interestingly, the ethylene is a plant hormone, and the ethylene receptor site in plants containing a copper center, a cofactor containing copper 1. And also copper silver salts are used for olefin paraffin separations like the ethylene, ethane, or propylene, propane, etc. And also this is another one, the ethylene oxide, another industrially valuable chemical. Silver salts are used for this conversion. And copper and silver are known to do transformations like cyclopropanations, acetylation, to make like pharmaceutically valuable chemicals. So polypyrazolyl borates are known for many years, and apparently here one of the first copper ethylene complexes reported in 1983 was supported by this 3,5-dimethyl trispyrazolyl borate, and it's a very highly air sensitive molecule but stable to ethylene loss. So we have been working on fluorinated complexes in our lab mainly. So how we synthesize this fluorinated polypyrazolyl borates? We start with the diketone reacting with the hydrazine to get the pyrazole. So at this point, you can control the equivalency of the pyrazole. Whether you take the 2 equivalent or 3 equivalent, you can get bispyrazolyl borate or trispyrazolyl borate by changing the temperature. So you can get this around like 110 degrees Celsius. This we need around like 180 degrees Celsius. So we use this potassium salt of bispyrazolyl borate to make the copper acetonitrile complex using a copper acetonitrile salt. And we can further displace this acetonitrile using ethylene to get this ethylene complex. So this is one of the trispyrazolyl borate reported early in 2000s. Is similar to this one, but that is also slight difference. This contains 3 fluorinated pyrazoles, so it's more electron withdrawing compared to this bispyrazolyl borate. As you can see from the chemical shifts, so in free ethylene, proton and 13 comes around 5.4 to 123, so it shifted to the upfield range around, you can see 4.9, 89, similar here too. So when we compare this tris and this one, since this one is more electron withdrawing, so there is less back bonding here, back donation here. So that's why this is like the shift is slightly less from the free ethylene here compared to this one. And we also see this Raman CC vibration. It's shifted to its lower value in the metal complexes here compared to the free ethylene. So both of these complexes are air stable. We can handle open to the air for hours without any decomposition. And we also observed that this is very stable to ethylene loss. But this one here actually stable under vacuum. But when we heat up to around 40 degrees Celsius, we can remove the ethylene. So we want to see we can utilize this one for ethylene-ethane separation chemistry. So that leads to the question, what is so special about ethylene-ethane separation? So ethylene is synthesized from or produced from crude oil mainly through steam cracking process, and it always contains ethane impurity. So when we look at the ethylene properties, physical properties, they have similar properties. So it's very hard to separate both ethylene and ethane. So how they do it in industry is they have like a very tall towers consisting of over 150 trays, and they use a very low temperature and high pressure like 7 to 28 bar to do this highly energy consuming separation distillation process. So it's reported that like purification of ethylene and propylene alone accounts for around 0.3% of world's total energy consumption, which is roughly equal to Singapore's annual energy consumption. So what we observed is, so we can remove the ethylene from the metal center here to get a trimeric metallocycle like this. So we can do this chemistry both in solution as well as in solid state. So we also have obtained the single crystal X-ray structure for both the ethylene as well as the ethylene free adduct. So here it shows the Raman spectra. So when the red color one is the ethylene free adduct, so as soon as we introduce like a ethylene to this one, so we see the new peaks which corresponds to the CC vibration in the ethylene. So here the spectra shows the single component sorption isotherms. You can see that even at very low pressures, it selectively absorbs ethylene, and the ethane absorption is almost nothing. So we did this selectivity study using a mixture of ethylene and ethane gas. We observed like the selectivity comes around 10 to the power 7 factor. So we compared it to one of the best known metal organic frameworks. So here UTSA 281, which comes around 10 to the power of 3. So very high selective compared to the non-porous materials. So we did some of the breakthrough experiments. So we take this compound in a column, and also we pass through a mixture of ethylene and ethane. So we can see that only ethane comes out of the column. So ethylene is bound to the copper center. So we repeated this up to 5 cycles and observed that the similar results for all the 5 cycles, meaning it's recyclable molecule. So we collaborated with the Argonne National Lab to do a powder XRD experiment. So here you can see the pattern of the ethylene compound. So we increase the temperatures slowly, so you can see the pattern changes, and when it reaches around 343 Kelvin, it completely changed to a ethylene-free compound. So we also did the reverse experiment. We took this ethylene-free compound and applied a ethylene pressure here. So you can see that it instantly turned to the ethylene bound adduct. So what we are seeing is a live reaction to a powder XRD experiment here. So now I'm going to talk about some of the acetylene chemistry. So as we all know that acetylene is a highly flammable gas. So that property is utilized for like cutting and welding applications. So acetylene can be easily synthesized from calcium hydride by adding 2 equivalent of water into that one, and it's also obtained from petroleum feedstock as well. And it's a very important building block in organic as well as industrial processes. As you can see here, acetylene is involved in many transformations. One of the major transformation is the vinyl chlorides, which is used to synthesize polyvinyl chloride, very important polymer. And copper and silver are involved in a lot of these transformations. Like some of the important ones are like hydrochlorinations, cross-coupling reaction, acetaldehyde cycloaddition reactions. And silver is involved like selective semi-hydrogenation to get ethylene from acetylene, and also carbon reactions. So compared to the ethylene chemistry, acetylene chemistry is challenging because it's fire and explosive risk involved in this one. So copper and silver salts can form explosive acetylides with with acetylene. So as we have seen previously, like copper and silver are involved in a lot of these transformations. So it's important to study the structure and bonding of these pi-acetylene complexes of silver and copper, which would help us to design and develop processes for like separation as well as activation of these important molecules. So when we looked at the literatures, there are very few acetylene complexes known. So one of the first copper acetylene complexes reported is in 1983 based on a pyridine ligand, and later in 1992 another one phenanthroline based. Then it took like around so many years, around 2019 we reported this copper pyrazolase based acetylene complexes. So here similar to the ethylene chemistry, you can see that the reduction in the vibrational frequency of C-triple-bond C in these complexes, and also because of the back bonding, from the metal, it's more going to the olefinic region, the chemical shift. So 1.9 to 6.16 or 4.75, same trend in the carbon NMR as well. So similar thing was observed in silver as well. So one of the first silver complex was reported by us in 1997, which was based on trispyrazolyl borate, silver acetylene, and later in 2007, some other silver complexes are reported. So it's almost same kind of trend we observe. But compared to copper complexes, silver binds to the acetylene not as strong. From the chemical shift, you can see, like in copper, the proton goes to like 4 ranges, where here it's around like 2 to 3. So by looking at all these one, we can see that there is not a proper ligand system to compare the effect of ligand on this copper and silver acetylene complexes. So we wanted to synthesize different ligands based on this trispyrazolyl borate known as scorpionates. So we have one with BCF3, also CF3 phenyl, and also this BCF3 bispyrazolyl borate, and also we substituted this hydride with phenyl, so we have that version too. And also these are all anionic ligands. We have one neutral one, bispyrazolyl methane also. So we went ahead and synthesized this acetonitrile, and later displacing this acetonitrile with acetylene to give this copper acetylene complex. So similar trend was reported, like a downfield shift. You can see 1.9 to 4.7 in both proton and carbon, and also reduction in the CC bond vibration as well. So we also synthesized other trispyrazolyl borate, like either from this sodium salt using a metal triflate in situ reaction by then bubbling with the acetylene to get metacetylene, or by displacing this ethylene complex with the acetylene. So by looking at the data, we have like a crystal structure of most of these complexes. So you can see the when comparing with the copper versus silver, whether it's in bis or the cationic complexes or trispyrazolyl borate, copper binds strong to the silver, copper binds strong to the acetylene compared to silver acetylene from the chemical shift, And also, when we compare this between this 3 coordination versus 4 coordination, here it's more electron withdrawing because of one additional pyrazole. So backbonding is less. You can see the chemical shift is, the shift from the free acetylene is less here compared to what we observed in these pyrazolyl borates. So, and also we have these two trispyrazolyl borate, one with phenyl, which is slightly electron rich compared to the CF3, this CF3 one. So we observed the same trend. You see, like the shift is slightly higher compared to 3 here, whereas in this one it's not as much because it's highly electron neutral. So with that, we want to see whether we can use this one for some catalytic purposes. So we use this one actually for the triazole synthesis. So in 1963, Houston reported this reaction where it took this alkyne and acid and heated up for hours to days and got a mixture of triazoles. So later, in 2002, Meldal and Sharpless developed this copper-1 catalyzed cycloaddition reaction by using an external base at room temperature. So the advantage what we have is, while using this catalyst, we don't need to use an external base. We use around 10 mole percentage of the catalyst in ethanol at 40 degrees Celsius. And we were able to obtain different triazoles, including this one was obtained from this gaseous acetylene we used as an alkyne. So with that, in summary, so we have shown some of the reversible ethylene binding on copper bispyrazolyl borate. So this is a novel non-porous material for effective ethylene-ethane separation, and also synthesis of some of the rare copper and silver acetylene complexes. And also we use this one of the copper complexes to synthesize different triazoles, including acetylene. With that, I would like to acknowledge my Professor Rosita Dayas is here as well, and all the group members, collaborators, also funding agencies, and Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry at UT Arlington.
Well, thank you very much. Nice structures. So, nobody shoots right ahead. I would have a question. The trimeric structure with naked coppers. Say two, I guess.
Yeah,
It's still one. Okay. So, I was thinking about whether there might be other ligands. We have to use the microphone.
Use my lecturing voice.
Unfortunately, not because you're a hybrid session.
Thank you. Nice talk. So in the absorption of the ethylene in the solid phase, what was the rate? It wasn't quite, you said it was fast, but it wasn't clear what the time scale was.
The time, so
Yeah.
it's around like 1 minute we see the powder XRD, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's around 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes, I think we observe the change.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I was wondering with that trimeric, molecule, do you think there's any way of like keeping it together? Just that I think like as a trimeric unit, you could potentially introduce some interesting characteristics, maybe grab onto larger polyunsaturated fragments. I was wondering if you had put any work or any thought into trying to maintain that structure as a more cohesive unit instead of something like monomerous is what's finding.
I didn't really catch that, but you meant like to increase the chain length?
Either increase the chain length or change the bonding method in some way that keeps that trimer together such that you could access an individual unit that bonds multiple units and doesn't fall apart into one orbit. That was an interest.
We can isolate this one as it is, like it's a stable molecule, until and unless we put a ethylene into this one, it stays.
Well, that was my question. Can you make something that binds it and keeping it together? I feel like that trimeric unit would provide different binding modes that you might be able to access different sorts of unsaturated carbons if you're interested.
Yeah, so currently we are trying to introduce other than ethylene. Yeah, we can do this kind of.
I've seen my hands before. I still question it over. No. Then let's thank the last speakers and the whole lineup of speakers we had this afternoon. And I would like to close the session. Okay, thank you.
Uncle always seems to pay out pretty they do well.
Yeah, they paid me Friday, and I think I got my first two Tuesdays.
Yeah, right. They're pretty good about it. Really? How did that end up working? Did they have to reimburse or like what? What the fuck?
Oh, I'm glad I fucking
yeah.
Bunch of hours, and they will all work at 1 hour.
And that's like no. That's insane. Like that's a pretty big discrepancy. Yeah. So. Well. Make pee. Yeah, I guess.
God, my back is killing me right now.
I know.
Did you tell? I couldn't even sit down and work.
I'm getting there.
My back. That's the problem. Take care of it. That's the whole easier the more.
I missed that window 8 years ago.
Oh, did you? That's right. Yep.
Yep. Well, not fully, but I've been, you know.
Okay. The link around will just keep going.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, brother, I think that our room is that open today. Our last speaker didn't show up. 7 Alpha. I didn't want to call on the radio in case there was some sort of procedure we wanted to do first or don't really talk about it every day, so. Right. He appreciated it this time.
Who's that, Shannon?
Because I called him instead of calling him on the radio. He said, I really don't know what the end of the day is for us because you know, it's from this thing. He said, that's a good idea. Let me check.
Dude, that is so frustrating.
So what?
They're leaving all of the leads in the dark. I know, but them especially, that's the one that gets me. I don't care if I'm in the dark. I expect it. But like, no, it's unsettling. But for them, to have them not know is weird to me. Yeah. Because they set it up for an office environment or
When have you ever been able to have a working conversation with an IT guy where both of you understand what's going on?
Nope.
And that's kind of how this room is being.
That's weird too because we're as close to IT as you can kind of get. No, yeah, you're right.
But it's a fine line because you can prove that, then I'm making you guys look worse too. So it's one of those.
No, yeah, I get what you mean.
It's not a perfect situation. Hopefully Shannon will call us. We'll figure out what's going on.
Hopefully Shannon will call us and tell us to get the fuck out of here. Shannon.
Yeah. Well, like, I wanted it to go through him so he knew what was going on, but now John might show up. Oh, gosh, I heard you last week. I can't. Gotta go over here. I'm just gonna go ahead and keep it. That's right. I was kind of clear. Like, it's really what did you do? It's going to imply me taking a 2x4 with a nail and slamming it.
Oh, Greg, you're not gonna like this. The only solution maybe to go hide in the wall.
Yeah, well, he's already got that. So
Okay,
they know,
there's
they
room
know
for all
where
of
he
us.
is. They got a tracker on that guy.
Okay, well,
Yes, tracker on
just leaving a pile of like hamsters in there.
Yeah.
Hey, why do they call you
First time I
Poncho
worked
anyways?
here.
My name's Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
it's a connection. It's a weird connection. It's Poncho's to Francisco as Bill is to William.
Oh, really?
Is it really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought you just kind of made that up.
Or more accurately, like
Or somebody
Dick
told
to
you that.
Richard, I think.
That one makes more sense.
It's a more
less.
it's a more stupid it's a more stupid association because it makes no sense.
Oh, okay. I get you.
I just like that you tell people, like with your name badge, oh, Poncho. They're not going to write Poncho on your name badge. I don't think that's your legal name, so like,
Hey,
choose everybody.
You say that? I have a name badge from Spy, the Optics and Filtronics one, that just says Sharon Tudix. So
Yeah, well.
they can make
From
whatever.
one of those shows, they all gave us random other
When
people's
I was a
names because they
rigger,
printed out the wrong show. They printed out a show from like New Orleans or something. And those were all the names, so they just arbitrarily gave us all different names.
Didn't matter at that point.
I was like Richard something or Finn
It
something.
was funny. So when I was a kid, became a rigger and they wanted to give me my uniform, I told them like I wanted to put Poncho on there, and then they gave me my uniforms, and then they just said Francisco. And I'm like, I thought I
Should
said
you just go
something.
buy a poncho and wear it
They
over your
have-
uniform and
Well,
then that kind
Poncho.
of covers?
Well, Poncho. So that's the other thing I was about to bring up. Poncho with an A is Francisco. Poncho with an O is Alfonso.
What about poncho like you wear?
Yeah, but isn't that spelled with an O?
I don't know. You tell me.
It is.
But it'd still be funny on the same level.
I suppose. Maybe to you.
Or if you had a poncho, but you had the correct spelling of poncho on it, like a name badge. It would confuse the fuck
But yeah, so like they didn't want to give me Poncho, and then I got all uppity and I made it into a civil rights kind of thing. I was like, well,
even though it's not.
there's a guy named Tony. Well, there's a guy who it could say Tony, but his name is Anthony, right? Yeah. What about Bob's over there? Bob's name tag. And his name is Robert, is it not? And I kept going down the line. I'm like, what about that
If you would have said
Filipino?
Conchita, they would have been okay with
That,
it.
that Filipino fella, his name is Fortunato, but it says Nato on his thing. So I can't help but make it.
You gotta be careful with that argument, because that argument might kill everybody's nicknames.
But then
They're
yeah.
like, wait, no, you're right.
I was
I'm
gonna
not gonna call
say,
anybody by their nickname.
but everyone already
Gregory,
has.
come over.
But everyone already has their shit, you know. So then she was giving me the eye roll after I was like, I don't understand. I don't see where the difference is other than a cultural, like a
Certain
cultural.
cultural implication.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder what makes one valid and not the other. And I was just like, doing these like thinly veiled kind of like.
Yeah, you gotta be like soft about it.
Yeah, exactly. And then because if they and then
Stagehands don't take soft very well.
well, I had to play the
They
office.
get lost in the soft.
I had to play in the office, So like, and that's when she's like, oh, I'll talk to the powers that be or whatever. Because my next move was like, well, what if I identify?
That's what I was gonna say. If you would have said, I identify as Panchita, they'd be like, okay, well, we gotta call you that.
If someone changes their name, exactly. That's what you're getting at. So yeah, like that's So eventually she called me and she's like, well, it turns out you're right. The one that was running right. She's like, I'm like, no, this is real. It's an established nickname that is only connected to one name.
Well, it's not like you.
So it's one of those.
But it's not like you're making it up. It literally is like a Bill Williams thing.
Smile on his face, they think he's full of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What it is. They're
It's
like, oh,
just-
you're clever.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull one over on them, but it's just because I know I'm right, so I'm smug about it.
When you fucking put it like that, yeah.
Yeah, so of course, I know they fought me on it, and yeah, so it turns out you're totally right. I'm like, okay, cool. That's what I fucking thought. That's right. Give me my fucking shirt. By the way, it's the wrong size.
Give me my goddamn shirt.
And I sent it right back. I was like, it's also the wrong shirt size. So
They're all on the high side right
okay.
Are they really?
now. I don't know what that means, but it sounded interesting.
Right, let's go there.
Yeah,
So
let's
that
go.
sounds
I
like my
like
cup
it.
of
I
tea.
mean,
Sounds
we're done, right?
sounds like my kind of party.
I don't. I mean, I'll get to the high side later, but.
No, I don't do that. Unless if you guys were the worst people ever, I might consider it. That's not you guys. Take it fine.
Yeah,
It takes a special thing for me to be able to do something like that at work.
I don't get that still. That still doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, high at work.
You're young still.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that?
But I remember when we were at the
I'm gonna double check
the Marriott Marquis, the other one where we were just sitting around all day. I was talking to Mike Adams. Yes, that's what it was. I was talking to Mike Adams. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go outside to smoke," and I was like, and he goes, "Oh, not like weed." I was like, "Dude, you didn't have to." Like, I know. What a dumbass. I was like, "I know, bro." And he was like, "Hey, you never know with people in this life." And I was like, "You're not wrong, but fuck."
Come back smelling like a blind.
I was like, "Bro, yeah, I'm gonna look out on you now."
That's hilarious. Not like weed or anything.
Yeah, it's like, no, not like,
I
not
wouldn't
like
be
weed or
surprised. I
anything.
mean, fucking Ariel
Not
was
at
like
all.
puffing
We
a
were
big
already
pen
kidding.
inside the rooms. I'm like,
Wait,
I'm
who
not gonna
was?
Ariel, fucking big, chubby white lady, white chick.
You should have called Dave.
I let her dig her own grave. I'm not gonna.
He
tell
said
her
stand by
nothing,
for 5 more minutes.
but I'm not gonna
Okay.
say it.
Yeah, no, some people don't give a fuck. Dude, I saw someone smoking in the arena. They were hitting a pen in the arena a while back. And but he was
In the
standing.
room right next to it, you'd be like, dude, really? Like, come
Yeah,
on,
that's
at least make
This
it
is
so I
the
can
thing,
deny it.
is he was standing, like had the right at the opening where we roll gear in and out. He was like standing right there doing it, and I was like, are you fucked?
But you might have been just doing tobacco.
No, it was, but I'm like, I still think they don't want you to fucking smoke in the arena.
Inside, yeah.
That was just weird. I was like, they don't even care if you go stand out under the sign.
That's kind of what it is. Especially if it's like a really no-no place, they'll really do it right in front of you.
I was just surprised. Yeah, it was really surprised because I don't think the dude was a member. I think he was like a referent.
Probably, that's probably why I got away with it. What I don't like about the arena is when you're loading a truck and you're lifting heavy ass shit, there's 8 dudes right on the ramp with you smoking.
Oh, that's
While
annoying.
you're trying to load a truck, it's like, dude, what are you doing?
That shit's frustrating.
What is that? You're smoking, you're blowing smoke in everybody's face. We're trying to work like this.
Yeah. Just take a break. It's not even.
Yeah, it's like that Big Lebowski quote. It's like, hey, I can smoke outside. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? No, you're just an asshole. No, you're not wrong. You're just an asshole.
I just don't get it
Pointing
from
it
a
out.
from a you were fucking working at the arena, like that's a labor intensive gig.
Don't you want to have your lungs at full capacity of
Not
whatever
even
capacity
that,
they may
bro.
have?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, plenty of sober people get fucked up at the arena all the time. Plenty of sober people end up getting fucked up at the arena all the time. When we were loading out Justin Bieber, Eileen got hurt.
Yeah, Eileen did?
Yes.
How bad?
Well, not too bad. I mean, I think
sorry.
her knuckles messed up, but yeah, and I think Bieber on the loadout. Yeah, I think it was a riser cart or something.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, fucked up.
I can't believe I never got hurt up here so far. I got hurt just at the rigging. I smashed my finger. Something like it was so stupid.
Alrighty,
It was
we'll
like
do that, sir.
a big clutch wheel.
Yeah.
I was rolling on the floor, and then it was about
He
to topple
said,
over onto the
you
wall.
guys ready for
I'm like,
this?
oh, let me catch it.
I'm not.
I don't mean to interrupt. Shannon said, turn the projector off, get your shit ready to go, and go check out. So let's get this room set and ready to go.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Well, let's not count on it yet. We still gotta go check out with Dave.
Very true.
Dave has a tendency to throw surprises.
He could also be like, hey, are you busy later today? They need some help at the
We
paper.
have this arena call tonight that basically is a truck running over you. Okay, great, that sounds good.
You gotta be there.
A truck that's gonna back over you 3 times.
Yeah, Jenny.
And then we're gonna need you back at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
And then the loadout is at 3, and then we'll need you here at 5.
Exactly.
All those.
I'm gonna end all this.
Thank you so much. Great. Okay, there's on those. Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, it's great if you can fit it. Thanks for that time here by now, but it's okay. I didn't mean to fit it. Beautiful. Look at that. So now if you're looking at the screen, if you look over there, yeah, are you sure you don't do audio? You want to take that? Oh, wait. What were we supposed to do with that? Already posted it on. Oh, nice. You're right. Actually, no. Say what they want to do. That's why I call Shannon instead of calling the radio. God knows.
So,
I almost would have just called Dave.
should I ask? Should we take this down with us?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I think the more responsible move is to take it down with me.
He'll probably let you guys go. Keep moving.
Maybe. But I have a promise you this.
You've done a decent job. You
Great.
stayed for
I'll
the
tell
16
you know,
hours.
if you get it, I'll tell you why. But if you don't, I won't tell you until later. I have a good. You have a what? You have what? I have a good feeling. Okay. I like pasta.
Turn the projector off? Should I? You get something else going on in here?
Is that off?
It probably is. I'll check them. I think what it's not showing must be off. And does the red light stay lit when it's off? All the time? Yeah, someone would add it on. I was wondering about that. How's everything with you? Good, good. that want to give this to their resumes, we'll take it.